Chapter 226 Above the Sun. After repeatedly determining the feasibility of going to the Sun, Shen Fei did not hesitate and drove the spacecraft to the center of the solar system at full speed. The Sun. In fact, if you just go to the Sun, you will not be able to use the space curvature engine to open the space channel. After all, the Earth is only more than 200 million kilometers from the Sun. That's it. The spacecraft accelerated all the way, and in just over 10 minutes, it passed through the orbit of Venus and Mercury one after another, and came to the vicinity of the huge fireball. From forward, we have to pass through the coronal layer of the Sun's atmosphere, and then we can reach the surface of the Sun. Jin Xiao stood in the spacecraft and said, "Although the temperature on the surface of the Sun is only a few thousand degrees, the temperature in the corona can reach millions of degrees. My spacecraft has not installed a strong defense system, so I must have been unable to withstand this temperature." "It's okay." Upon hearing this, a confident smile immediately appeared on the corner of Shen Fei's mouth. His defense bonus now exceeds 300, and even a piece of scrap iron can be turned into alloy. The protection system of this small broken spacecraft is completely comparable to that of some large and medium-sized spacecraft. Call. The spacecraft plunged into the corona layer with a terrifying high temperature. After flying hundreds of thousands of miles in one breath, they finally arrived at the surface of the Sun. "It's really coming." Shen Fei stood in the main control room, and he looked at the scenery outside through the holographic projection system. There is no solid matter on the surface of the Sun, all of which are fiery red plasmas at extremely high temperatures, which are somewhat similar to magma but are different. "What are you feeling about there? Come here quickly and we will study what's next." Jin Zioxio's voice came. "Here's here." Shen Fei agreed, and he glanced at Jin Xiao and Xia Kaiyang again and found that the two of them really had no special feelings about climbing the Sun. If this is placed before time travel, it will be a milestone. Shen Fei sighed in his heart, and he did not hesitate any more and walked over directly. According to experience on Earth, monsters cannot be detected directly through instruments, and can only be found through clues. Jin Xiao looked at the two and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Well..." Shen Fei fell into deep thought. "Clues? What clues can be found in this place?" "Monsters on Earth will eat a large number of animals and plants around them, so when we are on Earth, we look for traces of monsters based on the biological density in a region." Xia Kaiyang pondered. "The monsters on the Sun cannot eat animals and plants, so what do they eat? Or simply eat nothing?" "It's nothing strange to eat nothing. As long as you have sufficient energy, you can live. What this place lacks the most is energy. Since it is a monster born and raised on the Sun, it is normal to have the ability to convert Sun energy into food." Shen Fei said, and then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes lit up slightly. "If the monster wants to absorb energy, will the temperature at its location be lower than that of normal places?" Shen Fei asked quickly. "There are many places with low temperatures on the surface of the Sun, and they also have names, called sunspots." Jin Xiao said. "Yet..." Shen Fei was shocked when he heard this, and he followed, "Then this method. Actually, that's fine. Jin Xiao Xiao said. We probably can't afford to absorb monsters in the sunspot level in a place that can absorb the sun for a long time, so we can detect places with a temperature slightly below normal level and then confirm whether there are monsters there. Miss Xiao Xiao, please finish it next time you speak. Shen Fei said helplessly. You're too anxious. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, and she didn't say much, but immediately called out a virtual screen and took action on it. Okay, I set up a detection system that can automatically distinguish the temperature difference of more than 10 degrees within 10,000 kilometers. As long as some conventional situations are eliminated, we can check those abnormal places. Jin Xiao Xiao said a lot, and finally identified several suspected targets on the virtual screen. Then let's go. Shen Fei waved his hand with anticipation. He had a premonition, and a large number of dog heads were waving at him. According to the suspected target identified by Jin Xiao Xiao, Shen Fei drove the spaceship toward places quickly. However, several people went to 7 or 8 places to doubt their goals in a row, but they did not find anything. Just when Shen Fei was doubting the feasibility of this method, he suddenly gained something when they were heading to the next target. Wait, that's it. Through the images projected by the holographic projection, Shen Fei keenly discovered a huge figure hidden under the plasma on the surface of the sun. The figure had limbs, a cone-shaped head, and was covered with rock-like bulges. Between the bulges, some fiery red light could be seen faintly. Monster! A hint of joy appeared on Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Qiang's faces. It seemed that their idea was correct. In the sun, there were indeed monsters. I'll kill it. Shen Fei did not hesitate at all, and he walked directly outside the spacecraft. Do you want to test the strength of this monster first? Jin Xiao Xiao spoke quickly. No need. Shen Fei waved his hand. These monsters did not have the talent of the virtual realm, and it was impossible for them to have any unknown technological means. Shen Fei already knew its strength based on the dog-headed one. This is an ordinary colorful dog head, which should be of the same level as the monster on Earth, and there is no big threat. Soon. The spacecraft cabin door opened, and he had already put on his armor. Shen Fei, who turned into a 5-meter-high little giant, flew out of it. This spacecraft itself also has a certain protective power. Before, it required the power of Shenyang aircraft attribute bonus to crossing the corona layer, but now, the temperature on the surface of the sun is only a few thousand degrees, so the spacecraft itself is still easy to withstand. Call. Shen Fei turned into a black shadow and plunged into the plasma on the surface of the sun. In just a moment, the area began to boil, followed by a burst of roar and a series of terror. A golden column of light burst out. A huge monster and a figure wearing black armor were fighting each other closely on the surface of the sun. Boom! 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 The fierce collision caused waves of fluctuations. The invisible wave spread in all directions. At this time, at the core of the sun, a figure wearing a silver war suit was sitting cross-legged somewhere. Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes and reached out to feel it quietly. Someone is coming to the sun again, and I don't know if they are smart or stupid. This thought flashed through the man's mind, but he didn't think much about it, and soon closed his eyes again, and everything returned to peace. 234 Chapter 227 Level 7. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 10. Your current attribute is. Shen Fei stood on the surface of the sun, and below him, the body of a huge monster was suspended there. Shen Fei looked at the lines of words floating in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Although the attribute points obtained by killing monsters are not as many as those of evolvers, they have the advantage of stability, and this is just the first monster. Shen Fei believes that he will gain more in the future. Without hesitation, Shen Fei quickly took out the energy ball from the monster's head and returned to the spacecraft. Another level 6 energy ball. At this time, Jin Xiao and Xia Kaiyang saw the energy ball that Shen Fei took back, and a hint of joy flashed in their hearts. It is likely that the only level 6 monster on Earth, and on the Sun, I just encountered one. Even an evolver at the 6th level of the Sun realm could not collect 2 6th level energy balls in such a short time, right? This Sun is really right. Miss Xiao, where is the next place? Let's hurry up. Shen Fei's voice full of anticipation came. Jin Xiao nodded immediately, and she quickly called out the virtual screen and identified the next place where a monster might exist. Set off. Shen Fei glanced at this place. Without any hesitation, he ran to the driving position and controlled the spaceship to rush to the speed. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed since the three of them came to the Sun. In the past 10 days, 3 people wandered around the surface of the Sun and found more than 30 monsters of all sizes. Among the 30 monsters, there are 5 level 6 monsters alone, with the most level 5 monsters, with 15 of them, and the rest are some low-level monsters, which is not worth mentioning. After killing so many monsters, in addition to harvesting the energy ball, Shen Fei harvested an average attribute point of nearly 100 points, which is simply a win. And on this day more than 10 days later, an inconspicuous spacecraft was still wandering on the surface of the Sun. After another temperature abnormality came, suddenly, the 3 people inside the spacecraft widened their eyes. This monster. Jin Xiao looked at the image outside the spacecraft. It was a giant with a size of dozens of kilometers. The whole body of the giant suddenly absorbed on the surface of the Sun like a liquid. They could clearly see that the body of the giant was constantly lit up and dimming, obviously absorbing the energy of the Sun quickly. No wonder the temperature in this place is so low, it's almost sunspots. It turns out that such a big monster is absorbing it. Jin Xiao said in a daze, and she followed. However, this monster seems not weak, and is likely to be a more advanced monster. It's indeed a more advanced monster. Shen Fei nodded. He had seen the monster's dog head, which was a shiny dog head. Can you solve it? Xia Kaiyang looked at Shen Fei. My own strength may not be good, but I have weapons. Shen Fei sneered. This monster is so big and has a soft body, so his speed is probably not much faster. Not to mention anything else, you can even kill it with an antimatter bomb. The only thing to note is that you have to pay attention to the position of the energy ball and don't blow it up. Shen Fei didn't say much, he quickly left the spaceship and came over the huge monster. However, before Shen Fei could do anything, the huge monster had already noticed the danger and took the initiative. Whoosh! An incredible shadow suddenly burst out from the monster's body and rushed towards Shen Fei. Boom! Shen Fei couldn't dodge and was blown away in an instant. So fast, so fierce. Shen Fei covered his chest, completely despising the monster. Although the monster's body may not move fast, it can burst out fast and fierce attacks. Fortunately, Shen Fei was wearing armor with strong defense, otherwise he would have been half broken in this moment. However, this monster is so big, it's hard to use a small photon cage. Shen Fei quickly stabilized his body, and he was also pondering in his mind. After thinking for a while, Shen Fei finally felt that he still had to use antimatter bombs. Since it is difficult to get close to him, let Xia Qiang help him. However, just when Shen Fei had a decision in his mind, suddenly, an unexpected laughter came from a distance. Ha ha ha, after searching for so long, I finally found a suitable target. Shen Fei was slightly stunned, the next moment. Whoosh! A red-haired man suddenly appeared here. When Shen Fei saw this person, he was shocked in his heart. He remembered this person. When the mysterious man first classified everyone, this red-haired man was one of the more than 10 Sun Realms 7 to 9 levels. Friend, this monster belongs to me. Do you have no objection? The man said to Shen Fei without hesitation. Just now he could see clearly the scene of Shen Fei being bombarded. In his opinion, Shen Fei's strength was not worth mentioning at all. He and Shen Fei discovered this monster at the same time, so the monster should be his. The monster is yours. Shen Fei said without hesitation, and then he flew away from here. A hero does not suffer a loss in front of him. He first goes back and observes this person's strength. If he is not a strong pervert, he will find a way to kill him. Soon, Shen Fei returned to the spacecraft. At this time, Jin Xiao and Xia Qiang also learned about what was happening outside through holographic projection. Are you okay? Jin Xiao looked at Shen Fei and asked quickly. I'm fine. Shen Fei shook his head and said, I really didn't expect that we would be robbed of monsters one day. It's normal. Yesterday we robbed others, and today others robbed us. Xia Qiang said, and she asked again, what are you going to do now? What are your thoughts? Shen Fei did not rush to answer, but he asked back. Snatch it back. Xia Qiang said without hesitation, when he kills that monster, I have a certain chance to get the energy ball one step ahead of him. What if I help you delay time? Shen Fei asked. The possibility of success is high. Xia Qiang nodded, but she followed, but this script sounds a bit familiar. It's not familiar. On Earth, those people I killed did this. Shen Fei said directly. Right. Xia Qiang nodded thoughtfully. But can you delay time? Don't delay time. Something happened to yourself first. This person is at least an evolutionist at the 7th level of the Sun Realm. Jin Xiao couldn't help asking. The bad news is that he is at least at the 7th level of the Sun Realm. The good news is that this person should not be at the 8th level or the 9th level of the Sun Realm, but only at the 7th level. Shen Fei said directly. In fact, it is possible to judge that this person is at the 7th level of the Sun Realm through the dog head. What Shen Fei thought the other party's strength was because they were both at the 7th level of the Sun Realm, and the gap was terrifying. It's not surprising that the strongest 7th level is the weakest 7th level in seconds. If you have the talent of the virtual realm, it will be even more perverted. That's why Shen Fei did not take action immediately, but decided to come back and observe it first. Miss Xiao, the question now is, can he find us nearby? Shen Fei asked. Evolvers at the 7th level of the Sun Realm are super strong people wherever they are placed. Such strong people will not be too short of money. When they enter the virtual realm, they are likely to carry some props that can detect intelligence. You wait. Jin Xiao didn't rush to answer. She called out dozens of virtual screens and confirmed them bit by bit. It shouldn't be. I detected that his detection signal was just a very ordinary quantum signal. Jin Xiao said, of course, it is not ruled out that his intelligence ability is far beyond me. What he shows me now is the possibility of illusion. But I don't think it's a big possibility. Oh. Shen Fei nodded. Jin Xiao said so complicatedly. In fact, in one sentence, the other party had no idea that they would always be lurking nearby. Then let's observe his strength. If it's not strong, we'll do it. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang. No problem. Xia Qiang nodded happily. She had basically done nothing in the past 10 days, and now it was her turn. 235 Chapter 228 Power and Preparation. In the center of the spacecraft's central control room, a huge projection appeared there, and the scene of the red-haired man fighting the huge monster was shown. The monster was completely crazy at this time. The black shadow that had instantly knocked Shen Fei away, and in an instant, thousands of rays burst out. Unfortunately, these were useless to the red-haired man. He easily resolved everything and launched a counter-attack. In just a blink of an eye, the monster was full of holes. So strong! At this time, Shen Fei was secretly shocked when he saw the red-haired man taking action. At this time, Jin Xiao, who had been analyzing, finally stopped. She looked at Shen Fei and said, "This evolver has about 5 billion tons of conventional power." As he said that, Jin Xiao waved his hand and called out a picture. This was the picture of the red-haired man fighting. His hands were wrapped in a ball of spiral flames. Jin Xiao focused on circling the flame and said. But when he made a move, he controlled these flames to form a very special explosive structure, which greatly increased his power when he took action, and it definitely reached more than 20 billion tons. 20 billion tons! Shen Fei took a breath of cold air, which was more than 20 times that of his. Is this a talent in the virtual realm? Shen Fei asked. There is a chance, but I prefer this to his evolution, such as fire from the source line. Jin Xiao said. I said that the reason why his power to attack increased significantly is because he controlled the flames and formed that special explosive structure. The evolution method is so strong. Shen Fei's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Aren't the source and the transcendent of the gods straightforward? Why can his evolution be played with? In addition, you need to pay attention to these moves. Jin Xiao brought up the picture again, which was a fireball condensed by the red-haired man. Don't underestimate this fireball. It is not simply accumulated energy. According to my detection, there are thousands of vacuum structures here. These vacuum structures are a bit like a core structure of energy conversion in my memory. Jin Xiao said confidently, the power of this attack is definitely more than several times the normal destructiveness of the energy he condenses. I seem to understand a little. Shen Fei stood there with his arms in his arms, and he nodded thoughtfully. Anu is also an evolutionist of the source lineage. I remember that at the end of the second round of the Imperial Elite Assessment last time, Anu also said that you have to use your brain to fight. This is probably the result of using your brain. And this one? Jin Xiao released another picture, which was countless flame ropes. Although they were ropes formed by flames, each one was extremely tough, and contained terrifying cutting power, which easily dismembered the monster's body. Soon, Jin Xiao stopped after analyzing and asked, "What do you think?" Really strong. Shen Fei nodded with a serious expression, but he turned to say, "But, I can still deal with him." This virtual world is really suitable for brushing attribute points. He has only been here for more than 10 days and has gained more than 200 attribute points, which has also made him stronger. Even if this red-haired man is at the peak of the 7th level of the Sun Realm, he still has a certain degree of confidence. After all, the strengthening brought by the sudden increase in attributes to Shen Fei is not just his body, his weapons have also been greatly strengthened. Especially the photon cage, this is the real secret weapon. Of course, for such a strong 7th level of the Sun Realm, the photon cage cannot completely limit its movements, and can only make it weaker. But that's enough. Shen Fei also has other secret weapons. The only problem is that the suppression force of the photon cage is gradually becoming stronger. Can I resist his early attack? Shen Fei couldn't help but touch his chest. Although the armor that Jin Xiao gave him was very strong, the defense was not without limit. He is now at the 3rd level of the Sun Realm. Because of his evolutionary talent, his all attributes are not weaker than the 4th level of the Sun Realm of the Sun Realm. After using the Wild God transformation, his power is even better than the 4th level of the Sun Realm. The armor was worn on his body, which increased his physical defense by a higher level, at least stronger than most of the 5th level of the Sun Realm. This defense is increased by the attribute bonus by 400 times, which is his actual defense. Logically speaking, if you hit him at the 7th level of the ordinary Sun Realm, you will not break the defense at all. But this red-haired man is not at all the 7th level of the ordinary Sun Realm. His speed, physique, defense, etc. may not reach the 8th level of the Sun Realm, but the attack is definitely at the edge of the 8th level. Therefore, Shen Fei may not be able to withstand it at the beginning. At worst, I can get beaten. What are these things for this dog's head? Shen Fei made up his mind. Without hesitation, Shen Fei suddenly pointed at the proof of evolution. Suddenly, a knife and a transparent bottle filled with a drop of red liquid suspended in the center appeared in Shen Fei's hand. Seeing this, Jin Xiaoxiu's expression changed suddenly. Back! Jin Xiaoxiu hurriedly said to Xia Qiang. What's wrong? Xia Qiang looked at Jin Xiaoxiu with some confusion. That drop of liquid is Ker's neurotoxin. Even if it is diluted by billion times, it can easily poison us too. Jin Xiaoxiu said, and Xia Qiang's expression also showed a hint of shock when she heard this. How perverted! After all, she is an evolutionist at the 4th level of the crescent moon. She is a superhuman existence among ordinary people. She will have some problems with poisons she swallows alive. Can this thing poison her if it is diluted by billion times? Be careful and follow the instructions I gave you. Jin Xiaoxiu looked at Shen Fei, who was about to open the closed bottle, and couldn't help but remind him immediately. I know. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. After a while, under a series of tedious operations by Shen Fei, he finally evenly applied the drop of liquid to the entire knife. 100 billion imperial coins have entered. Shen Fei felt heartbroken at this moment. Although there is only a small drop of toxin, it is real and worth tens of billions. There is no way, this toxin itself is precious, not to mention the Void Realm props. Jin Xiaoxiu only bought him one drop because it was too dangerous. If someone evaporates it into a life planet, the planet will soon become a dead star. However, as long as you can get this dog head, it's worth it. Shen Fei thought about the benefits that the dog head could bring, and his mentality quickly calmed down. This dog's head must be taken down. That monster can't hold on. At this time, Xia Qiang suddenly looked at the projection in the center of the central control room. This was a completely one-sided battle. The reason why the monster could hold on for so long was entirely due to its huge body. When this monster dies, we will take action. Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei. No, let's do it now. Shen Fei shook his head. Now? Xia Qiang was slightly stunned. When the monster dies, it is very likely that we will not be able to rush over again. Instead, it is better to take action now. Shen Fei smiled and said, Don't worry, this monster has no combat power anymore. In the battle, I will kill it. You can just take the opportunity to get the energy ball. My photon cage should not be able to stop your virtual realm talent, right? That's fine. When Xia Qiang heard this, she just nodded. She thought what Shen Fei said was quite reasonable. At this time, a smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. He wanted the dog head of the 7th level of the Sun Realm, and he also wanted the dog head of this monster. 236 Chapter 229 Sudden Voice. Time was tight, and neither Shen Fei nor Xia Qiang hesitated at all. They quickly left the spaceship at the same time. Jin Xiao Xiao provided Shen Fei with information hiding services, allowing Shen Fei to quietly get closer to the battlefield. At the same time, Shen Fei also quietly opened the small photon cage. Wow! 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 When the golden light curtain rose from all directions, the red-haired man and the monster that had shrunk more than 10 times in the battle, when they were all covered, the red-haired man suddenly realized something was wrong. At this moment, Shen Fei, who had quietly arrived nearby, could no longer hide his eyes, and the red-haired man's eyes instantly condensed on him. "Is it you?" The red-haired man looked at Shen Fei, who had turned into a 5-meter-high giant and was wearing black armor, with a look of surprise. He didn't expect Shen Fei to come back. "I discovered this monster first, so of course it was mine." Without saying a word, 3 black spheres appeared in his hand instantly. Preview weapon. Shen Fei shouted loudly and threw out the 3 spheres directly. With the blessing of Shen Fei's terrifying power, the speed of these 3 spheres instantly soared to an extremely terrifying level. Of course, in the eyes of the red-haired man, this speed is as slow as a turtle to climb. Antima bomb. The red-haired man actually recognized the thing Shen Fei threw out at a glance. He did not choose to take it head-on, but hid aside. Antimatter bombs that can directly annihilate positive matter are indeed very lethal, but unfortunately, the explosion speed is too slow. Boom! 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 The next moment, 3 antimatter bombs exploded behind the red-haired man. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 30. Your current attribute is Success. Shen Fei looked at the lines of words floating in front of him, and felt ecstatic. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. He threw out 3 enhanced antimatter bombs, and from the beginning he was not a red-haired man. Of course, Shen Fei also knew that this thing was too stupid and it was impossible to hit middle-level evolutionists. But that monster is different. Its movement speed is not fast and it was hit half-dead by a red-haired man. It is naturally unlikely that it can avoid antimatter bombs. And it was precisely because the monster was beaten half to death by the red-haired man that Shen Fei actually killed it with only 3 antimatter bombs. Of course, it is an antimatter bomb under the Shen Fei attribute bonus. The explosion range of ordinary antimatter bombs is too small, but they do not have the ability to kill this monster. This dog's head was picked up. It's so good. Shen Fei felt excited. He found that the dog head he picked up for free was more exciting than the dog head he had worked hard to beat. So that's it. You probably have companions, right? Suddenly, a cold voice came, and the red-haired man said, "Your purpose is to quietly kill this monster and then deliberately attract my attention, while your companion took the opportunity to get the energy ball." Shen Fei was slightly stunned. If he didn't follow the script, why did this guy see through their purpose in an instant? However, Shen Fei immediately sneered. So what do you know? The energy ball belongs to us. Shen Fei shouted loudly, and he rushed towards the red-haired man with a swish. A knife containing terrifying speed roared at the red-haired man. Stupid! The red-haired man snorted coldly, and he punched out violently, and a wisp of flames exploded on his fist, causing his blow to burst out with unparalleled power. Before Shen Fei's knife arrived, the punch had already fallen to his chest. In a moment. Boom! Shen Fei flew backwards fiercely at a speed of more than 1,000 km per second, and stopped suddenly after hitting the energy shield formed by the photon cage. The red-haired man's attack was not over yet. He put his hands on his chest, and a fireball with countless rolling flames instantly condensed. Whoosh! The fireball flew out in an instant, and the next moment it came to Shen Fei's face and exploded suddenly. I'm really overestimating my abilities. The red-haired man sneered, and he didn't even look at it, turned his head and came to the front of the dead monster. Swish! 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 A large piece of flames burned on the monster's body in an instant. The monster who could swim in the sun was now burning to ashes at a rapid speed. It was obvious that the flames of the red-haired man were countless times more terrifying than the temperature on the surface of the sun. But at this moment... Call! A howling sound came from behind the red-haired man, and the next moment, a knife had already slashed down. Isn't dead. The red-haired man was a little surprised, but his movements were not slow. It was still the previous script. Before Shen Fei's knife fell, the red-haired man's fist had already reached Shen Fei's body and instantly knocked him out. This armor is not that strong, right? The red-haired man looked at Shen Fei's armor thoughtfully, but he didn't think much about it at this time. There is no doubt that Shen Fei is a turtle shell and he can't take him down for a while with conventional means. However, since the red-haired man has seen through Shen Fei's plan, he will naturally not be entangled with Shen Fei. He is going to get the energy ball first and then study the matter against Shen Fei. However, although the red-haired man didn't want to pay attention to Shen Fei rushed up again and again. Although it is not very useful, it still delays a little. When the red-haired man burned the entire monster to ashes, his face darkened. The energy ball is gone. He had sufficient confidence in his control. He knew that this energy ball could not be burned out, and it must have been taken by Shen Fei or Shen Fei's companions. Being able to steal the energy ball under his nose must be some kind of virtual realm talent. Super the energy ball, I will spare you. The red-haired man turned his head suddenly, the anger on his face was clearly visible. You'd better worry about yourself first. Shen Fei sneered, and he secretly controlled the small photon cage. In an instant, a large area of golden light slowly fell. Before, Shen Fei just surrounded the place with a photon cage and did not completely activate it. Because Summer-if Kyan wants to get the energy ball, she needs to be physicalized for a moment. At the moment of physicalization, if it is affected by the photon cage, it will be a joke. But now, Shen Fei is sure that Xia Kyan has taken away the energy ball, so he has no such concern. However, when the red-haired man saw a large area of falling light spots, he did not feel panic, but instead wanted to laugh. Phonic weapons? Even with your size, you want to deal with me? The red-haired man shouted coldly, and in an instant, infinite flames burst out on his body. Call. A set of red flame armor that looked like a substance appeared on the surface of his body. In an instant, the red-haired man disappeared. The next moment, Shen Fei suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen, and he flew backwards immediately afterwards. Whoosh! The red-haired man followed in an instant, and the storm-like attack poured in. Each hit made Shen Fei feel a stinging pain in his body. This guy has become stronger again. He didn't do his best to deal with that monster before. Shen Fei's heart was full of shock at this time. It was so perverted. Fortunately, he had grown enough in this virtual world. If he met this person from the beginning, he would probably have been seriously injured in every punch of the other party. Now, it's just a minor injury, and with his recovery, he can withstand it for the time being. As time passed, Shen Fei, who had no power to resist, suddenly seized an opportunity and kicked the red-haired man hard. Although the opponent's strength was far superior to Shen Fei, he was caught off guard and was kicked away by Shen Fei. Ha ha ha, your speed has slowed down. Shen Fei looked at the other party with a big smile. What's wrong with this photon weapon? The red-haired man finally noticed the abnormality at this time. He suddenly condensed a fireball and hit the surrounding energy shield. The shield flashed wildly, but it finally took it down. This defense. The red-haired man was shocked, but before he could think about it, Shen Fei had already rushed up. Shen Fei was still abused, but before he was beaten for 1,000 punches, it was useless. Now, if the opponent hit him with 1,000 punches, he can fight back. Moreover, as time goes by, Shen Fei's counterattacks have also increased. Have a chance. Shen Fei was also excited at this time. However, just when the two were fighting wildly, at the core of the sun. Dong! 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 A wave of fluctuations containing unparalleled power suddenly appeared, and the fluctuations instantly penetrated the entire sun and spread in all directions. This is... Shen Fei suddenly stopped, and he felt his whole body tremble with the fluctuation. Dong! 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 The invisible voice seemed to be coming from endless distance, and it seemed to be sounding in his ears, and Shen Fei also felt his body trembling even more rapidly. At the same time, Shen Fei also felt his chest begin to feel stuffy. Puff! Suddenly, Shen Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. This is... Shen Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He subconsciously looked up at the red-haired man and found that the other party was not much better at this time, and blood was also oozing out of the corners of his mouth. At this time, in the spaceship in the distance, Jin Xiao Xiao, who had a pale face, wiped the blood on the corner of her mouth. She looked at Xia Qiang with gratitude and said immediately, "Thanks to you, I almost thought I was going to explode just now." Nothing. Xia Qiang shook her head. Just now, she went to steal the energy ball back. As expected, it was a level 7 energy ball. However, before she and Jin Xiao were happy for a long time, the sound suddenly sounded, and with just a sound, she felt as if she was about to explode. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough and instantly became faint. Of course, she did not forget to pull Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao's body is not much better than her. If she listened twice more, she would probably have exploded now. After the blur, although they could still hear the sound, they did not feel that uncomfortable. By the way, Fanfic. Jin Xiao's expression changed suddenly when she thought of Fanfic, who was still outside. He is much stronger than ours, and it's not that easy to get into trouble. Xia Qiang said calmly, it's still too late to rush over now. Xia Qiang didn't say much, she took Jin Xiao and penetrated the spaceship's shell and headed straight to the battlefield in the distance. 237 Chapter 230 Timely Rain. Xia Qiang. On the surface of the sun, inside a small photon cage. Idiot, hurry up and open this ghost thing, otherwise we will all die here. A roar suddenly came. Fanfic, who was covering his chest and feeling that he was about to explode, was furious in his heart when he heard this. You're the idiot. Fanfic sneered, I tell you, you will die, but I won't. Mi Suan Kan Xingmei and Su Jun. The red-haired man looked at Fanfic with some confusion. They didn't have any deep hatred. Fanfic had to die with him? I said, you will die, but I won't. Fanfic said, his mind moved slightly, stopping the operation of the small photon cage. Of course, what is stopped is just to continue to apply pressure, and the surrounding energy barriers still exist. Seeing this scene, the red-haired man snorted coldly. He was too lazy to say anything to Fanfic, but turned around and bombarded the barriers of the photon cage crazily. However, under the strange sound, the red-haired man could not use his full strength at all, and his actions now would only make the injury worse. Puff! Fanfic spat blood again, but he still stood there calmly. In fact, even if he removes the photon cage now and flies directly towards the sun, he may not be able to survive. The range of the sound that spreads is unknown, and he does not have the ability to teleport. Who can really guarantee that he will escape from the range of the sound that spreads before he dies? Fanfic understood that he had only one real way out now. That's it. Fanfic, are you okay? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Fanfic turned his head and found that Xia Qiang was constantly teleporting over with Jin Xiao. I knew that you wouldn't give up on me. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on Fanfic's face. Swish! Xia Qiang had already arrived in front of Fanfic in the blink of an eye, and put his empty hand on his shoulder. Miss Jin, I will become physical for a moment later, so you can hold on. Xia Qiang turned around and said. Don't worry. Jin Xiao nodded directly, and Xia Qiang didn't say much. She instantly relieved the emptiness, and the hand that was originally emptiness on Fanfic's shoulder instantly touched Fanfic. Wow! Xia Qiang activated the blur again in an instant, and in an instant, all three of them entered the blur state. I finally feel comfortable. Shen Fei felt his calming body and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Qiang's Void Realm talent usually looks inconspicuous, but it can really save lives at critical moments. It is worthy of being the last underwear. Are you okay? Shen Fei suddenly noticed that Xia Qiang and Jin Zioxio's faces were a little red, and there were fresh blood on the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, nothing big happened. Jin Xiao shook her head. This voice is getting louder and louder. Xia Qiang said solemnly. At the beginning, she listened for at least 1 or 2 seconds, but in that moment, she completed the process of re-emphasis in 1% of the second, and the injury was even heavier than at the beginning. I have a therapeutic potion here. Jin Xiao took out 2 green potions and handed them to Xia Qiang and Shen Fei respectively. Thanks. Xia Qiang thanked him, but Shen Fei didn't answer. With his current physical strength, his recovery ability was still quite terrifying. His injury was almost recovering in a short while. Time passed by minute, and the terrifying sound still had no sign of disappearing. The red-haired man who was crazy about bombarding the barriers of the photon cage at the beginning had stopped now. I saw that his body was covered in blood and fell to the surface of the sun with some weakness. Why can this guy die like that? Shen Fei was filled with regret. It would be a pity if such a big dog head was lost like this. Of course, there is actually a possibility that he now let go of Xia Qiang, escaped from the virtual state, and then forced himself to kill this person with that strange voice. Then let Xia Qiang take him into the blurred state again. However, Shen Fei did not choose to do so in the end. The power of the sound seemed to be increasing. Once again, Xia Qiang and Jin Xiao may not be able to withstand it. Although the dog head is important, Shen Fei would not have let Jin Xiao and Xia Qiang take such a big risk for the dog head. I hope this guy can resist it and don't die so easily. Wait until the sound disappears and I'll go down and make up for it. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. If this is the case, it would be a perfect situation. What's going on with this sound? Is it a natural disaster? Miss Xiao, do you have a clue? Shen Fei suddenly turned his head and looked at Jin Xiao who was constantly operating on a virtual screen. Xia Qiang's blurring method is isolated from the outside world, and many detection methods cannot be used. Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei and said. But it is absolutely impossible to be a natural disaster. Although some star activities are terrifying, most of them are just pure energy explosions, not so weird. Oh. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Actually, have you ever thought of a question? Xia Qiang suddenly said. The sun is the core of the solar system. Can we think of monsters here? And they are all advanced monsters? Why did we meet an evolver in the past 10 days? Maybe the sun is too big. Shen Fei said, but he immediately realized something was wrong. Although the surface of the sun is large, Jin Xiao can detect it quite a lot. During this period, they have never stayed in one place too much with Jin Zioxio's detection. They dare not say that they have visited the entire surface of the sun, but it is okay to go to most places. As a result, I really encountered only one evolutionist. This may certainly be a coincidence, but it is also likely that there are problems. Everyone who has entered the virtual realm of High-Level Sun Realm and has entered the virtual realm world is an experienced and cunning virtual realm adventurer. Xia Qiang said. Perhaps, they realized from the beginning that the sun cannot come up easily. It makes sense. Shen Fei nodded. Not everyone has his strength improved so quickly. A normal strong man at the 7th level or above of the Sun Realm must be about 100 years old, right? If you improve your strength a little slower, it is possible that you will be over 1,000 years old. For those who evolved in the Crescent Moon Realm, their lifespan is far beyond that of ordinary people. If they can easily live to 500 or 600 years old and break through the Sun Realm, it will be even more abnormal. This kind of old guy is indeed all cunning. This time I was a little careless. In the past 10 days, we didn't realize something was wrong. Xia Qiang shook her head slightly. Although I took some risks, I gained a lot. Shen Fei felt that even if he had known there would be risks in the sun, he would have suggested that several people come over. After all, Xia Qiang's Void Realm talent is indeed powerful, and he can save 3 people and 1 life at critical moments. Just this, what else can I be afraid of? The 3 of them kept talking, and suddenly, their faces froze slightly at the same time. It seems that the sound is gone. Shen Fei said thoughtfully. It's gone. I can't hear it either. Xia Qiang and Jin Xiao both nodded. Let me go out and I'll go out and have a look. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang, and when Xia Qiang heard this, she nodded. Among the 3, Shen Fei was thick in skin and flesh, and he was indeed suitable for being this pioneer. Wow! After Xia Qiang let go of Shen Fei directly exited from his virtual state, and the hot breath on the surface of the sun filled his body again. But he no longer felt that feeling of discomfort. It's really gone. Shen Fei's face was filled with surprise. Without any hesitation, he headed straight down. There, an extremely shiny big dog's head was still shining, which meant that the red-haired man was not dead yet. This is a great opportunity. 238 Chapter 231 Starry Sky Level. Shen Fei quickly landed on the surface of the sun. At a glance, he saw a figure covered with terrifying cracks all over his body. It seemed as if it had not rained for 3 months, and the dry land that had been exposed to the sun for 3 months, it looked extremely miserable. I'm not dead yet. I'm worthy of being an evolver at the 7th level of the Sun Realm. My vitality is indeed tenacious. Shen Fei sighed with emotion, and he pulled out the knife immediately, and smiled. Let me just send you to free. Call. Without hesitation, Shen Fei stabbed the miserable figure in the head without hesitation. But at the critical moment, laugh. A hand suddenly stretched out and firmly held Shen Fei's knife. Shen Fei twitched suddenly, but didn't twitch. Why are you holding it so hard? You're bleeding. Shen Fei looked at the figure with a strange expression, and he said. I'm poisonous on my knife. As Shen Fei spoke, the figure's body trembled suddenly, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Puff! A mouthful of black blood suddenly spurted out, obviously it was quite poisoned. I know, the evolver of the Empire. You, wait for me. The figure left this sentence, and finally, his hand holding Shen Fei's knife tightly released completely, and then fell down weakly. Also threatened me. Shen Fei sneered. He is not his opponent in the virtual realm, and he still wants to mess with him in reality? Overestimate one's ability. Suddenly, you kill the target and get all attributes plus 100. Attack, 559. Speed, 621. Defense, 559. Physical constitution, 559. Understanding, 559. Evolutionary talent, 559. Humph, haha. Looking at the words floating in front of him, Shen Fei couldn't help laughing. At first, he just smiled secretly, but he couldn't help laughing to the sky. Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly. The dog head with a total attribute of 100 was finally harvested by him so easily. Which dog head in the past was not cut out with one knife? Only today did he realize that the dog's head can be picked up, and it is so comfortable to pick up the dog's head. Why are you laughing so happily? Suddenly, Jin Zioxio's voice sounded behind Shen Fei. When Shen Fei heard this, he immediately restrained his smile. Tell me a joke, this guy is dead. He grabbed my knife by himself and was poisoned to death. Shen Fei turned his head and said with a smile. It's a cold joke. Xia Qiang commented, and she followed, but it's really a good thing that this person dies. After all, she snatched the other party's spoils. If a 7th level evolutionist in the Sun Realm kept staring at them, they wouldn't have to do anything else next. Well. Shen Fei scratched his head. Let's go back to the spaceship quickly. I don't know if the sound just now has any impact on the spaceship engine. If the engine breaks, it's bad. Jin Xiao said, and she said immediately. Also, I feel that this sun is not a place to stay for a long time. We have gained a lot from the sun. Let's go to other places to take a look. Miss Xiao said it well. Shen Fei nodded in agreement. They are fine this time, but if there is another accident next time, it may be. You can't be too greedy when you are a human being. I have to leave. Xia Qiang also nodded. However, just as the three of them turned around and were about to go back, suddenly their faces changed. At some point, a figure wearing a silver suit appeared not far away. The figure stepped on the plasma on the surface of the sun and walked slowly towards this side. This is a shining and dazzling dog head. With this dog head, Shen Fei recognized it at a glance. This is the strongest among the many evolvers who appeared in this virtual world this time. That is the Starry Sky level evolver. Shen Fei recognized this Starry Sky level evolver, and Xia Qiang and Jin Xiao Xiao naturally recognized it too. Xia Qiang's face was also solemn, but Jin Xiao Xiao felt much better. She has seen a starry sky level evolver in reality, she has seen a stronger one. I remember you three were all Crescent Realm evolutionists before. The man in silver armor looked at the three of them with a strange expression on his face, and he said, "You actually came to the sun and are still alive now. We just have some way to save our lives." Shen Fei said. "I'm quite curious." The man smiled slightly. "Sir, if you are curious, I can demonstrate it for you." Xia Qiang spoke without changing her face, and then she put her hands on Shen Fei and Jin Zioxio's arms. Seeing this, the man didn't say much. Xia Qiang also instantly activated his Void Realm talent. Wow! The three of them felt their perspectives begin to rise rapidly, and the world composed of countless lines entered their eyes. There was no doubt that they entered a state of blur again. It feels much better. Shen Fei muttered in his heart. Although on the surface, this starry sky level evolver does not look malicious, if the other party really wants to attack them, they will have no power to fight back. Now in the blur state, it is indeed much safer. And at this time, as the three of them entered a state of virtualization, the man seemed to have noticed something, and he reached out and patted him gently. Dong! A familiar voice instantly reached the ears of the three people, and in an instant, the faces of the three people changed. Good guy, it turns out that the previous movement was created by this starry sky level evolver. It turns out to be this type of virtual realm talent. The man said in a daze. Yes, we survived by this void realm talent. Xia Qiang nodded. When she was in a state of emptiness, her confidence increased greatly, so after saying something, Xia Qiang asked directly. Sir, do you have anything to do? If it's okay, then we'll say goodbye. As he said that, Xia Qiang was going to use the Void Realm talent to teleport away. However, at this time the man suddenly spoke, "Your Void Realm talent is indeed very interesting, we may be able to make a deal." Trade. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiang and Shen Fei were slightly shocked. A starry sky level evolver said he wanted to make a deal? In the core of the sun, there is a super monster. It is very powerful and is also my only target in this virtual world. The man explained. Just now, I fought with it once, but I couldn't kill it, maybe. You can help me. What do you want to use my Void Realm talent for? Xia Qiang asked directly. She knew very well that the only thing the other party could value was her Void Realm talent. Her strength is not worth mentioning in front of the starry sky level evolvers. Poison. The man smiled and said, I can mix a toxin, and you can help me throw this toxin near the monster. Poison. When Xia Qiang heard this, her brow frowned. It was absolutely dangerous for a monster that could make the starry sky level evolvers feel that it was difficult to run to it. After all, if she really wants to poison, she must be physicalized for a moment. This moment might be enough to make her die hundreds of times. I said, this is a deal. The man said, and a sphere emitting soft white light suddenly appeared in his hand. Energy ball. Shen Fei and the other two saw this energy ball, their faces immediately condensed slightly. A number 9 can be seen faintly in this energy ball. In other words, this is actually a level 9 energy ball. As long as you help me, this is yours. The man spoke calmly. When Xia Qiang heard this, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Should she ask for stability and refuse, or try her best? 239 Chapter 232 Mao Sui recommends himself. On the surface of the Sun, an inconspicuous spacecraft was floating. In the main control room of the spacecraft, Shen Fei, Xia Qiang, and Jin Xiao Xiao sat around one side of the table, and on the other side, there was a man wearing a silver battle suit. This is naturally the Starry Sky level evolver. Before, Xia Qiang was outside, and for a while, she was unsure of her mind, so Shen Fei suggested to figure out the situation first and then think about it slowly. So, this scene happened. So you came to the Sun on the spaceship. This spaceship looks quite familiar. The man looked at the pattern of the spaceship and suddenly said, I remember, I once went to a virtual world related to the Empire. This is the Empire's spaceship, right? We are indeed from the Empire. My name is Xia Qiang. These two are Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao. Xia Qiang introduced, and she asked immediately. Is this gentleman from the Galaxy Alliance? Oh? I don't have the logo of the Galaxy Alliance. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. I happen to have been to a virtual world related to the Galaxy Alliance, and I met a man named Yang Ji there. Xia Qiang said calmly, and the man's expression became strange. That's right, I'm Yang Ji. The man finally nodded. In an instant, Shen Fei's eyes widened slightly. Damn, Xia Qiang said before that this Starry Sky level evolver was Yang Ji, and he still thought it was an illusion, but it turned out to be true. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Xia Qiang with some confusion. What a mess! Haha, since you have this kind of fate, then Xia Qiang, you should know that I am a trustworthy person. Yang Ji smiled. As long as you are willing to help, I will definitely not lose any amount of things, I promise you. Upon hearing this, neither Xia Qiang nor Shen Fei refuted. In the world of Star Sea Treasure, the mysterious Lin Sanyang chose Yang Ji to run errands for him at the beginning, which was not without reason. This guy is indeed a clear stream in the Hilbert Star Band where criminals are rampant. Although Yang Ji was only in the crescent moon state at that time, he could see how a person's character was when he was weak. Mr. Yang Ji, it's not that I don't believe in your character, but that I want to ask some things clearly. Xia Qiang said. You said. Yang Ji nodded. Actually, I can take Mr. Yang Ji, you can quietly approach the monster and let you poison yourself. Is this operational? Xia Qiang asked. My toxin is a chronic toxin, and it takes enough time to poison it. As soon as I get closer, the monster will find me. Yang Ji said. You are weak enough that the monster will not pay attention to you. I am indeed weak enough. Xia Qiang said. But during the poisoning process, I can't use the Void Realm talent. The starry sky level monster can make some noises and kill me tens of thousands of times, right? The 9th level energy ball is indeed precious, but the risk is too great. This is indeed a great risk. Yang Ji pondered for a moment, and he suddenly said, "Let's do this. I have a virtual realm prop for self-defense, which I can lend to you temporarily." Virtual realm props? Xia Qiang asked. That's a precious prop that can block the attack at the starry sky level. Yang Ji sighed. In fact, he took huge risks in doing so. His virtual realm props are much more precious than the level 9 energy ball. If Xia Qiang won the virtual realm props and did not return them to him after getting them, and he would maintain his virtual state until the end of this virtual realm world, he would have no choice. Although he is a starry sky level evolver, he is only a preliminary contact with the rules, and the talent of the virtual realm is a profound application of the rules of the universe. A talent like Xia Qiang's virtual realm is indeed invincible to a certain extent. However, Yang Ji thought he was good at judging people. Although it was just a short period of contact, he could feel that the 3 evolutionists in front of him should be quite decent people. Don't be greedy for his props. To be honest, because of some of his early experiences, he still admires such evolvers very much. Xia Qiang asked Yang Ji several questions in a row, and the other party helped her answer them one by one. Xia Qiang's hesitation quickly dissipated. When will we take action? Xia Qiang asked suddenly. No hurry, this toxin is not a finished product. I just brought some semi-finished materials here. It takes 10 days to make this toxin. Yang Ji said. 10 days later, I'm still here, how about it? Good. Xia Qiang naturally had no objection, so she agreed immediately. Seeing this, Yang Ji nodded, but, just as he got up and was about to leave, suddenly, a sound rang out. Mr. Yang Ji, do you want to make the chances of success of this operation greater? When Yang Ji heard this, he immediately looked at Shen Fei. Shen Fei, do you also have the talent for the virtual realm? Yang Ji asked in surprise. If you have confidence that you can help him, you can only have the possibility of the Void Realm talent. I do have the talent of the virtual realm, and it is likely to be of great help to this plan. Shen Fei nodded. I hope to hear it carefully. Yang Ji returned to his original position and sat down. My Void Realm talent can expand the effect of toxins, and it can be greatly expanded. Shen Fei said directly. Make the toxin effect bigger. When Yang Ji heard this, he fell into deep thought. He had entered countless virtual realm worlds and seen various types of virtual realm talents. Even Xia Qiang's rare virtual realm talents, he had seen similar ones once. But this was the first time he heard of this kind of virtual talent. Mr. Yang Ji, if you don't believe it, we can try it. Shen Fei saw that Yang Ji had a thoughtful look on his face, and he pulled out the knife with his backhand. Since Mr. Yang Ji can distribute toxins that are useful to starry sky level monsters, he must be a toxin expert. I believe he can distinguish the toxins on my knife, right? Shen Fei said, and handed the knife to Yang Ji. Yang Zhi took the knife, and he scratched the surface of the knife with his fingers, and then put it in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei's mouth twitched slightly. You are not Sheneng, so you have to taste this toxin yourself? However, it is indeed very efficient to be able to taste it directly with your mouth. In just a moment, Yang Zhi said. Good mixed toxins, it's hard to say about the high-level Sun Realm. If the middle and low-level Sun Realm does not have special means, once it is poisoned, it will basically be helpless. Mr. Yang Zhi is indeed professional. Shen Fei nodded secretly when he heard this. He was amazing. He could tell so many things with just a bite. So, how do you make this toxin stronger? Yang Zhi asked directly. As long as I use this knife to chop people, the toxins they bear will be enhanced. Shen Fei smiled and said, similarly, as long as the toxins I cast, it will also be enhanced. Oh? Enhanced out of thin air. Yang Zhi nodded thoughtfully, and he suddenly said, come and try to cut me off. Cut you a knife. Shen Fei suspected that he had heard something wrong. Don't worry, I can take the initiative to reduce the hardness of my skin to ensure that you can cut. Yang Zhi smiled slightly. Shen Fei was speechless for the first time. He heard that someone took the initiative to lower his defense and let others cut it. However, since he asked the chop, Shen Fei wouldn't be polite. 240 Chapter 233 Another Oriole? Under Xia Qiang and Jin Zioxio's strange gaze, Shen Fei lifted the knife and slashed Yang Zhi's arm without hesitation. Suddenly, a wound about half an inch deep appeared there. This sword has the power of the 6th level of the Sun Realm. Yang Zhi looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. When this guy first came to this virtual realm world, he was indeed assigned to the category of the New Moon Realm Evolvers. But, this toxin... Yang Zhi's mind was quickly attracted by the toxins that entered his body. It was clearly the same toxin, but this time he felt that these toxins had increased a lot in terms of intensity and destructiveness, which was a drastic change. Strange, so weird. Yang Zhi was amazed in his heart. It seemed that he did not know enough about the talent of the Void Realm. There is such a strange talent in the virtual realm, which is really eye-opening. However, this Void Realm talent is really terrifying, and it can actually increase the power of toxins out of thin air. If Xia Qian's Void Realm talent only makes his chance of winning more than 50%, then coupled with Shen Fei's Void Realm talent, it will be 99% of winning. At present, the premise is that the poisoning plan is successful. Shen Fei, since you offered to help me, you won't treat you badly. Yang Zhi said. I don't have a second level 9 energy ball on me, but I can look for a level 9 monster. Even if I can't find it, I will compensate you with 10 level 8 energy balls. How about it? Mr. Yang Zhi is so polite, I have no objection. Shen Fei nodded suddenly. In fact, he took the initiative to participate in this plan, in addition to gaining energy balls. There is another important reason. Now that, however, if you are poisoning, is it possible to poison the monster directly? Since Yang Zhi is confident in formulating this poisoning plan, it means that his toxins have an impact on the monster. If this impact is amplified under his ability, is it impossible for him to poison the monster directly? Once the monster is poisoned to death, it is simply unimaginable. How many attribute points do you have to do? Therefore, even if he brings his own dry food, Shen Fei is very willing to join this plan. Now Yang Zhi still says he will give him a reward. He said nothing, he did it. The three of you have nothing else, right? Yang Zhi asked, and he also looked at Jin Xiao Xiao with a heavy look. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang both have talent in the Void Realm. What is the last one in the trio? It's gone. Jin Xiao Xiao said directly. She obviously noticed Yang Zhi's intention, but unfortunately, she really couldn't help. After all, she does not have those perverted virtual realm talents. But, it's almost there. Jin Xiao Xiao muttered secretly that she couldn't play every time she played in a high-end game, which was really uncomfortable. Since that's the case, I'll say goodbye. Don't forget our promise. See you in 10 days. Yang Zhi quickly stood up, and after leaving this sentence, he disappeared from the spot. After Yang Zhi left, Shen Fei and the other two discussed it and decided to stay in the sun. They were preparing to leave before because they didn't know whether the unknown danger would erupt again. Now they understood that the terrifying sound was made by Yang Zhi fighting with the monster staying in the core of the sun. Yang Zhi is now dispensing with his toxins, so naturally he will not make any more noise, so it is nothing they can keep staying there. Time flies quickly, and 10 days pass by. In the past 10 days, the three of them were not idle, but continued to look for monsters to hunt. Unfortunately, they had few gains. At first, the three of them hadn't realized what was going on. Later, they suddenly remembered that the terrifying sound might have spread throughout the sun. Even a top 7th level evolutionist in the Sun realm was half dead. Some monsters are likely to die, right? Once the monster dies, they will naturally be unable to find the target again by using the previous methods. However, after all, it took time to find it, and the three of them got nothing. In the end, they found some dead monster corpses and picked up some energy beads from them. Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Qiang were both very happy about this. After all, they could get free energy beads without taking action. Who doesn't like this? But Shen Fei felt extremely uncomfortable. After all, the dead monsters have no dog head to harvest. But Shen Fei finally accepted the result. It can only be said that Yang Zhi's aftermath is good and bad. The good thing is that he easily harvested a dog's head worth 100 attribute points, and the bad thing is that he lost the opportunity to harvest other dogs' heads. Based on the previous 10 days of gain, Shen Fei cannot say that he has lost this wave, and he can only say that he has no loss or profit. 10 days later, Shen Fei and the other two arrived at the place they had agreed to be in advance and waited, but at the time they agreed, Yang Zhi did not come for a long time. This made the three of them a little confused. Starry Sky level evolvers don't have the concept of time? And just as Shen Fei and the other two were waiting, they were somewhere on the surface of the sun. Wow! With a slight fluctuation, 3 figures suddenly appeared here. Among these 3 figures, the leader was a woman with a cold face. She was wearing a light blue mechanical coat, which was shining with radiance, making the already cold woman's temperament even colder. Behind the woman were 2 young men, but both of them were nervous at this moment. "Sister, do we really want to get along with that star-level evolver?" One of the men wearing black mechanical coat looked around and couldn't help asking. "I didn't want to mess with him, but this bastard came to snatch our monster. We took such a lot of effort to find a level 9 monster, and he just snatched it. Are you willing?" The woman asked coldly. "I'm not willing to give up, but he is at the starry sky level," the man said again. "So what about the starry sky level? Have we never killed the starry sky level? Besides, I can be injured by my wee light blade. This guy is not a high-level starry sky level. What are you afraid of?" The woman snorted coldly, and she followed. "This time, we won't fight him head-on. A battle broke out on the sun before, but he shouldn't have dealt with the monster in the core of the sun, otherwise he wouldn't have come to grab our energy ball. After all, the level 9 energy ball is useless to him. This guy does this, I guess he might be using that level 9 energy ball to ask other evolvers with special virtual realm talents to help him." Hearing this, both of them nodded, which was indeed the greatest possibility. "This time, we will give him a mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind," the woman sneered. "As soon as we get the energy ball, we will use our void realm talent to instantly return to the safe zone of the mysterious people on Earth. At that time, no matter how angry he is, he will be incompetent and furious." "Sister. Wise." The other 2 saw that the woman was determined to do this, so they had to nod and agree. "Then fight hard. If you really succeed, the gains will definitely be quite big." 241 Chapter 234 The action begins. Shen Fei and the other 2 waited on the spot for about 10 minutes, and finally, a long-awaited figure appeared here. "Sorry, I encountered a little accident." Yang Ji didn't explain much, and Shen Fei and the other 2 didn't ask much. Just come and nothing else mattered. "Mr. Yang Ji, have the poison been prepared?" Xia Qiang suddenly asked. "Of course." Yang Ji smiled slightly, his hand in an instant, 10 white pills about the size of a fruit core appeared. "Is this the super toxin?" Shen Fei's expression on his face was a bit strange, and he looked ordinary. "The real toxin is wrapped in the shell, which is specially made by me and will dissolve only when it encounters a high temperature of more than 15 million degrees. Yang Ji explained and handed the 10 pills to Shen Fei. Shen Fei took the pill and realized in his heart that the monster was in the core of the sun. Apart from the terrifying high temperature of 15 million degrees that can be created by high-level evolvers who are good at this aspect, it is probably only the core of the sun that has this temperature. In addition, this is the antidote. Yang Ji took out 2 more green potions, and there were even rolling bubbles in the potion. "You 2 drink one by one," Yang Ji said. "My poison is not a joke. If you 2 get a little bit, you will be helpless. It's better to prevent it as soon as possible." This antidote. Shen Fei took the gurgling potion, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his heart, but he turned his head and looked at it, and found that Xia Qiang had no hesitation at all, and drank it in one sip. Tisk. Shen Fei sighed and was also bored. He was not worried that this thing would be poisonous. No matter how he thought about it, Yang Ji had no reason to cheat them now. Finally, Yang Ji handed over a bracelet with 8 crystals inlaid to the two of them. This is the virtual realm prop that Yang Ji promised before, which can withstand starry sky level attacks. No further ado, let's do it now. A smile appeared on Yang Ji's face. This time, he had 2 helpers, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang, and he was full of confidence. The core of the sun is not a very small area. Here, there are endless nuclear reactions, with a wide range. You can see some water splashes when you throw 100 earths in. According to the location provided by Yang Ji, the blurred Xia Qiang took Shen Fei to a certain place in the core of the sun. See it. A trace of shock flashed in Shen Fei and Xia Qiang's eyes. Big, it's too big. This monster is somewhat similar to the level 6 monster on Earth, and has a huge head and countless tentacles. But the size of the two is not on the same level, and the height of this monster is probably more than 5,000 kilometers. Although it is not as good as the Earth, its total volume has exceeded that of a relatively small planet like Mercury. Shen Fei sighed in his heart. No wonder even the star-level evolvers had to poison to deal with this monster. Not to mention anything else, just looking at this body shape, this monster has endless power in every move. Call. The two continued to move forward, and there were several layers of energy layers visible to the naked eye around the monster, which were the protection methods of these monsters. But under Xia Qiang's Void Realm talent, the two of them easily passed through energy layers and soon came to the vicinity of the monster. Wow! Xia Qiang opened the Void Realm props given by Yang Ji, and suddenly, an invisible force field enveloped the two of them. Thanks to this starry sky level virtual realm prop, otherwise, it would be a problem for me to withstand the high temperature of 15 million degrees when I was not in the virtual state. A trace of inexplicable expression appeared on Xia Qiang's face. She was really too weak. On the surface of the sun, it is okay for her to rely solely on herself, but once she removes the immersion of the sun without any preparation, it will be gone in an instant. Don't talk about you, it's not good for me to resist such a high temperature now. Shen Fei said casually. It's just not feeling good. Xia Qiang glanced at Shen Fei and didn't know what to say, so she simply said directly, "Be ready, I'm going to quit the blur." Shen Fei became serious when he heard this. He took out a poisonous white pill. Call. Xia Ming relieved the imaginary change, and Shen Fei suddenly threw the pill in his hand towards the giant creature not far away. Laugh! 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 The white pill quickly dissolved under the terrifying high temperature outside, and strands of silver-white liquid appeared around. And at the moment these liquids appeared, they disappeared there as if they were completely destroyed by the terrifying high temperature. But Shen Fei and Xia Qiang both knew that not only did not disappear, but were still spreading around quickly. A sense of extreme danger came to my heart, and Shen Fei didn't need to remind him. Xia Qiang started the blur without hesitation. I felt danger for just a moment, so far away. Xia Qiang exclaimed. Of course, she did not hesitate, but continued to maintain the emptiness and took Shen Fei to the next place. Yang Ji gave Shen Fei 10 pills to let him put these 10 pills in different positions. After all, this monster is so big that it only poisons in one place, and its efficiency is obviously too low. As Yang Ji expected, although Shen Fei and Xia Qiang kept making small moves around the huge monster, the monster ignored their intentions at all. After all, compared to that monster, the two were too small. Of course, smallness is not the key is that the two people contain too little energy. Needless to say, Xia Qiang doesn't even have an energy core, and she relies on absorbing energy from the outside world at all times to maintain herself. Even Shen Fei's real realm is just the third level of the Sun realm. The energy of the third level of the Sun realm is really worth mentioning in front of this monster. So, the monster really didn't react at all to the little movements of the two. And just as the two of them were constantly moving around the huge monster, at this moment, somewhere inside the sun, 2 men and 1 woman who had quietly come to the surface of the sun before were standing there. An energy shield was supported around them to resist the terrifying temperature. And in front of the 3 of them, a virtual screen was floating. In that virtual screen, a behemoth of 5,000 kilometers stood there. This monster is probably not an ordinary starry sky level. No wonder that the starry sky level evolver failed to get rid of the other party for the first time. A man wearing a black mechanical coat said in amazement. I think you should look at this more. Another man reached out and clicked on the virtual screen. Blinked, and the virtual screen quickly enlarged. 2 figures appeared in the eyes of the 3. Oh! 2 strange evolvers, that starry sky level evolver really asked for help. The woman in the lead snorted coldly, and she immediately said. But what are these 2 people doing? I can't see it, but it's nothing more than arranging some powerful technological weapons or using poison. The man shook his head and said. However, it's okay to be a technological weapon. If it's a poisonous weapon, we have to be careful and don't get hit. Well, let's act according to the situation. The woman nodded slightly. Anyway, they were yellow birds, and no matter what the other party had, they would have to be exposed later. 242 Chapter 235 Jin Zioxios Information. Time is passing. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang had already thrown down 8 poison pills in 8 positions. In the process, everything went very smoothly without any surprises. However, just as Xia Qiang continued to take Shen Fei to the next place, Shen Fei stopped her. Sister Xia Qiang, I think it's almost done. Shen Fei said. Xia Qiang was slightly stunned. Well, what I mean is that Yang Ji didn't say he wanted to use all these poison pills anyway, right? Shen Fei coughed dryly, and Xia Qiang suddenly understood Shen Fei's thoughts. Those who see each other will share. Shen Fei handed a white pill to Xia Qiang, and Xia Qiang silently took it and put it in the space of the evolutionary proof without any guilt. Looking at Xia Qiang's skillful movements, Shen Fei also felt secretly in his heart that he was worthy of Xia Qiang, and he was easily corrupted by the treasure. This pill should be a virtual realm prop and can be brought into other virtual realm worlds. A super toxin that can work on starry sky level life is a big killer, so Shen Fei had the idea of deducting 1 or 2 from the beginning. Of course, the key is that Yang Ji only used 10 ordinary poison pills at the beginning and thought about dealing with this monster. There is no reason why the 8 super poison pills that he has increased will not work now. Since it is all useful, there is not much difference between using 8 or 10. In fact, if Shen Fei hadn't had the idea of directly poisoning this super monster with his luck, he wouldn't have even used 8 poison pills. 6, no, 5 are enough. Even more than enough. Call. Xia Qiang maintained the blur and soon took Shen Fei to the edge of the core of the sun. The next big battle is not to be missed. Neither Shen Fei nor Xia Qiang had the idea of leaving the sun core immediately. A battle at the starry sky level? Haven't seen it yet. Aftermath of the battle? It can be completely ignored. However, just as the two were excitedly preparing to watch a battle, suddenly, a virtual screen appeared above Shen Fei's evolutionary certificate. Jin Zioxio's phantom was projected. Oh? Miss Xiao Xiao, are you out of the sun? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao and he immediately asked. Because a war may break out at any time, Xia Qiang is not by Jin Zioxio's side and cannot help her to vaguely. So before the official operation began, Jin Xiao Xiao drove the spaceship away from the sun first, so as not to be affected by the terrifying aftermath again. I'm already outside. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded, but she said with a serious expression. But there may be some problems on your side. Oh. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang were slightly stunned. I detected an abnormal signal, and it was initially speculated that someone was monitoring you. Jin Xiao Xiao said. Is it Yang Ji? Shen Fei and Xia Qiang both felt a little shocked. Damn, the fact that they had ignorant of 2 poison pills was exposed? It's not Yang Ji. I've captured his detection signal before, and this time it's obviously different. Jin Xiao Xiao said. I suspect there is a third wave of people on the sun, and the target is likely to be that monster. But this time in this virtual realm world, Yang Ji is a star-level evolver. Who dares to take action? Shen Fei was a little confused. The gap between the starry sky level and the sun realm is much larger than that between the sun realm and the new moon realm. Although the new moon realm evolvers can easily find a bunch of existences who can fight against the low-level sun realm alone, it is difficult for the sun realm to compete with the starry sky level. For example, Xia Chenjiun, the power of the same level of spiritual power may give him 1,000 times more than the 9 level of the ordinary sun realm, but he was still just touching the edge of the starry sky level. Even if an evolver only reaches the 3rd level of the new moon in the new moon realm, and his highest strength in the sun realm is only the 7th level of the sun realm, but as long as he can become the starry sky level, it is much stronger than the 9th level of the sun realm. Of course, the premise is to reach the starry sky level. According to one of the two major conditions for breaking through the starry sky level, and fully mastering one's own evolution method, the difficulty of breaking through the starry sky level in the 9th level of the Sun realm is obviously much smaller than that in the 7th level. After all, there is a complete internal circulation of evolution in the 9th level of the Yakin realm, while the internal circulation of the evolutionist who has reached its peak at the 7th level of the Yakin realm is ultimately incomplete, and the difficulty of breaking through is naturally high. I don't know this, but there is no simpler adventurer in the Void realm that comes to this world this time. Especially, the 9th level of the Sun realm with the talent of Void realm, it is hard to say what kind of strength it has. Jin Xiao Xiao said. Shen Fei nodded as well. Indeed, in this virtual realm world, there is no simple thing for virtual realm adventurers. Looking back at the people he killed. At the beginning, on Earth, it was purely bullying the weak. He has the strength of nearly the 7th level of the Sun realm, but his opponents are about the 5th level of the Sun realm. In this way, he still used the small photon cage to steadily take down the dogs' heads. The main contribution to dealing with the red-haired man at the 7th level of the Sun realm on the surface of the Sun was Yang Zhi's aftermath. Otherwise, if Shen Fei continued to fight, he would not know if he could win. After all, no one knows whether the other party has a trump card or something. In this case, it is hard to say where the limit of an evolutionist at the 9th level of the Sun realm is. Xia Qinjiun is strong, but he cannot use the talent of the virtual realm, and he only relies on the empire with an average technological level of 80,000 years ago. On the other hand, the 9th level of the Sun realm that appears here not only may have any perverted virtual realm talents, but more importantly, they may take out some powerful weapons. If there is really a third party, they are likely to be ready to wait for Yang Zhi to kill the monster and then take the opportunity to seize the energy ball. Xia Qiang suddenly spoke, and Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao were silent when they heard this. Although it is a familiar routine, it has to be said that this is indeed the greatest possibility. The key is that in this virtual world, this routine is really useful. As long as someone can hold the killer, the rest can easily take away the energy ball. Miss Xiao Xiao, have you told Yang Zhi the news? Shen Fei asked suddenly. I can't contact him, but I know where he is. You go find him. Jin Xiao Xiao said, sending a coordinate to the two of them. Seeing this coordinate, Xia Qiang did not hesitate. She took Shen Fei toward the other side quickly. In fact, Xia Qiang, in a virtual state, was far faster than Shen Fei's speed even if he kept teleporting. They also had the virtual realm props given by Yang Zhi, so in theory there was no problem flying in the core of the Sun. But both of them did not mention this matter tacitly. It was more important than telling Yang Zhi that their safety was more important. The core situation of the Sun is now turbulent, and the blurred state is obviously much safer than normal flight and rushing. Just as the two of them were rushing towards the other side at a rapid speed, suddenly, a violent vibration came from the core of the Sun that had been calm. Boom! 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 The rumbling sound kept ringing, and there were still roars, but it was obvious that the roars were mixed with a lot of pain. It's that monster! Shen Fei immediately reacted, and the toxin worked. It seems that your ability speeds up the time of toxin attacks. Xia Qiang said thoughtfully, according to what Yang Zhi said, it should be a chronic toxin, but how long has it been? The toxin explodes? There is no doubt that it was Shen Fei's credit. It's possible. Shen Fei was still nodding, but the next moment. Rumble. An extremely vast energy suddenly burst out. Even without the help of any instruments, Shen Fei and Xia Qian could feel the incredible energy. And with this energy, dong, dong, dong. Flashes of familiar sounds followed. Yang Ji has taken action. Shen Fei frowned slightly. It was understandable that Yang Ji took action at this time. He obviously didn't want to give the monster a chance to breathe. But the problem is, someone is staring at him. You said, if there is really an accident later, is it possible for us to get the energy ball first? Xia Qian's voice suddenly rang. When Shen Fei heard this, his eyes lit up. This seems to be able to operate. 243 Chapter 236 The aureole appears. At this time, in the core of the sun, an extremely terrifying huge black shadow was churning wildly, and tentacles stirred the infinite matter and energy around them, causing a terrifying explosion to occur in every part of the core of the sun. This monster is really crazy. If this continues, the sun may soon usher in a period of decline and then trigger a supernova explosion. Outside the core of the sun, a man wearing a black mechanical suit looked at the various data on a virtual screen with an extremely serious expression. If the internal matter of the star of the sun reacts normally, it will be enough to shine and heat for billions of years. But now, the monsters over 5,000 kilometers are exploding their power in the core of the sun so crazy, which will inevitably lead to a large amount of matter being wasted, and the reaction of the core of the sun will also accelerate. Even such strength, even a monster will not have low wisdom. If it is normal, it will not choose to take the initiative to demolight. Another man said calmly. The appearance of this only means that it is very painful and cannot take into account other things. It seems that the method of the starry sky level evolver is some kind of toxin, and this toxin is very terrifying. You must be careful. The woman in the lead said with a serious expression. I understand. Both of them nodded. At the same time, Yang Ji, who had already burst out of strength, was even more shocked. He gave a chronic toxin. Now, he felt like he had become a strong toxin. That Void Realm talent named Shen Fei is too exaggerated. It's the first time I have seen such an exaggerated Void Realm talent. Yang Ji was extremely shocked. The normal Void Realm talent is all kinds of fancy effects, which can directly increase the upper limit of Void Realm props. Moreover, it is indeed extremely outrageous for Void Realm talent to be improved by such a huge amount. However, Yang Ji didn't think much about it at this time. If it is late, change will occur and the battle will be resolved as soon as possible. Thinking about it, Yang Ji's whole body had already burst out with endless light, and endless energy burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, an energy ocean spreading tens of thousands of kilometers was formed. This ocean is filled with countless subtle fluctuations. Although these fluctuations are inconspicuous, each of them contains terrifying lethality. It is these fluctuations that form the fight aftermath that can even kill the high-level Sun realm. As for sound, it is just a manifestation of this fluctuation. At this time, the endless ocean of energy quickly completely submerged the huge monster. If it was a monster that fought with Yang Ji for the first time, it could easily break free from it. But this time, it was deeply trapped in it, just like a drowning person, and could only struggle in it. Endless energy continued to gush out from Yang Ji's body, and the monster's struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, the monster's struggle stopped. Yang Ji, who was constantly outputting energy, also stopped. Call. The endless energy dissipated, and only a huge monster corpse was left in the place. It is indeed a corpse. Although the monster's surface is still intact, most of the molecular structure in its body has been destroyed. Now this corpse is only empty. Easy, so easy. A smile appeared on Yang Ji's face. It was indeed a good deal to exchange 2 level 9 energy crystals that he could not use for these 2 helpers. At this time, not far away. Diet. Shen Fei looked at the monster that was already motionless nervously, and his body was not damaged at all. He should not be dead, right? It's very likely that he's dead. Look at the smile on Yang Ji's face. Xia Qian pointed to the distance, and Shen Fei also took a look. Suddenly, his heart sank slightly. Good guy, smiling so brightly. However, before Shen Fei could think more, suddenly, without any warning, a woman wearing ice blue mechanical armor appeared in front of Yang Ji. For a moment, the smile on Yang Ji's face froze. Is it you? Yang Ji recognized the person. Because he agreed to give Shen Fei a level 9 energy ball, he grabbed a level 9 energy ball when collecting some auxiliary materials for super toxins. This woman is the victim. It's a pity that I'm innocent and Menjao, and there's a hint of coldness on people's faces. Of course, whoever grabs the energy ball will belong to whom. Yang Ji wanted to say something, but the next moment, his expression changed slightly, and he felt a faint fluctuation of energy entering the monster's body. Court death. Yang Ji was instantly angry. He realized that this Sun Realm evolution was actually here to grab his energy ball, and that the other party had already entered the dead monster's body. He really didn't expect that these people were so brave. However, at this time, Yang Ji didn't care to teach this woman a lesson. He once again burst into endless energy and headed straight for the monster's corpse. If he is one step later and the opponent really gets the energy ball, he will regret it. However, just at the moment when Yang Ji broke out, call, call, call. The endless energy wall condensed out, directly covering the surroundings, preventing Yang Ji from spreading his moves. Boom! 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 Yang Ji's energy ocean is extremely terrifying. These energy walls cannot be stopped at all, and energy walls are shattering rapidly. However, Yang Ji soon discovered something was wrong. These energy walls really seemed to be infinite. As much as he erases, he could condense around him. Although each energy wall did not hinder him much, it accumulated but failed to touch the monster in a short period of time. This is not the energy scale that a sun realm should have. A trace of doubt flashed through Yang Zhi's heart. The most important thing for the evolutionist in the sun realm is the qualitative change in the energy in the body. As for the amount of energy, of course there are also changes, but not much. Only when you reach the starry sky level can the energy scale truly begin to transform. As a star-level evolutionist continues to accumulate, the energy scale in his body will increase rapidly. Comparable to a star is just a small target. The energy in the most peak star-level evolutionist's body completely dispersed, and even can cover a small galaxy. In short, even if the evolved person in the sun realm is at the 9th level of the sun realm, there will not be so much energy burst out at the same time. I guess you're curious. The woman's slow voice came. It's okay to tell you. This is my void realm talent. I named it Energy Siphon. I can absorb external energy at will and convert it into the energy I need. In an environment like the core of the sun, my energy is endless. The woman said slowly. She didn't care about leaking the information, because it was nothing if the information was leaked. As long as Yang Zhi is willing to listen to this information, his speed will slow down, which will help delay time. And she has only one purpose, that is, to delay time. Humph, endless. Yang Zhi suddenly stopped controlling the spread of the ocean of energy. It seems that you have to recognize the reality. Yang Zhi snorted coldly, and in an instant, the ocean of energy surged towards the woman. Scared me? I haven't killed it before. The woman was not afraid at all. While waiting before, she relied on her void realm talent to accumulate endless energy in advance. At this moment, most of them were released by her at one time. At the same time, the ice blue technological armor on her body also burst out with a faint light. In an instant, an energy giant as high as 100 miles appeared. Boom! 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 The energy ocean controlled by Yang Zhi is harsh as it surged. The energy giant was still standing in it although it was blurred. 244 Chapter 237 The 8th level dog head in the sun realm. At this time, inside the monster's body, Xia Qian was carrying Shen Fei, rapidly penetrated the structures that looked like mountain walls. After discovering that there was indeed a yellow bird appear, the two of them entered the monster without any hesitation. However, it is not that easy to find the energy ball. After all, this monster is as high as 5,000 kilometers, and the height of the head alone is more than 2,000 kilometers. Putting this head on the earth may be larger than the land area of China. This monster in the virtual realm world cannot be detected by any information means, and the same is true for the energy ball in their bodies. It is definitely not easy to find a small energy ball in such a big head. Fortunately, Shen Fei killed so many monsters before, so he naturally knew that the energy ball generally exists at the center of the monster's head, and this monster should be no exception. So, the two of them were moving towards the center quickly. That woman should be at the 9th level of the sun realm. Unexpectedly, she could really block Yang Zhi. Shen Fei was actually a little curious about this battle. Unfortunately, the energy ball of this monster is more important now. If it is in the virtual realm, I believe that brother Shen Fei will be able to reach this point sooner or later. I even think you will kill the starry-level evolver in the Sun Realm. Xia Qiang smiled slightly. Accept your good words. Shen Fei smiled confidently. As long as the attributes continue to be superimposed, no matter how big the gap between the Sun Realm and the starry sky level is, it will sooner or later be smoothed out. During the flight and teleportation, the two of them quickly arrived in a huge space that was dozens of kilometers wide. Energy Ball. Shen Fei saw the location of the center of this space at a glance. There is a huge piece of connective tissue, and wrapped in the connective tissue is a sphere emitting a milky white light. However, this energy ball is a bit amazing, hundreds of meters high. You should know that the energy balls in the monsters before, even the 9th level energy balls, were only the size of a palm. Is this an energy ball? Xia Qiang was a little suspicious. It must be, let's go there. Shen Fei didn't say much, Xia Qiang nodded, and she quickly took Shen Fei to teleport there several times in a row. This energy ball is not easy to take out. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang stared at the huge energy ball wrapped in countless connective tissues. After thinking for a while, they finally came to the conclusion that they could only use stupid methods. Dig. Xia Qiang remained in a state of imaginary state, but she let go of Shen Fei. The physical Shen Fei was surrounded by a force field, which was naturally the virtual realm prop that Yang Zhi lent to them. This virtual realm prop can withstand the attack at the starry sky level. If he didn't have this thing, he would not dare to withdraw from the virtual state at will. You should know that the companion of the 9th level evolutionist outside of the Sun Realm must have come to this monster's body. Dig. Xia Qiang urged. This can only be done by Shen Fei. After all, it is the body of a starry sky level monster. Even if it is dead, Xia Qiang can't do anything to his body tissues in a 4th level of the Crescent Moon realm. Shen Fei is a little bit likely. Shen Fei was silent for a moment and he took out the knife. Shen Fei slashed hard. Unexpectedly, a large piece of connective tissue was easily cut in half. That's it. Shen Fei was suddenly shocked. This was the body of a starry sky level monster. How could it be so crispy? In fact, Shen Fei's sword is extremely sharp, and the physical structure of this monster has long been completely destroyed by Yang Zhi, so it is naturally easy for him to cut it. At this time, Shen Fei didn't think too much. He continued to cut the connective tissue on the surface of the energy ball in a crazy way, and soon, most of the energy balls nearly 100 meters high were exposed naked. But at this moment, whoosh! A dark energy beam suddenly burst out from a distance and instantly hit Shen Fei. Boom! After a muffled sound, Shen Fei was directly knocked to the edge of this huge space. Of course, Shen Fei had nothing to do because of the protection of the energy stance on the surface of his body. He quickly got up and stared into the distance. There, a man in a black tech suit flew over from the other side and headed straight for the energy ball. What a bright colorful dog head! Shen Fei's attention at this time was not on the man's appearance at all, but on the dog's head on the other party's head. This person's dog head is brighter than that of the 7th level red-haired man in the Sun Realm. In other words, he is either at the 8th level of the Sun Realm or at the 7th level of the Sun Realm with the talent of the Void Realm. No matter which one is easy to deal with. Shen Fei thought seriously in his heart. At this time, the man had already replaced Shen Fei's work and began to cut the remaining connective tissue. He obviously wanted to get the energy ball as soon as possible. Damn, I didn't take me seriously, this is it. Shen Fei thought for a moment, and he rushed forward with his knife. However, facing Shen Fei's angrily slash, the man just stretched out his hand and easily took it off after a layer of black light flashed. I remember, you are an evolutionist in the Crescent Realm. The man looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. The reason why he ignored Shen Fei just now was because he confirmed Shen Fei's identity in advance. However, it would be fine if this guy could catch him and never die. It can be understood as having Void Realm props, but why is the attack so powerful? It's almost approaching the threshold of the 7th level Sun Realm. There is no reason why the Gunseong Meiju asks to call saying. Shen Fei snorted coldly, and he attacked again without hesitation. Unfortunately, in just a moment, he was blown away. There is no doubt that this man is not the 7th level of the Sun Realm with the talent of the Virtual Realm, but the real 8th level of the Sun Realm Evolver. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. In fact, the man did not deal with Shen Fei seriously. First, he realized that Shen Fei had a very strong Void Realm prop on his body, and he could not do anything to Shen Fei in a short time. Secondly, the energy ball is the key. However, Shen Fei, who was bombarded, did not give up, and he soon rushed up again. As a result, he was bombarded by a man again. After repeating this 7 or 8 times, the man finally cut off all the connective tissue and the entire energy ball was taken out by him. However, just as the man was about to leave with the energy ball, suddenly, he felt that his eyes suddenly became pitch black. An extreme pain instantly enveloped the man's body, but the pain lasted for a moment. Because, in this short moment, the man was already dead. Bang! A corpse fell down weakly, and the huge energy ball also fell from his hand and rolled rapidly into the distance. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 200. Your current attributes are: Attack, 729. Speed, 791. Defense, 729. Physical Constitution, 729. Understanding, 729. Evolutionary Talent, 729. You have completed the 6th stage attribute superposition and you have obtained 64 free attribute points. Shen Fei tapped the 64 free attributes on the speed with his backhand, turning it into 855. Then, a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Does this guy really treat him as a sandbag that he likes to be beaten? Shen Fei knew from the beginning that if he could not harvest the dog's head by relying solely on his normal means, even if he used a small photon cage, he would probably be crushed by the other party. so he decided to use the poison pill that he had secretly detained from Yang Ji before. Of course, if this poison pill is used directly, it is likely to poison this high-level Sun realm, because it is poisonous enough, not to mention that it can also get Shen Fei's attribute bonus. However, to be on the safe side, Shen Fei still used a strategy. Shen Fei deliberately rushed up again and again, making the other party think that he was delaying time and waiting for Yang Ji to arrive. In fact, he was waiting for the opportunity to poison. When the opponent cut off the last piece of connective tissue and obtained the energy ball, it was probably the moment he wanted. After all, the energy ball had already reached his hands. Shen Fei also seized this opportunity and took action decisively. Sure enough, this man didn't notice any abnormality at all, so he was dead. Humph, humph. Shen Fei stood there and couldn't help but tease him in a strange tone. Added 200 attributes at once. He didn't feel much of a big deal just now, but now he feels a little drifty. The key is, this kill is too easy. It was even easier than picking up the head of a red-haired man last time. After all, before picking up the head of a red-haired man last time, he was beaten up by the other party. And this time, although he was also beaten, he had no harm at all because of the virtual realm props with starry sky level defense. This is the charm of advanced virtual realm props. Shen Fei naturally understood in his heart what was the reason why he could harvest such a high-level dog head so easily. With his strength, if he didn't have 2 high-level virtual realm props in his body, he would never be an opponent of an 8th-level evolver in the Sun realm. The energy ball collected this time can be exchanged for virtual realm props. Maybe I can consider changing to some advanced virtual realm props. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. 245 Chapter 238 Choice. The huge energy ball rolled out more than 10 kilometers in one breath. Finally, Shen Fei came to the front of the energy ball and stopped it with one hand. Swish! Xia Qiang also teleported here. She looked at the huge energy ball, and a trace of thought flashed in her eyes. Can your virtual realm talent cover such a large range? Shen Fei asked directly. The scope of virtualization of Xia Qiang's talent in the virtual realm is not infinite. There is no way she can completely blur whatever she comes into contact with. This energy ball is as high as 100 meters, and Xia Qiang may not be able to blur it. If they cannot empty it, and the space for the two of them to achieve the evolutionary evidence cannot accommodate this thing, then they will not be able to take it away. If it was a proof of Jin Xiaoxiao's evolution, it might be fine, but unfortunately, Jin Xiaoxiao didn't come. Can. Xia Qiang nodded. She could not do it if she had just awakened the talent of the Void Realm, but after so long, her talent of the Void Realm has become much stronger. The talent of the Virtual Realm can indeed become stronger, otherwise Jin Xiaoxiao and Xia Qiang would not have any doubts about the increasingly terrifying Shen Fei. At this time, Shen Fei heard Xia Qiang say yes, and he nodded thoughtfully. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang looked at each other, and both of them realized a problem. If they just empty the energy ball and run away with this energy ball and quickly return to the safe area of the Earth, would they have harvested a Starry Sky level super energy ball and a virtual realm prop that can resist Starry Sky level evolvers? Of course, the two of them can also wait here, waiting for Yang Ji to solve the 9th level evolutionist of the Sun realm, and then return the energy ball to him. In this way, the two of them gained 2 level 9 energy balls. Not mentioning the Void Realm props, the 9th level energy ball and the Starry Sky level energy ball are definitely incomparable. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang thoughtfully, and he said, "Sister Xia Qiang, what do you think?" "So that's what you think?" Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei with a smile. "I think so, but let's decide whether to leave or stay." Shen Fei said, "If you want to walk out of your left hand, if you stay, you will use your right hand." "Okay." Xia Qiang nodded. The next moment, the two of them reached out their hands at the same time. Xia Qiang's hand in the blurred state overlaps with Shen Fei's hand in the physical state. Of course, this is not important. What matters is that both of them have their right hands. Shen Fei and Xia Qiang both looked at each other in surprise. "I remember, you have the habit of back-pricking partners. Have you changed now?" Xia Qiang sighed. After hearing this, Shen Fei's face suddenly turned dark. "How long has it been since it happened, right? I have always thought you have no bottom line and do everything. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand such a great temptation." Shen Fei snorted coldly. Does this guy Xia Qiang really have no bottom line? He had previously proposed to detain 2 poison pills, but didn't Xia Qiang take one without saying a word? If Xia Qiang chose to run away with the energy ball, it would be no surprise that Shen Fei would be. As for Shen Fei himself, he always thought he had been a good person. Unless it was involved in Doghead, his bottom line was still not low. "That means you don't know me enough." Xia Qiang smiled slightly, and she didn't say anything more, but asked, "What should I do now?" "What else can I do? Let's wait here," Shen Fei said. If Yang Ji was killed by a 9th level evolutionist in the Sun realm, then he would be too terrible. It would be natural for us to take this energy ball. It makes sense. Xia Qiang nodded quite agreeingly. In fact, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang didn't wait too long, just a moment. Call. A figure suddenly passed through the monster's corpse and came to this space in a flash. This is naturally Yang Ji. Are you guys? Yang Ji quickly sensed the situation in this space, and soon he had a guess in his mind. The corpse that fell to the ground should be from the 9th level evolutionist of the Sun realm. He came to grab the energy ball but was killed by Shen Fei and Xia Qiang. "We will protect this energy ball for you." Shen Fei smiled and patted the huge energy ball behind him. "Thank you, I'm really not wrong with you." Yang Ji quickly realized that the two of them actually had a better choice, but they didn't do it. At the beginning, he lent the precious virtual realm prop to them for use, which was also based on this. He really looks at people accurately. It's just a small matter, but the reward mentioned before. Shen Fei did not hesitate and directly mentioned the reward. "I'm ready." Yang Ji smiled slightly, and 2 level 9 energy balls soon appeared in his hand, and they were handed over to the two of them respectively. After thinking about it, Yang Ji took out 10 more 8-level energy balls. I have collected these things easily and I have given them to you, just treat them as thanks. Yang Ji said with a smile. Haha, please be polite. Shen Fei took the 10 level 8 energy balls without hesitation while holding them up. This is what they deserve, why don't you give it for free? Half an hour later, outside the Sun Corona layer, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang relied on the virtualization to pass through the spacecraft's shell and returned to the spacecraft. How is it? Jin Xiao couldn't wait to ask when she saw the two of them. As soon as the war broke out in the sun before, she could not detect much, and there were too many interferences. It's very smooth. Shen Fei smiled slightly, he briefly explained the process, and quickly took out the energy ball he obtained this time. According to what Yang Ji said, 10 level 8 energy balls should be similar to 1 level 9. Miss Xiao, I will give you these level 8 energy balls. Shen Fei handed over the 10 level 8 energy balls to Jin Xiao. After all, you got it. Jin Xiao glanced at Xia Qiang. If all these energy balls were obtained by Shen Fei, she would be welcome, but after all, there was still a share of Xia Qiang. Miss Jin, we agreed from the beginning to divide the energy ball equally, right? Xia Qiang smiled. Besides, if you didn't find those hidden yellow birds, what would happen if you didn't have Miss Jin? Yes. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. Jin Xiao played a very important role, but she didn't realize it herself. If she hadn't had the early warning, it would have been impossible for the two of them to enter the monster's body immediately as soon as the yellow bird appeared. At that time, they were probably still watching the battle from a distance. When they entered the monster's body, the starry sky level energy ball would probably have disappeared long ago. And if this starry sky level energy ball is lost, what do you know what Yang Ji's reaction is? Okay, I'll take these 8th level energy balls. Jin Xiao finally stopped hesitating. She took these energy balls, and at the same time she also looked at Xia Qiang twice more. This guy is very good, too. Jin Xiao muttered secretly that Xia Qiang had saved her life on the sun before, but now she agreed to share these energy balls with her without hesitation, which greatly increased her favorability. All of a sudden, I surpassed the summer Sora that I have known Jin Xiao for many years. 246 Chapter 239 Exchange for Void Realm Props. The three of them allocated the energy ball, and just as they were about to discuss where to go next, suddenly, call. A figure appeared in the spacecraft without warning. What? The three of them were shocked, but, immediately afterwards, they felt a little relieved. The visitor is Yang Ji. Didn't you go back to Earth? Shen Fei asked. I went back, but I suddenly remembered something halfway through the way, so I came back. Yang Ji said, and he asked immediately. Where are you going next? I haven't decided yet. Xia Qiang shook her head. Go back to the safe zone of the Earth. Yang Ji said in a deep voice, that 9th level of the Sun Realm is not dead. You killed her companions, if you continue outside, once you meet her, it will be troublesome. Yang Ji followed and looked at Xia Qiang again, and he said, even if you have a strong talent in the virtual realm, if she attacks, you will not be able to react. This. When Shen Fei and the other two were shocked when they heard Yang Ji's words. Indeed, if a level 9 of the Sun Realm suddenly takes action, Xia Qiang will definitely not be able to react. I'll go back with you. Yang Ji said again. Thank you. Shen Fei immediately thanked him. Obviously Yang Ji was preparing to be a bodyguard. It should. Yang Ji nodded with a smile. After half a day, the spacecraft fell on the Earth. Jin Xiao Xiao took out a bunch of tools and removed the spacecraft parts, while the engine was recycled. This spacecraft engine is a virtual realm prop and can be used in other virtual realm worlds. Even if Jin Xiao Xiao is rich and powerful, it is impossible to waste it casually. Your new Moon Realm team is the most perverted I have ever seen. Yang Ji looked at him, and he said in surprise. Shen Fei is too powerful, Xia Qiang's Void Realm talent, and Jin Xiao Xiao can also provide various logistical support. It's simply outrageous. It's over the win, but it's actually just average. Shen Fei said with a smile. But at this moment... Swish! Swish! Two figures suddenly appeared about 100 meters away from the four people. What's that? Shen Fei instantly discovered and looked at the two of them. This was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black technology armor, exactly the same as the 8th level Sun Realm that Shen Fei killed, while the woman was wearing an ice blue technology armor, which was obviously the 9th level Sun Realm that he fought with Yang Ji before. These two. Shen Fei was shocked. He didn't think it was a coincidence that these two people appeared here. They ran to the Earth to block them from the beginning, right? You are a star-level evolutionist, who is a bodyguard for these Crescent Moon realms. Isn't it embarrassing? The woman immediately understood that their plan must be a miscarriage when she saw Yang Ji. You don't need to worry about this. Yang Ji said coldly, I won't bother you on Earth, get out of here. Humph. The woman snorted coldly, and she suddenly looked at Shen Fei and Xia Qiang. My name is Helis, you two will remember it. The woman sneered, in the future, you'd better not touch me in the virtual world. After saying that, the man behind Hales put one hand on her shoulder. Swish! The figures of the two disappeared instantly. The teleportation-like virtual realm talent. When Shen Fei saw this scene, he instantly understood what these people had planned. They are probably preparing to grab the energy ball first, and then use this void realm talent to escape back to the Earth's safe zone immediately. At that time, Yang Ji will really have no choice but to do anything to them. Don't worry, there are so many worlds in the virtual realm, and you don't have a great chance of meeting her. Yang Ji's comforting voice rang. Xia Qiang nodded. Indeed, the world of virtual realm is endless, and the possibility of unlucky encountering this person is too low. Shen Fei didn't say much, but he actually hoped to meet these two people again. This time the virtual world is over, he will participate in the concentrated training of Imperial Elitization. During this period, it is more than enough to break through the 5th level of the new moon. Although it is difficult to break through the Sun realm at the 5th level of the new moon, his spiritual power is too powerful, enough to allow him to easily cross this threshold. The 4th level of the new moon breaks through the Sun realm, which is completely different from the 5th level of the new moon breaks through the Sun realm, and his current attribute bonus can be said to have made great progress. As long as he breaks through, the gap in strength between the two sides will be greatly narrowed. Even if he encounters a good operation, it may not be certain who loses and who loses. Everyone didn't care about this little episode, and they soon arrived near the small wooden house at the beginning. This is already a safe area, and no action is allowed here, so Shen Fei and the other two relaxed. It seems you have gained a lot. A calm voice sounded, and the next moment, the figure in the cloak walked out of the cabin. Yes, we want to exchange items. Shen Fei said directly. Everyone can only exchange items once. Are you sure you want to exchange them now? Asked the mysterious man. Sure. All of them nodded. Okay, who will come first? Asked the mysterious man again. You three are the first. Yang Zhi looked at the three of them. Hearing this, Shen Fei did not hesitate, and he was the first to step forward. Follow me in the house. The mysterious man didn't say much, and he took Shen Fei directly into the cabin. This small cabin looks ordinary from the outside. But when Shen Fei walked in, he found that it was extremely spacious inside. Shelves that could not be seen were placed inside. On those shelves, there were invisible energy, but the items that were present inside could be vaguely seen. Sit. The mysterious man led Shen Fei to a table. After he asked Shen Fei to sit down, he immediately said, "Where are the energy balls you got? Take them out." Good. Shen Fei did not hesitate, and he directly clicked on the evolution certificate, and 8 energy balls appeared on the table. Although there were not many, the level was high enough. 1 is 9, 2 is 6, and 7 is 5. Energy balls are divided into 3 categories. Level 1 to 3 energy balls can be exchanged for low-level energy, Level 1 energy balls can be exchanged for a little low-level energy, Level 2 10 points, and Level 3 100 points. Level 4 to 6 can be exchanged for intermediate energy, Level 4 energy balls can be exchanged for a little intermediate energy, Level 5 10 points, and Level 6 100 points. The mysterious man explained, and he quickly put away all the energy balls that Shen Fei took out. So, you have 100 high-level energy now and 270 intermediate energy points. These energy you all are available. What can these energy be exchanged for? Shen Fei asked. This is a list. The mysterious man clicked a little in front of him, and suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in front of Shen Fei. Shen Fei stroked the virtual screen a few times and found that there were billions of redemption items. Many. Shen Fei was amazed, but he didn't look at it much, but used the search function to search for spiritual source. Although others think that Shen Fei has the talent of the virtual realm, he actually doesn't have it. If he can have a talent of the virtual realm, Shen Fei will certainly not reject it. Low-level spiritual sources, intermediate spiritual sources, advanced spiritual sources. Shen Fei looked at the 3 results that appeared on this virtual screen. A low-level spiritual source requires 80 points of low-level energy, an intermediate spiritual source requires 80 points of intermediate energy, and an advanced spiritual source requires 80 points of advanced energy. Is there any difference between the 3 spiritual sources? Shen Fei looked at the mysterious man. No matter what kind of spiritual source it is, the possibility of awakening your talent in the virtual realm is 80%. The mysterious man said. However, after all, it is the acquired realm talent, and there is a gap between it and the innate realm talent. The higher the spiritual source, the smaller the gap. Of course, if you already have the talent of the virtual realm, the function of the spiritual source is to enhance your virtual realm talent. The more advanced the spiritual source you are, the more you enhance it. Can spiritual source only be used once? Shen Fei asked again. The spiritual source of the same level can only be used once. Oh. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. After considering it, he said, I want a high-level spiritual source. Well, I'll give me another intermediate one. After all, it is a talent in the virtual realm. If he can really awaken, Shen Fei will of course choose the best one, so there is no need to say how to exchange for the advanced spiritual source. But this thing has a success rate after all, although 80% is not low, it also has the possibility of failure. Just in case, Shen Fei asked for another intermediate spiritual source. If the advanced awakening fails, intermediate people can also try it again. He didn't believe it, and failed both times. 247 Please leave. Please leave for a day. Something happened today, I took a day off. 248 Chapter 240 Star Destroyer Weapon. After choosing the spiritual source, Shen Fei selected other virtual realm props. To be honest, there are too many easy Taos virtual realm props, which makes Shen Fei confused. For example, the resurrection props that can be resurrected on the spot, the flying props that greatly increase the speed of flight, and some special virtual realm tickets. Shen Fei wants them. But unfortunately, although Shen Fei's gains can be said to be very large, the props that can be redeemed are ultimately limited. In the end, Shen Fei, based on the principle of dog head first and dog head first, began to select props that can kill powerful dog heads. The attacking virtual realm props that can be exchanged for intermediate energy are generally effective for the 4th, 5th, and 6th level of the Sun realm, while the attacking virtual realm props that can be exchanged for advanced energy are effective for the 7th, 80th and 9th level of the Sun realm. Moreover, the virtual realm props that can be reused often only affect other Sun realm evolvers. If you want to kill with one blow, most of them are disposable props. The one-time prop is a loss. With my attribute bonus, in fact, only the normal power of this weapon can kill the 7th level of the Sun realm. Then the power after the bonus will have hope of killing the 9th level of the Sun realm. You must buy props that can be used multiple times. Shen Fei quickly made a decision in his heart. As time goes by, Jin Xiao and Xia Kaiyang are chatting together. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on Xia Kaiyang's face. Jin Xiao Xiao also noticed something was wrong and quickly looked towards the direction of the wooden house not far away. At this time, Shen Fei had already walked out of it, but there was still a huge figure on his shoulder. This is a gun barrel that is hundreds of meters long and more than 10 meters thick. Energy cannon. Jin Xiao Xiao quickly recognized the thing on Shen Fei's shoulder. After a moment, "You exchanged this thing?" Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei, who dropped the huge energy cannon on the ground with a bang, and couldn't help but ask. "No, most of the energy balls are used for the spiritual source." Shen Fei smiled and said, "The remaining energy balls were replaced by me with this energy cannon and relatively backup energy. This is almost the same." Jin Xiao Xiao wrapped her arms around her chest and nodded thoughtfully. Although Shen Fei already has the talent of the virtual realm, the spiritual source can also strengthen his talent of the virtual realm. It would be too much of a loss if he did not change the spiritual source. "How powerful is this energy cannon?" Xia Qiang asked curiously. "Even if you use it, as long as you can hit it, the mortality rate of the 8th level realm of the Sun realm is as high as 90%, the mortality rate of the 9th level realm of the Sun realm is as high as 10%, and 50% may be injured." Shen Fei skillfully said this data. "So strong?" Xia Qiang was shocked. "What kind of monster is it in the high-level Sun realm? A simple body can match some super materials, not to mention various evolutionary magic bonuses. Energy cannons that can kill this monster are no longer conventional weapons." "It's okay, too." Shen Fei nodded with a smile. "The energy cannon is the least efficient weapon to kill the evolvers. If you want to use the energy cannon to kill the evolvers, you must have a large amount of energy overflow. This energy cannon can kill the 8th level of the Sun realm, so it is estimated that it can be comparable to a small star destroyer in your hands." Jin Xiao Xiao calculated and quickly came to the conclusion. There are many types of star destroyers. Some can knock super-large planets like Jupiter into cosmic dust with one blow, while others only destroy the planet's structure and cause the planet to collapse on its own. If Shen Fei uses this energy cannon to attack a certain planet, it is not a problem to penetrate the core of the planet. It can be considered as star destroyer weapon. That's strong." Shen Fei was slightly stunned. He had never thought about this. "Anyway, you have to use this weapon with caution." Jin Xiao Xiao was a little helpless. This reckless man seemed to like to explode and explode. "Don't do the mission one day." Shen Fei first exploded the mission planet. "Okay." Shen Fei quickly agreed, and he followed. "Miss Xiao Xiao, is your space for evolutionary proof enough? If you have enough, please help me put it away first." "So big," Jin Xiao Xiao muttered, but she didn't say much, but clicked on the proof of evolution. Wow! A ray of light swept past, and the huge energy cannon disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Jin Zioxio's evolutionary evidence was enough, otherwise, how to bring this thing out would be a big problem. After Shen Fei came out, Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Qiang also entered the small wooden house one after another, and both of them exchanged what they wanted. However, the things they exchanged are not as exaggerated as Shen Fei. Apart from spiritual source, they are all fair state props. At this time, the three of them sat face to face on an open space, with a translucent bead in their hands. Inside the bead, there are wisps of colorful light, which is very gorgeous, similar to the brilliance contained in the virtual realm when riding the virtual realm train. Life and death are fate, wealth and honor are in the sky, let's start. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang and Jin Xiao Xiao with a serious expression. I am the only one who draws the lottery, why are you nervous? Jin Xiao Xiao snorted, and she didn't hesitate, and instantly crushed the beads in her hand. Call! 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 A large amount of colorful light burst out from the beads, covering Jin Xiao Xiao in an instant. Actually, I'm also a lottery draw. Shen Fei muttered in his heart. He did not hesitate and crushed the beads. In an instant, the same scene also happened to Shen Fei. At this moment, Shen Fei felt an indescribable feeling enveloped him. He shivered with trembling. In the vague situation, he seemed to see a foggy space. There were infinite dimensions in the space, but it was empty, except in the center, there was a figure. Bang! Everything was broken, and Shen Fei suddenly came back to his senses. At this moment, two pairs of eyes full of strange intentions were staring at him. What are you looking at? Shen Fei subconsciously retreated a little. I ended in 3 minutes, and Miss Jin only had 10 minutes, but you lasted for half an hour. Xia Qiang said. We are all high-level spiritual sources. Is there such a big gap? Half an hour. Shen Fei was slightly shocked, he clearly felt that a moment had passed. This doesn't matter. Your Void Realm talent should be enhanced, right? Jin Xiao Xiao asked. Well. Shen Fei was not in a hurry to answer. His mind moved slightly, and suddenly, lines of words appeared in front of him. Your current attributes are: Attack, 729. Speed, 855. Defense, 729. Physical Constitution, 729. Understanding, 729. Evolutionary Talent, 729. There is no doubt that the attribute point has not increased, which is normal. After all, his attribute bonus is not a virtual realm talent at all. Whose virtual realm talent can be used in reality? Unless it is a failure, I should have the real talent of the virtual realm. Shen Fei concentrated his senses, and soon he grabbed the slightest feeling. 249 Chapter 241 The Three People's Void Realm Talent. Wow! With Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Qiang's somewhat stunned eyes, Shen Fei suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared 100 meters away. Then, Shen Fei, who was 100 meters away, returned again. Are you too fast for us to see clearly, or are you teleporting? Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei in surprise. Telection. Shen Fei said. How come your virtual realm talent will have a teleportation effect after you strengthen it? Xia Qiang was full of questions. Shen Fei's virtual realm talent obviously had various amplitudes, but why did it suddenly become a space ability? Even if there is a derivative ability, it shouldn't be teleportation, right? It has nothing to do with both. Don't be surprised yet. As Shen Fei said that, he suddenly pointed at Xia Qiang again. What are you doing? Xia Qiang's extremely slow voice came, and Jin Zioxio's eyes were slightly widened. Has time slowed down? Jin Xiao asked. Yes. Shen Fei fell into deep thought, and he actually gained the ability to manipulate time and space. Of course, time can only accelerate and slow down, and space can only teleport. But to be honest, it is already very abnormal. Shen Fei quickly thought, and the flow rate of time around Xia Qiang returned to normal. Did you use time to slow down? Xia Qiang looked at Shen Fei with displeasure. Just now, the words of Jin Xiao and Shen Fei have become faster in her ears, but she still heard them clearly and naturally knew what was going on. But does Shen Fei have to find her when he experiments? Just do an experiment, don't be so stingy. Shen Fei smiled. Okay. But, what's going on? Xia Qiang frowned quickly. How could Shen Fei's Void Realm talent change like this? I can guess some reasons. Jin Zioxio's voice suddenly came. Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao with a look of surprise. He was still thinking about how to explain this matter. Jin Xiao already knew the reason? Xia Qiang looked over with curiosity. We humans, our senses are undoubtedly three-dimensional. Jin Xiao said. Shen Fei's Void Realm talent, his own amplitude could only involve strength and speed, but now, it is likely to involve senses. After his senses are increased, he may have some high-dimensional characteristics, which allows him to gain a certain degree of control over time and space to a certain extent. There is a typical example, that is, Xia Qiang. Jin Xiao looked at Xia Qiang and she said again. Your virtual realm talent is a high-dimensional ability, so you can still teleport after virtualization. I see. Xia Qiang suddenly realized something. She felt that what Jin Xiao said was very reasonable. Shen Fei was silent. What else can he say? Just agree at this time. Shen Fei followed up with a detailed test of his virtual realm talent. If he wanted to compare the distance, his teleportation ability would be compared with the Wang Xianyang who specialized in this area before. Even compared to Xia Qiang, he would be defeated in seconds. His teleportation distance is currently only a few hundred meters. However, although the distance is short, he teleports fast. Shen Fei can teleport more than 100 times in 1 second with all his strength, which is far from Xia Qiang. The super-fast teleportation speed means that Shen Fei can use this move in high-intensity combat. The limits of time acceleration and time deceleration are 10 times. Moreover, whether it is time acceleration or time deceleration, it is done for a certain target, not a region. In addition, whether it is time acceleration or time deceleration, it can only use one type at the same time, and there is only one target that can be marked. This Void Realm talent has made me much stronger. Shen Fei was extremely excited. The high-frequency teleportation greatly improves his flexibility. If time acceleration is used on himself, it is equivalent to allowing him to obtain 10 times the speed. If time slows down on his opponent, it is to slow down the opponent's speed by 10 times. Can this be not strong? After figuring out his own changes, Shen Fei finally remembered that Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Kaiyang also used advanced spiritual sources. How are you two's Void Realm talent? Shen Fei asked suddenly. I can only say that I am a high-level spiritual source. Xia Kaiyang smiled and said. My blur speed and blur range are much stronger than before. In addition, the teleportation distance has increased from about 50 kilometers at the previous time to 50 kilometers at a time, which is also a huge increase. 5,000 kilometers. Shen Fei was shocked. He thought about his teleportation distance of 100 meters and then fell silent. So what if the teleportation is fast? Too short. Where is Miss Xiao Xiao? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao again, and suddenly, Jin Zioxio's face condensed slightly. It's okay, too. Jin Xiao Xiao sighed. She was originally fantasizing about getting Ns-level virtual talent like Shen Fei and reaching the sky in one step. I call this virtual realm talent high-dimensional information observation plus fitting. Jin Xiao Xiao said. Well. Shen Fei was slightly confused, what? In fact, it is a kind of predictive ability. Xia Kaiyang said, Miss Jin seems to be able to predict the future within a certain range, but it is not very stable and cannot specify the prediction. I said that the future is changeable, and the so-called foresight is just a manifestation. Jin Xiao Xiao immediately retorted. The essence of my virtual realm talent is to collect some information that we cannot find under normal circumstances. Based on this information, we can infer the future that may occur to a certain extent. So, it should be called high-dimensional information observation plus fit. Understood. Shen Fei nodded. It turned out to be a prediction of the future. Do you really understand? Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei with a suspicion. I really understand. Shen Fei nodded seriously. Jin Xiao Xiao smiled quite satisfied. Although this virtual realm talent is not very aggressive, it involves the field of high-dimensional information, which is definitely quite rare. Jin Xiao Xiao felt that her void realm talent still has a lot of room for development, and it is definitely more than that. I'll show you. Jin Xiao Xiao closed her eyes, and soon, she suddenly looked at the small wooden house not far away. After 3 minutes and 12 seconds, Yang Ji will come out of it. Jin Xiao Xiao said confidently. Oh! Shen Fei looked there in surprise. Yang Ji entered the group after the three of them. Even if he had no ability, as long as his brain was normal, he would definitely come out of it. But the problem is that Jin Xiao Xiao gave the exact time. Time passed in seconds, and soon, it reached the 3rd minute and 12 seconds. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door of the wooden house, which was Yang Ji. So accurate! Shen Fei was shocked. Is this high-dimensional information observation plus fit? He seems to understand a little. 250 Chapter 242 Another Universe. Depending on your appearance, you have gained a lot. Yang Ji noticed Shen Fei and the other two who were looking at him in the distance. He asked in surprise. The next moment, he came to the front of the three of them. It's okay. Shen Fei nodded at Yang Ji, who suddenly came over, and then asked, Mr. Yang Ji, have you also exchanged for the spiritual source? No, I changed to some special void realm props. Yang Ji shook his head. Isn't there no spiritual source suitable for star-level evolvers here? Shen Fei looked at Yang Ji with some surprise. Among the many virtual realm props here, Ling Yuan is also the most cost-effective. After all, as long as you can awaken the talent of the virtual realm, it is a stable ability. If you are lucky enough and draw out a strong ability, you will make a lot of money. If you have talent in the virtual realm, you need a spiritual source even more. After all, this is an opportunity to stably enhance the talent in the virtual realm. I'm different from you. My sister Qianchen is healthy, so you don't need to worry too much. Yang Ji shook his head and said, and the Galaxy Alliance behind me is not bad. It's too far away. Ling Yuan is a gamble on luck after all, so I won't be lucky. If I get a useless void realm talent, this opportunity will be in vain. Hearing this, Shen Fei and the other two were shocked. This is the second time that Yang Ji has clearly mentioned that he is indeed from the Galaxy Alliance, and he also knows the existence of the Empire. Mr. Yang Ji, can you talk about the Empire and the Galaxy Alliance in detail? Xia Qiang couldn't help but say, we are all very curious. Of course. Yang Ji nodded directly. He now has a good impression of Shen Fei and the others. Besides, he has nothing to do in the next few days, so he is willing to take some time to chat with him. But, are we going to say it here? Yang Ji looked at the surrounding environment. There were trees around him, and the yellow leaves fell all over the ground. Although they were full of natural atmosphere, they were too spacious. It's not right. Jin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. The next moment, several mechanical arms suddenly appeared behind her, and then Jin Xiao took out another prop that she had taken out when she built a spaceship. 3 minutes later, a rather luxurious villa rose from the ground. Everyone also entered and sat down on a luxurious sofa. Shen Fei moved his lower body. He felt the softness under him, looked at Jin Xiao in surprise, and said, Miss Xiao, I didn't expect you to have this trick. Jin Xiao used to pinch a spaceship with her bare hands. It was indeed simple to pinch a house, but the problem was that she pinched it too fast, but in 3 minutes she found a villa with luxurious interior decoration. This looks like there is rich experience. Humph. Jin Xiao hummed twice. One of her main businesses in her family is planet development, so it is of course no difficulty in building a house. It's really amazing. Yang Ji also smiled slightly. He picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip, then said, Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask, I will tell you everything I know. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at each other. Finally, Jin Xiao and Xia Qiang signaled Shen Fei and said that it would start with him. I heard that all the things that happened in the natural virtual world have existed. Is this true? Shen Fei asked. No need to doubt it, it's all happened. Yang Zhi nodded. We live in the Empire, why have we never heard of places like the Galaxy Alliance? Shen Fei asked again. It is normal not to know, because generally speaking, ordinary people and low-level evolvers will never be able to get to these things in their entire lives. Yang Zhi said. Compared to you, the Galaxy Alliance is actually a human civilization in another universe. Of course, for me, the Empire is the human civilization in other universes. Another universe. When the three of them heard this, they did not show much surprise. To be honest, they had some speculations before, but they did not have the exact evidence to support it, so they were not sure. Any universe is endless and boundless. Yang Zhi said thoughtfully. However, the universe is indeed terrifying. I know only that there are thousands of them. I don't understand how different universes exist, where they exist, and what their relationships are. Our Galaxy Alliance does not have this knowledge at all. If the Empire is, it may have it. Is the development gap between the Galaxy Alliance and the Empire? Shen Fei was a little confused, and Yang Zhi mentioned this matter many times. But he has also been to the Galaxy Alliance and feels that Galaxy Alliance is okay and has all the skills it should have. The development of human civilization in different universes is indeed very great. Yang Zhi nodded and said, the Galaxy Alliance is very immature in terms of both evolutionists and technology. For example, I am already known as one of the top 10 strong men in the Galaxy Alliance, but if I were put in your empire, I would be considered a master at most, and I am still far from the real top strong men. For example, if I guess correctly, the virtual realm adventurers in your empire can buy the repair potion and restore their qualifications to enter the virtual realm after their death. Even if the Starry Sky level virtual realm adventurers have the chance, our Galaxy Alliance has not even created the Crescent Moon realm repair potion. There is also a living environment. Most universes have humans, and there are also some other life, such as the Zerg, Brahmin, psychic life, and crystal nuclear life. Your empire should have almost wiped out the threat that should be eliminated, and the Galaxy Alliance where I am is still in a trembling state. Perhaps, no matter when, a civilization that has developed far more than us will suddenly appear and destroy us. Yang Zhi kept saying it, and Shen Fei and the other two were also a little shocked. Yang Zhi's words contained a lot of information. However, he was wrong. Although the Empire had destroyed most of the threats, the crystal core life suddenly popped up and developed quite well, so the Empire had to be cautious. Even if you really encounter an alien civilization that the Galaxy Alliance cannot resist, Mr. Yang Zhi, can't you find a way to get some help from powerful human civilizations? Or does it mean that no civilization can go to other universes? Xia Qiang asked suddenly. Hearing this, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao nodded secretly. This is indeed a good idea, and if the Empire is not the opponent of crystal nuclear life, can we also ask for help? They are all human civilizations, can they help some, right? A human civilization can still do it across the universe. Yang Zhi said, but he shook his head and said. But asking for help shouldn't work. Why? The three of them were slightly stunned. I don't know much, but it's not difficult to guess. Yang Ji shook his head and said. I don't know where the information of Zergs, Brahmans, psychic life, and crystal nuclear life appeared from at the beginning, but I know very well that this information is circulating quite widely and many human civilizations know it. There must be a reason why it can spread so widely. I think that in some universes, these races must also develop to a very terrifying level, and they can also go to other universes. In this way, human civilization seeks help, and those races may also seek help. Both sides ask for help, so it is better not to ask for help. Well. Shen Fei and the other three were speechless for a moment. Although they felt something was wrong, they had to say that what Yang Ji said made sense. Of course, this is just my guess. Maybe this is completely wrong. There are deeper reasons here. Yang Ji smiled slightly. 251 Chapter 243 The Fifth Level of the New Moon. After learning about another universe from Yang Ji, Shen Fei asked Yang Ji about the virtual realm. For example, how the virtual realm was formed, what is the essence of the virtual realm, and what is the so-called unionized virtual realm company. However, Yang Ji had only a little understanding of these. The only thing Yang Ji knows is that United Void Realm Company is in existence where all human civilizations that can enter Void Realm are involved. Generally speaking, the stronger the civilization, the more share it occupies, the greater the power it occupies. This chat lasted for half a day. The three of them kept asking questions, asking all the things in Yang Ji's stomach. You three are all very potential adventurers in the virtual realm. I hope we will see each other again. Yang Ji quickly left with a smile, and after watching each other go away, Shen Fei and the other two came back, staring at each other with big eyes. Actually, my mother must know all these things, and she only knows more. But she never takes the initiative to tell me anything. Even if I ask her, she won't say it. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly said. I'm almost 19 years old, and I just knew that there were other universes outside the universe. I used to be like a frog in a well. Miss Xiao Xiao, I think it's right for my aunt to tell you this. What can we do if we know this? Why don't we do what we should do? Shen Fei said. Shen Fei is right. Now that he knows this, it has no effect on us. Xia Qiang sighed, we are too weak. No matter whether it is strength or status, we don't support us in anything. Don't be discouraged, you are still young after all. Shen Fei looked at Xia Qiang with a smile. This is not a reason. Xia Qiang shook her head, and Shen Fei had already seen the flames of struggle in her eyes. Xia Qiang, this time the Void Realm world is over, Shen Fei and I will participate in the training of the Imperial Elite Program, and Miwujun Bengzi is at the fiery world of Jiawang Jizi Huan. Hearing this, Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao in surprise. What did Jin Xiao Xiao deliberately mention this? I will also participate in family training. Xia Qiang said directly. Your family still has strength. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded, and she followed. We will work together later. Upon hearing this, Xia Qiang was slightly stunned, but a smile soon appeared on her face. Okay. Xia Qiang nodded. Shen Fei. Time flies so fast, and in a blink of an eye, the last few days in this virtual world have passed. The world of Void Realm ended, and the three of them quickly took the Void Realm train to return to Jupiter Golden Source City, and then they separated. After Shen Fei returned to Muo, he lost the intention of doing anything else, but slowly waited for the start of the Imperial Elite Plan 3 months later. Of course, Shen Fei was not idle during this period. He kept applying for source energy from Xiaoai, the head of the Imperial Elite Program, to open up an internal circulation. Originally, Shen Fei predicted that it would take half a year for him to reach the 5th level of the new moon. But this time when he returned from the virtual realm, his evolution talent was tripled compared to before. His powerful evolution talent allowed him to open up more internal loops every day, and the speed of opening up internal loops was faster. Therefore, the process originally expected to take half a year, and in less than 3 months, was approaching the end before the Imperial Elite Program officially began. At this time, in Io, Massachusetts, the city of Ganshui, Shen Fei was staying in his cultivation room, and he was soaked in the evolution cabin full of source energy. Shen Fei lay motionless, but there were earth-shaking changes in his body. Under Shen Fei's powerful spiritual power and sufficient energy, a new cycle connecting all internal cycles is being opened up. Time passes by minute, and at some point, the beginning and end of the last inner loop are finally connected together. Boom! Infinite energy surged into this internal cycle. Driven by this internal cycle, the efficiency of the energy of the other internal cycles also changed qualitatively. At this time, a faint light emanated from Shen Fei's body. That is the light emitted by all internal circulations. From a general perspective, the internal circulation in Shen Fei's body just formed a complete infinity symbol. Suddenly, Shen Fei opened his eyes. The 5th level of the new moon. Shen Fei quietly felt his body. At the moment of reaching the 5th level of the new moon, his basic attributes once again ushered in a huge increase. The simple power should be increased 10 times, and the speed, physique, etc. have also been greatly improved. The biggest change in the 5th level of the new moon should not be the improvement of basic attributes, but the evolutionary method. Shen Fei quietly felt his body, the inner circulation. This inner loop gives him a perfect feeling. Perfect and flawless. A perfect internal circulation will truly change the special abilities brought by evolution. Shen Fei pondered, just like Peng Yu, her evolution method was very useless before reaching the 5th level of the new moon, but once she reached the 5th level of the new moon, her control over matter reached the molecular level, then it would immediately change qualitatively. Although Peng Yu said that the evolution method of the transcendent lineage and the origin lineage does not reach the 5th level of the crescent moon, Shen Fei only thought she was farting. How could it be the same? It must have changed qualitatively. I have to find a place to try my transformation of the wilderness god. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and the next moment, he stood up from the evolution cabin with a bang. Half an hour later, Shen Fei came to the 3rd evolutionary school. In the martial arts training ground of the Shen's lineage, the chubby teacher Wang took Shen Fei to a vast open space. Student Shen Fei, you can try it here. Teacher Wang pointed to the open space. Teacher Wang, is this place strong enough? There may be a lot of noise later. Shen Fei asked. I know you are very strong now, but don't underestimate the buildings of our school. The ground here is enough to withstand more than 1 million tons of power. Teacher Wang said confidently. Then I'm not polite. Shen Fei felt relieved when he heard this. When he did not use the transformation of the waste god at the 4th level of the crescent moon, nor did he use the power of his mind to increase his basic strength was only about 1,000 tons. Now he has broken through the 5th level of the crescent moon, and his basic strength has increased 10 times, that is, 10,000 tons. Even if the wild god transformation is 10 times more, it will only be 100,000 tons, which is indeed far from it. Call. Shen Fei flashed to the center of the open space. He took a deep breath and suddenly, boom! The infinite energy exploded in Shen Fei's body, and his body began to increase suddenly. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei grew to 9 meters high. The strength has been increased by 9 times, and the speed, physique, etc. have also been improved accordingly. Shen Fei felt his strength and he quickly understood. This is the normal situation of using the wild god transformation after the 5th level of the new moon. From the 1st level crescent moon body size only increases a little, its strength increases by 50%. Step by step to now, its body size reaches 9 meters, and its strength increases by 9 times. This is the normal growth process of the transformation of the wilderness god. The reason why the 5th level of the new moon is said to be a qualitative change is because Shen Fei feels that he has more other abilities. Drink. Shen Fei shouted softly, and suddenly, the inner circulation in his body began to crazily absorb external energy to replenish himself. Boom! Shen Fei's body burst out with a dazzling light, and his body began to improve again, reaching nearly 30 meters in the blink of an eye. This is already the height of a small building. Fuck! Teacher Wang, who was watching from a distance, was immediately confused. What the hell is this? In this state, my strength, defense, and physical fitness have been greatly improved again, but my speed has dropped a bit, and it is not even as good as when I don't use the transformation of the wilderness god. Shen Fei felt his current state and soon gained a detailed understanding of the current situation. But, this is not over yet. Shen Fei stood there and quietly accumulated energy for a minute. Followed immediately. Boom! After a blast, endless light burst out. In the light, a figure who was 100 meters tall stood up from it. The figure stepped on it. Boom! Suddenly, there were many cracks suddenly appearing on the metal base plate of the martial arts training field. Click! 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 The crack spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it spread to most of the martial arts training ground. Teacher Wang. 252 Chapter 244 Go. Teacher Wang, I will bear the cost of repairing the site in the future. Also, I can tell my younger classmates that this is the power of our god transporting lineage. It is definitely true to choose God transporting people. Shen Fei soon walked out of the martial arts training ground of the Shen's lineage. At this time, many students from the Third Evolutionary School were still running towards the lineage of the god Tanjiring Master. The martial arts training ground was open air, but just now many people saw a huge head poking out from it. Curious, they naturally wanted to find out. Of course, this has nothing to do with Shen Fei. This is a qualitative change. Shen Fei thought quietly as he walked. After the 5th level of the new moon, the transformation of the wild god has become 3 stages. The first stage is a regular change, the body shape becomes 9 meters, and the balance of strength, speed, physical fitness, etc. is improved. The second stage is the appearance of Shen Fei when he becomes 30 meters. The attributes of strength, physical fitness, and other properties are improved again, but the speed is greatly reduced. Of course, there is no fixed height at this stage. The more energy Shen Fei puts in, the greater the increase in strength and physical fitness. The third stage is the 100-meter giant that Shen Fei turned into. At this stage, only the strength was improved, the speed was greatly reduced, and the physical fitness also decreased a lot. However, although the cost is huge, the power is greatly improved. The improvement is definitely more than 100 times. After all, Shen Fei, whose conventional power is about 10,000 tons, stomped the ground that could withstand million tons with one kick. This shows that his power after the transformation of the wilderness god in the third stage has exceeded 1 million tons. Moreover, increasing the power by 100 times is not the limit. If Shen Fei paid more energy, he could still become larger and his power would naturally be greater. However, Shen Fei is still an evolutionist in the Crescent realm after all, and his use of energy is completely absorbed from the outside world and cannot provide such changes at all. In fact, after Shen Fei just became 100 meters high, he only persisted for less than 3 seconds and narrowed back. The third phase changes are not a new moon. If I can use the realm, I will probably be able to persist for a long time when I break through the realm of the sun in 2 days. But this state is not suitable for regular combat, the speed drops too much, and it will only be effective when dealing with some special situations. Shen Fei understood his changes in his heart. Although there were flaws, a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth quickly and gradually expanded. In any case, the qualitative change of the evolution method after breaking through the 5th level of the new moon really made him very satisfied. Don't worry about whether the transformation of the wilderness god in the third stage is actually strong or not. The key is that it looks very strong. After Shen Fei broke through the 5th level of the new moon, it was only a few days before the start of the Imperial Elite Plan. He spent the rest of his time dealing with the matter in Muo. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the Imperial Elite project began, and Shen Fei also set foot on the warship sent by the Empire to pick up people again. At this time, inside the battleship, laugh. The metal alloy door in front of him opened to both sides, and Shen Fei also entered a lounge. There are 2 figures in this lounge. Yi was sitting there, wearing a luxurious dress and 2 neatly combed hair on her chest. This was Jin Xiao Xiao. Another figure was dressed as a maid. She was standing straight behind Jin Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei remembered that she was called Xioxia. Mr. Shen Fei. Xiao Xiao bowed slightly. Hello. Shen Fei greeted him and he walked over. Shen Fei was not surprised that Jin Xiao Xiao appeared here. The entire Jupiter system should have participated in this Imperial Elite program. Of course, they would take the same warship to go there. Drink tea. Jin Xiao Xiao brought a cup of freshly brewed tea to Shen Fei. Miss Xiao Xiao, can the Empire Elite project still bring people there? Shen Fei asked in surprise. I just brought one, but I didn't bring a lot of it. Jin Xiao Xiao said indifferently, I have reported it. Shen Fei. What are you doing in the past 3 months? Have you become stronger again? Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke again, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she asked Shen Fei's strength. It is really impressive that Shen Fei's speed of becoming stronger. Every time he doesn't see him for a while, he will become much stronger. This made Jin Xiao Xiao feel scared. Is it counting to break through the 5th level of the new moon? Shen Fei asked. So fast? Jin Xiao Xiao was surprised. She was not surprised that Shen Fei could break through the 5th level of the new moon, but this was too fast, right? Doesn't the 5th level of the new moon need to open up an internal cycle? In fact, I will soon break through the Sun realm. Shen Fei said again. In fact, if he wants to break through, he can break through immediately, but he is still ready to open up the energy core to perfection first. Although relying on the power of attribute bonus, Shen Fei's energy core only needs to open up a cycle of storing energy, without strengthening the cycle. But reality is not as good as the virtual realm. Once a mistake is made, there is no chance of regret. Moreover, even if it succeeds now, what if one day in the future, his attribute bonus power suddenly fails? Will his energy core explode then? Therefore, Shen Fei decided to establish the cycle of strengthening in the energy core and then break through. In fact, in the past 3 months, in addition to opening up the NEI soon, Shen Fei has also studied the information he obtained in the world of Star Sea Treasure. With the assistance of the semi-intelligent Huang Zitong, he has completely understood this information. Shen Fei estimated that in at most 7 or 8 days, he would be able to build the energy core to perfection. Then, it would be the time for him to break through the Sun realm. It's natural to say it's very soon. Although you have broken through the Sun realm in the virtual realm, it is the 4th level of the new moon, and it is very difficult for a 5th level of the new moon to break through the Sun realm. Jin Xiao Xiao reminded. But my spiritual power is really strong. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and Jin Xiao Xiao fell silent when she heard this. What a pervert, this guy has no shortcomings at all. Miss Xiao Xiao is planning to reach the 5th level of the new moon. Shen Fei was a little curious. If Jin Xiao Xiao planned to break through the 4th level of the new moon, she should be in the 5th level of the new moon, right? Although it is said that the higher the level of the Crescent Realm Evolver, the more difficult it is to break through. But as long as you use a good energy core, there is still a success rate. Although blind breakthroughs may lead to the destruction of the energy core, for Jin Xiao Xiao, this is not a problem at all. If the energy core is broken, just replace it with a new one. Jin Xiao Xiao can always try it. This is the terrible power from money. I want to try it. Jin Xiao nodded quickly. Shen Fei was so perverted. If she didn't try to break through the 5th level of the new moon, it would be too useless. Moreover, her resources are very rich. Not to mention the help she can get when entering the Imperial Elite program this time. The key is that she has used her relationships to get a lot of research materials related to her evolutionary method. As long as she can understand it thoroughly, she has the hope of breaking through the 5th level of the new moon. I believe that Miss Xiao, you can definitely succeed. Shen Fei said seriously. Judging from Jin Xiaoxio's various performances, his IQ is definitely very top-notch, plus the power of money. You watch it. A confident smile appeared on Jin Xiaoxio's face. 253 Chapter 245 meets Yajin Jiun again. Time flies so fast, and it is an hour later in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the solar system, a mysterious independent space. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao were standing together. They were already on an extremely large floating island. There was no sky or earth here, and there was a vast white light around them. Where is this? Shen Fei was a little confused. They came here after they got off the warship. It should be the independent space created by the Empire using some kind of space technology. Jin Xiao said, the only ones that can be called the core of the solar system are the Earth and these spaces. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he was a Jupiter, but he didn't feel that there was any secret to Jupiter. But such a big empire must have all kinds of secrets. The Earth is so big, how many secrets can it store? This independent space is indeed very suitable for storing confidentiality. Then where are we going now? Shen Fei looked inside the island. At first glance, you can see many buildings. This place seems to be a city, but the question is, where to go? Ask. Jin Xiao said that she wanted to open the proof of evolution, but at this moment... Wow! A phantom appeared, and a very old-looking robot phantom appeared in front of the two of them. Shen Fei naturally recognized at a glance that this was one of the responsible persons of the Imperial Elite Project, Xiao I of Artificial Intelligence. Student Shen Fei and Jin Xiao, welcome to the Tonghuo city. Xiao I welcomed the arrival of the two with a magnetic voice. This city is called the Tonghuo city? Shen Fei asked. Yes. Xiao I nodded and said. There are very few ordinary people in Tonghuo city. There are a group of top scientists gathered here, and some powerful evolvers settled here. Then where is our destination? Shen Fei asked again. Imperial Elite Training School, this is a map. Xiao I said, and the evolutionary evidence of Shen Fei and Jin Xiao lit up at the same time, and both of them received a map. You can choose to hike or take a flying vehicle, Xiao I said. In this city, there are many public flying vehicles, and you can see it in a few steps. Shen Fei nodded, and his attention was quickly attracted by the map and evolutionary evidence. Judging from this map, the city is really outrageous. The diameter is at least tens of thousands of kilometers. Soon, Xiaoi disappeared, and Shen Fei and Jin Xiao also set out to find the aircraft. When you have the chance, you must visit this city. I feel it is not simple. Shen Fei looked at the surrounding buildings. Each building here was wrapped in a thick layer of energy shields, with various signs on it. If I guess correctly, these buildings should be some experimental places. Jin Xiao was also observing the surroundings. Soon, the two of them saw several triangular aircraft docked on the roadside from a distance. I have it. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao both walked over quickly, but just as they were walking under an aircraft, suddenly, the glass door above the aircraft was pushed up, and then, a man with a helpless look on his face jumped out of it. This is... Seeing this man, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao couldn't help but stop, and a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Wait, you guys! The man also quickly discovered Shen Fei and the others. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao. After a moment, buzz! Shen Fei flew up in an aircraft. At this time, Jin Xiao was sitting in the passenger seat, while the man and Xiaoxia were just sitting in the back. The commander of the Legion really didn't expect that he would meet you here, and you still remember us. Shen Fei's voice full of surprise came to the back. Haha, I'm not the commander of the Legion now, just call me my name. The man said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao looked at each other. Call the name directly? This is an old guy from 80,000 years ago. That's right, this man is Xia Chenjiun, the Empire hero Shen Fei and others met in the initial Void Realm world. Xia Chenjiun had previously claimed that he had hope of resurrection, but unexpectedly, he was really resurrected in a blink of an eye. Senior Xia Chenjiun, why are you here? Jin Xiao asked curiously. Do you know about the Imperial Elite Project? I'm here to learn. Xia Chenjiun said something, and as soon as he spoke, he was directly explosive news. He actually joined the Imperial Elite plan? Senior Xia Chenjiun, do you still need to learn? Shen Fei asked. Of course, it is necessary that the Empire has developed too much advanced knowledge in the past 80,000 years ago. Not to mention anything else, it was extremely difficult for me to break through the starry sky level knowledge, but now, I can learn it in the Imperial Elite plan. Xia Chenjiun smiled and said, and Shen Fei's heart quickly moved slightly when he heard this. Yes, the two conditions for breaking through the starry sky level are the power of the mind and the perfect control of the evolutionary method. Xia Chenjiun's spiritual power is undoubtedly meeting the standards, so what he lacks is the control of the evolutionary method. In other words, the Empire 80,000 years ago lacked this knowledge and now it has it. I see. Shen Fei nodded in a daze soon, and then asked, Senior Xia Chenjiun, how did you join the Empire Elite program? Have you participated in the Sun Realm assessment? No, I was just resurrected a few days ago, and the Empire arranged for me to come here directly. Xia Chenjiun shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately understood that Xia Chenjiun and Jin Xiao were in the same situation, but he must have this qualification. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao continued to chat with Xia Chenjiun, and soon they also learned that Xia Chenjiun had just arrived at this torrent city. Xia Chenjiun could clearly fly directly to the Imperial Elite School based on the map, but he wanted to experience the future aircraft. As a result, after he sat on it, he found that the future aircraft had undergone great changes. He could not drive it and could only get off helplessly. Fortunately, he met Shen Fei and Jin Xiao, and he successfully completed the experience of the aircraft. In fact, the Xia family originally planned to arrange people to follow Xia Chenjiun, but Xia Chenjiun felt that he was an evolutionist at the 9th level of the Sun Realm, so there was definitely no problem for him to be alone, so he came by himself. The aircraft flew around for about 10 minutes, and soon everyone saw a line of huge virtual text floating in the air. Imperial Elite School. Seeing this, Shen Fei quickly landed the spacecraft. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao took Xia Chenjiun, an ancient man, to complete the identity registration, which was considered to be officially admitted to the school. It seems that nothing is wrong today. Let's go eat something, right? Shen Fei suggested, and Jin Xiao naturally had no objection. I'm here to treat you, the Xia family has given me a lot of imperial coins. Xia Chenjiun nodded directly. No, I'll treat you. Shen Fei smiled and said, I have friends, how about calling them together? Oh? Yes. Xia Chenjiun nodded again. He just came to this era and was about to meet a few more people. In his opinion, Shen Fei is a very excellent young man, and his friends must be not bad either. Friend. Jin Xiao looked at Shen Fei with some confusion. It's an you, Miss Xiao, you know him. Shen Fei reminded that in the world of Falling Sky, they have fought side by side. It's her. Jin Xiao was a little surprised. She thought that this person was very ordinary and could even join the Imperial Elite project. However, since you are an acquaintance, it is natural to call us together. 254 Chapter 246 Training Plan. In Tingguo City, the economic system is completely different from the outside world. There are only two situations for various commodities here, either free or extremely expensive. Things that require money are very precious in the outside world, but free items are also very high-end. Take food for example. Any free food in Tsuke City can be sold at sky-high prices in the outside world. It was only later that Shen Fei learned about this situation, but since he had already said he wanted to treat him, he had to reluctantly choose the food that needed to be spent. A meal cost more than 1 billion imperial coins, which was the most expensive meal he had. At this time, near the Imperial Elite School, there was an extremely luxurious room. Haha, I'll introduce you to An Yu, a 5th-level evolutionist in the New Moon, and the superb first-hand grenade video game. Peng Yu is also at the 5th level of the New Moon. Her evolution method is amazing, material control. An Yu, this is Miss Jin Xiao, we fought side by side. Finally, it's this senior Xia Chenjiun, who may be a little older, but senior Xia Chenjiun is an evolutionist at the 9th level of the Sun Realm, and has half his foot stepped into the Sun Realm at the Starry Sky level, which is absolutely terrifying. At this time, Anu and the others who rushed over received the invitation from Shen Fei, learned about the situation here with Shen Fei's introduction. Their two sat down and their eyes couldn't help but fall on Xia Chenjiun. When Shen Fei called them to come over, he said that he would introduce the strong men to them. Unexpectedly, they were at the 9th level of the Sun Realm. Is this guy so widely connected? This senior Xia is also a student of the Empire Elite program. Anu asked in surprise. Although this time the Empire Elite plan also recruited 1000 Sun Realm Evolvers, as far as she knows, most of them are Evolver below the 7th level of the Sun Realm, and very few above the 7th level of the Sun Realm. Most of the people who can reach the 7th level of the Sun Realm in the Empire already have their own resource channels, or they hold important positions and will not choose to come here. Unexpectedly, a 9th level of the Sun Realm suddenly popped up, and Shen Fei said that he was half-step starry sky level. Is it so exaggerated? Anu is obviously an illiterate person and has no impression of Xia Chenjiun, the imperial hero who appeared in history. Of course, it may be that she knew, but she didn't think about that at all at this moment. It's normal to rename it. Yes, I came here to ask the advanced knowledge of the Empire. Xia Chenjiun nodded with a smile. Anu scratched her head, and she didn't know how to reply. Senior Xia wants to join the scientific research class? In this case, we may have to cooperate in the future. Peng Yu said suddenly. What is a scientific research class? Xia Chenjiun was slightly stunned, and Shen Fei and Jin Xiao also showed confusion on their faces. Tisk, it seems you don't know yet. Anu skated, and she followed. According to what I know with Peng Yu, the Empire Elite plan is divided into 3 classes this time, namely the Tactical class, the Virtual Realm class, and the Scientific Research class. The Tactical class is purely aimed at cultivating powerful evolvers, and strengthening strength is the top priority. The purpose of the Void Realm class is to cultivate Void Realm adventurers with strong comprehensive abilities. As the name suggests, it is a scientific research class. I don't know the specifics, but Peng Yu has joined, you can ask her. I see. Xia Chenjiun nodded suddenly, and he followed. Then what I want to join should be the tactical class, not the scientific research class. I am also a tactical squad. Anu nodded immediately and said, Evolutionist, strength is the most important thing, nothing fancy is useless. Hehe. Peng Yu smiled disdainfully. At this time, Shen Fei also looked at Jin Xiao thoughtfully, and the two of them quickly set their goals. As expected, they would choose the Void Realm class. Can set up a separate class, the Empire is still comparable to the Virtual Realm, it's important. However, it is not surprising. After all, judging from what Yang Ji said before, the Virtual Realm is a place that exists across many universes, and it definitely contains huge secrets. Everyone talked about the 3 classes for a while, and soon their attention was attracted by the food in front of them. I have to say that this money is not a loss. Everyone had the food to the host and the guests were all happy, and even the young lady like Jin Xiao was quite satisfied with it. After eating, the few people did not stay any longer, but soon returned to the Imperial Elite School together. An Yu and Peng Yu came significantly earlier than Shen Fei and the other two, and were much more familiar with the Imperial Elite School. With the help of the two of them, Shen Fei and others quickly became familiar with the Imperial Elite School, and at the same time they each obtained a small villa as their residence for the next 3 years. To be precise, this is a place of residence that has been allocated long ago. Not to mention Jin Xiao Xiao and Xia Chenjiun, the reason why Shen Fei was able to live in a single villa was because of his far-reaching achievements. For example, An Yu and even Peng Yu, both of them lived in ordinary single rooms. According to An Yu and the others, although this Imperial Elite School does not have an elimination system, internal competition must be very fierce. The difference in residence is just a small reflection, and other resources are also related to subsequent grades. For example, every student is qualified to enter the Source Energy Cultivation Room to practice, but the higher the ranking, the longer it will be. In short, the Empire invested a lot of resources to cultivate talents, not to support people. At this time, Shen Fei had returned to his residence alone. After visiting the villa environment specially prepared for high-end students, he soon sat on the soft sofa in the center of the hall. Okay, very good. From today on, either I will kill you, or you will be killed by me. Shen Fei smiled coldly. He still liked the competition mechanism of the Empire very much, and he was not afraid of anyone. Immediately afterwards, Shen Fei reached out to a point in front. Wow! A huge light curtain unfolded, and Shen Fei logged into a website. Verification is underway. Verification passed. Welcome, Shen Fei student. This Imperial Elite Plan is divided into 3 classes, namely. Lines of text and pictures appeared, and as An Yu and the others said, there were 3 classes in tactics, virtual realm, and scientific research. Shen Fei briefly read their respective introductions and finally decided to choose the virtual realm class. Shen Fei student, you have selected the virtual realm class. The following is your training plan. Please check it yourself. If you have any different opinions, you can contact the Xiaoi of Artificial Intelligence to make adjustments. Shen Fei quickly clicked on the training plan to watch it. This is actually a course, such as internal circulation and human body strengthening, a beginner's lecture on the principle of wild god change, improvement and application of the power of the mind, practical course, and virtual realm environment analysis course. These courses are all necessary and must be qualified. Shen Fei looked at these courses, and he couldn't help but be eager to try them. Each course seemed quite useful. In addition to these courses that must be studied, Shen Fei himself can also choose some other knowledge or skills to learn. Shen Fei took a look and soon discovered the Class 6 Life Energy Grading Theory that he had learned in the Elite Second Round Assessment but had only learned a little bit of the superficial ones. No, learn. Shen Fei took a look again, and soon he discovered another course called Detailed Explanation of the Multiverse. This should be what Yang Zhi said, right? Of course, it must be more detailed than what Yang Zhi said. Shen Fei hesitated for a while and made a choice quickly. It's not bad to know more about the truth of the world. 255 Chapter 247 Courses and Breakthroughs. In the mysterious space. Torch City, Imperial Elite School, in a single-family villa. Damn it, why can't I be cloned? Shen Fei roared to the sky, his face full of unwillingness. After checking it out, he found that there were too many knowledge courses he wanted to learn. After choosing one by one, he suddenly realized that there was not enough time. Every day, even if he doesn't eat, drink, or sleep, he always needs to absorb energy and improve himself, right? Although he is already at the 5th level of the new moon, no longer needs to open up an internal cycle. When he breaks through the sun realm, he still needs to absorb external energy to make the energy in his body change rapidly. So, this is the necessary time. For the remaining time, the necessary courses in the training plan alone account for most of the time. If you choose a little bit of other knowledge courses, you will not have enough time. Never mind. Shen Fei quickly sighed and removed some relatively unimportant courses. As time passed, on the 3rd day after Shen Fei arrived at the Imperial Elite School, he received a notice that the Imperial Elite Plan had officially begun. After a grand welcoming ceremony, all the Imperial Elites also welcomed their first course. Internal Circulation and Human Body Reinforcement. This course is something that all evolvers in 3 classes need to learn. The instructor is not artificial intelligence, but an old man full of white hair named Ye Wengzhen. In theory, these courses arranged by the Empire Elite School can be listened to online, but this teacher yet asked everyone to go offline, so when class was in a huge classroom, there were 3,000 people. Shen Fei and Jin Xiaoxiao approached the classroom together. Among the many figures, they saw Anu waving to them at a glance. Neither of them hesitated and walked over and sat down next to Anu. Not far away, Xia Chenjiun also arrived here one step earlier. Have you heard that this teacher yet is a starry sky-level evolutionist? Anu and the others sat down in Shen Fei. After that, he immediately came up with a gossip on his face. I know this person. He is very famous in the scientific research industry. It is true that he is a star-level evolver. Jin Xiaoxiao nodded calmly. Starry sky level. Shen Fei's face was a little complicated. He sighed. I used to be in Muo, and it was rare for people who evolved from the Sun realm, but now he just ran out of the starry sky level. You know, if he hadn't met Yang Ji in the previous virtual world, this would have been his first time seeing a living starry sky level evolver. This is normal. If you don't join the Empire Elite program, if you want to see the Empire's starry sky level, you don't know when you have to wait. Jin Xiaoxiao said, and Shen Fei nodded in agreement. Soon, the starry sky-level evolutionist Ye Wengzhen suddenly appeared in the center of the huge classroom, and he explained the main content of the class with a huge virtual screen. Well, the main content of this lesson should be the part of the human body strengthening in the internal circulation of evolution mentioned in the information of Gu Mo. Shen Fei heard it for a while, and soon realized it in his heart. In the world of falling sky, Gu Mo made a lot of research to break through the 5th level of the crescent moon, which he mentioned in his research materials. There should be 2 parts of the internal circulation of the evolutionary method, one is to strengthen the human body, and the other is to analyze the rules of the universe. However, Gu Mo also realized that the content of the first part was not something he could understand in a short period of time, so he quickly gave up on research. But here in the Empire, public lectures are already available. Shen Fei thought in his heart and glanced at Anu. Sure enough, and Yu also obtained Gumo's information and conducted in-depth research. She must have a certain foundation. In addition, Teacher Ye's speech was very simple at the beginning, and even she could understand it completely. Now she was listening with relish. This course is to make it easier for evolvers to control their own evolutionary methods. Shen Fei was also quickly immersed in it. This is one of the two major conditions for breaking through the starry sky level. He will soon be in the Sun realm. It is not too early to study this now. Time passes, and Shen Fei's further study in elite schools continues. These courses do have a huge role. The lesson Internal Circulation and Human Body Reinforcement is related to the breakthrough at the starry sky level, and similarly, there is the first lecture on the principle of the wild God change. If the former talks about part of the strengthening of the human body through internal circulation, then the principle of the wild God change talks about the analysis of the rules of the universe. However, there are very few people who listen to this course. In addition to Shen Fei, there is also a strange Sun realm. Among the 3,000 students, 2 of them practiced the evolutionary method of the transformation of the waste god, which is no longer a small number. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. At this time, Shen Fei was sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room of his residence. At this time, in Shen Fei's body, the energy circulating in his body was gradually connecting with the energy core located at his chest. Ordinary evolvers may be very cautious when conducting this process. If a bad one is used, they will fail and even cause the energy core to be destroyed. But Shen Fei's spiritual power was too strong. Under his terrifying spiritual power, this process went on quickly and steadily. Finally, at some point, boom! Shen Fei felt his body tremble slightly, and an indescribable strange feeling surged into his heart. Boom! A muffled sound from the body followed, and a large amount of energy in the internal circulation quickly poured into the energy core. At this moment, the internal circulation has also undergone a qualitative change in the speed of the external energy absorption. Although the energy in the internal circulation continues to surge towards the energy core, the internal circulation is also crazily absorbing energy from the outside world, which maintains an absolute balance. During this process, Shen Fei's energy core gradually accumulated a massive amount of energy, and a large amount of energy began to penetrate into his body. Shen Fei could clearly feel that he was becoming stronger quickly. Although it is not the qualitative change in an instant when the crescent realm breaks through, this feeling of rapid growth is undoubtedly exciting. Finally, I reached the Sun realm. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's lips. After passing the imperial examination, he became an evolutionist a little more than a year and broke through the Sun realm. Moreover, this breakthrough is the 4th level of the Sun realm. In fact, Shen Fei had expected to break through in 7 or 8 days, but who would have thought that time would be so tight after coming to the elite school, so he dragged it until today to break through. However, there is not much difference. The continuous strengthening lasted for half a day, which was much longer than Shen Fei's breakthrough in the 4th level of the New Moon realm. However, it is understandable that Shen Fei is much stronger now than Shen Fei's breakthrough in the 4th level of the New Moon realm. I really want to find someone to fight. Shen Fei felt his surging power, and a flame emerged in his heart. He quickly screened the right candidate in his heart. And you? I don't know if this guy is lucky or his mental power is unexpectedly powerful. A few days ago, she applied for a free high-level energy core and broke through the Sun realm with one attempt. Now it is also the 4th level of the Sun realm. The 4th level of the Sun realm and the 4th level of the Sun realm. Don't bully people, right? However, just as Shen Fei was thinking about finding a new to discuss, suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. It was a notice sent by the Imperial Elite School. The first practical class? The actual combat location. The virtual world. Shen Fei quickly showed a hint of surprise on his face when he saw this news. This is really great. What is a new? It can have the virtual realm and let him perform better you your own strength? Besides, there is a dog's head in the virtual world. Since leaving the mysterious Void Realm world, it's been almost half a year. Shen Fei sighed, and finally, it's time for the Doghead Reaper to go online again. 256 Chapter 248 Galaxy War. Torch City, Imperial Elite School. In a vast classroom, more than 300 people were sitting sparsely. Everyone from the Void Realm class is here. At this time, Shen Fei looked around and he quickly knew it. Although the Imperial Elite Plan is divided into 3 classes, the number of people is not average. The largest number of people is the tactical class, with nearly 2,000 people. Then there was a scientific research class with more than 700 people. The Void Realm class has the smallest, only 300 people. Why do I feel like you are a little different? What did you do? Jin Zioxio's voice sounded beside her. Just now, I am already an evolutionist in the Sun realm. Shen Fei said with a smile. So you have reached the Sun realm. Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei, and her heart was very calm. She was indeed not surprised by this news. After all, just a few days ago, an Yu, who seemed to have no hope of breakthrough, made a breakthrough. It is normal for Shen Fei to break through. Congratulations! Jin Xiao still congratulated. Happy and happy together. Shen Fei nodded with a smile, and he asked immediately, does Miss Xiao have the clue to break through the 5th level of the crescent moon? Upon hearing this, Jin Zioxio's spirit was immediately revived. The 2 courses at the Imperial Elite School have helped me a lot, and I have done a lot of research. Jin Xiao said with a confident expression on her face. I am opening up the internal circulation of the 5th level of the crescent moon. As long as the power of the mind can keep up, it should be able to open up to the end. At that time, my research on my evolutionary method should be completed. That is the moment when I break through the 5th level of the crescent moon. So that's it. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if a normal evolver wants to reach the 5th level of the crescent moon, he generally uses to open up internal circulation while honing his spiritual power, and then study the characteristics of the evolution method in this process. Just like an Yu, through the information obtained in the virtual realm world, she figured out some of the characteristics of her evolutionary method, and then quickly reached the 5th level of the new moon. A large part of the reason for this is that she has already opened up most of the internal cycles needed by the 5th level of the new moon in advance, and what she lacks is the one that suits her most. Like Shen Fei, he first understood the characteristics of evolution and then opened up the internal circulation, which is definitely very rare. As Shen Fei talked to Jin Xiao, soon, in this classroom, a phantom of an old robot appeared here. It is the small meaning of artificial intelligence. Dear students, good morning. Xiao greeted him, and he said without saying nonsense, everyone should have known the news about the actual combat class. In fact, it is not only your Void Realm class that will participate, but also the tactical class. Tactical class. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Xiao didn't explain, he followed. This practical class is actually an assessment. We will evaluate a score based on your performance, and this score will be included in the next comprehensive ranking. However, we are in the virtual realm class after all, so the evaluation standards are not the same as those of the tactical class. For the tactical class, they only need to show enough strength in the virtual realm world. And you have the scoring standards to be divided into 3 parts, namely 40% survival, 40% mission, and 20% intelligence. Xiao kept saying it, and Shen Fei was not surprised when he listened to these requests. He took courses specially offered by the Void Realm class. At the beginning of those courses, the teacher talked about the significance of Void Realm class opening. The Empire needs to cultivate excellent virtual realm adventurers to help the Empire explore some high-level virtual realm worlds. And what is an excellent adventurer in the virtual realm? The first thing is to survive in the virtual realm. Otherwise, as the evolvers become stronger and stronger, the cost of resurrecting in the virtual realm will become greater and greater. This is the most important thing, so survival accounts for 40% of the score. The second thing is to have the ability to complete the virtual world tasks, which is a basic requirement, and it is natural to account for 40% of the score. Finally, it is the ability to explore the virtual world, that is, to collect information about the virtual world. The reason why Shen Fei had experienced before was able to buy extremely detailed exclusive intelligence was naturally because of the exploration of adventurers in virtual realm. In the low-level virtual realm world, it is indeed easy to fully understand the situation. After all, there are too many low-level virtual realm adventurers. It is difficult to get in batches of things and it is difficult to find out the situation. But what if the level of the virtual realm world is very high? Then it takes an excellent virtual adventurer to figure out more situations. As for the significance of the Empire exploring the virtual world, it is undoubtedly for the purpose of source quality. The virtual world is constantly opening in a cycle of reincarnation. In this opening, more information is obtained. After that, it will be easier for the teams that the Empire enters it to gain more source quality. This kind of thing is difficult to achieve results in a short period of time, but in the long run, it is definitely of great significance. Therefore, the collection of intelligence also accounts for a large proportion of scores. Finally, it is the virtual world of this actual combat assessment. Xiao said, and everyone's evolutionary evidence was illuminated. Shen Fei clicked and took a look, and he received a ticket for the Void Realm. 5-star Virtual World Galaxy War. Shen Fei was slightly surprised. 5-star rating. This is really not low. You know, Star Sea Treasure is also only 3 stars. Is it too difficult for the 5-star virtual world? Someone asked soon. The Empire Elite project has just started 2 months ago, and the new Moon Realm Evolvers still account for most of them. What is the 5-star virtual realm world that the new Moon Realm Evolvers dare to think about? The reason I chose this virtual world is because this virtual world is big enough that you can easily let 2,300 people play freely in it. Xiao Ai smiled. As for the mission, don't worry, the mission in this virtual world is phased. No matter what camp you choose, the initial stage of the mission is not difficult. Hearing this, everyone nodded. If this is the case, that's okay. The World of Galaxy War. Shen Fei started reading the information sent with this Void Realm ticket. The information is very scarce, but it just roughly describes the situation in this world. In the interstellar era, human civilization developed barbarically and occupied the entire Milky Way at an extremely fast speed. But with it, countless contradictions came. Finally, wars broke out one after another. Under the consequences of wars, the human union was in name only, and one force was divided, and the entire Milky Way was trapped in hundreds of years of war. This time the scope of the virtual realm world is actually the entire Milky Way. Shen Fei was a little surprised. It is worthy of being a 5-star virtual realm world. Too outrageous. 257 Chapter 249 Identity and Mission. In Xinhuo City, there is also a huge Void Realm Station, which is no smaller than Jinyuan City Void Realm Station. Just half a day after the Imperial ticket to the World of Galaxy War, nearly 2,300 people boarded the same Void Realm train. The colorful light was flashing. At this time, in the Void Realm train, Shen Fei, Jin Xiao, and Anu were sitting around a table. Although the treatment of the 5-star virtual realm ticket on the virtual realm train is not as good as the last mysterious virtual realm ticket, it is no longer a single seat. The 3 people who formed the team received a round table, drinks, and food. That's right, in addition to Shen Fei and Jin Xiao, Anu also temporarily joined the team. This practical class is allowed to form teams and cooperate. The only requirement is that the strength cannot be too large. Strictly speaking, Shen Fei and Anu both appear to be in the 4th level of the Sun Realm. It's okay for them to form a team, but Jin Xiao is too weak. However, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao have always been regular teammates, which is a special situation, so they are also allowed to form a team after applying. It's a pity that the Empire doesn't give loopholes, otherwise we'll be relaxed if we ask Senior Xia to form a team. He would have taken us away easily. Anu was lying on the table at this time, with a look of regret on his face. Her senior Xia Chenjiun also participated in this practical class. Jin Xiao was a little surprised. In her opinion, this was completely unnecessary. After all, Xia Chenjiun was resurrected from ancient times and was a super strong man who was almost at the starry sky level. It is impossible for the person in charge of the Empire Elite plan to be unclear about this. Is it meaningful to ask him to participate in this practical class? Why didn't Senior Xia participate? Although he is at the 9th level of the Sun Realm, he is also a member of the tactical squad. Anu was even more surprised. She didn't know why Jin Xiao Xiao asked this question. He is not an ordinary 9th level of the Sun Realm. Shen Fei smiled, and he followed and said, but don't worry, I will take you flying. Brother Shen Fei, I admire your confidence very much, but I am already at the 4th level of the Sun Realm. And you looked confident at this moment. The virtual realm technology weapons that can affect the 4th level of the Sun Realm are already very expensive. In addition, this practical class is very sudden, Shen Fei must not have the time to prepare for these. In addition, Shen Fei's spiritual power is very powerful, but the spiritual power is a fixed increase. In the Crescent Moon Realm, Shen Fei could burst out power that was nearly the 5th level of the Sun Realm. In the Sun Realm, his spiritual power was also only nearly the 5th level of the Sun Realm. In other words, the bonus given to Shen Fei by the power of the mind may only be about twice. Under this circumstance, Anu was confident that the gap between her and Shen Fei was already very small. After all, she is not an ordinary 4th level of the Sun Realm. It seems that you misunderstood something. Shen Fei smiled. Last time in the world of Falling Sky, Anu always thought he was a Krypton guy. Jin Xiao Xiao took a sip of tea calmly. After entering the virtual world, she was looking forward to Anu's expression. Shen Fei was in the previous virtual realm world, and he fought back and forth with the 7th level evolvers of the Sun Realm. This time, Shen Fei has already broken through the 4th level of the Sun Realm from the 5th level of the New Moon. The key is that he also gained the ability to control time and space because of using the spiritual source. How strong is Shen Fei now? Even Jin Xiao Xiao dared not think about it. Anu is a small 4th level Sun Realm. The Void Realm train ran all the way. After about 3 hours, the Void Realm train suddenly passed through a huge colored light ball. In an instant, more than 2,000 Imperial elites in the Void Realm train were left inside. Detected virtual world, analysis is underway. Analysis is completed. This world is the world of the recorded virtual world Galaxy War. In this world, the camps you can choose include civilians, separatist forces, and human community. If you choose different camps, you will get different tasks. Please choose carefully. At this time, Shen Fei, Jin Xiao Xiao, and Anu stood in this light ball. They all fell into deep thought as they looked at the words emerging from the evolutionary certificate. Although it comes with information, look, these separatist forces are not very good, but it is best to choose their tasks. Our tactical team does not require completing tasks, but you are asking them, right? Anu looked at Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao. That's true. Shen Fei nodded, and he followed and said, but I choose the civilian camp. Civilian. Anu's face suddenly appeared with a look of shock. The fool also knew that it was definitely the most difficult to choose this camp. After all, this virtual world is too huge. In this world context, choosing a certain force as your support is the most reliable. Civilian? It's helpless and it's inconvenient to do anything. Your brain is burnt out. Anu quickly reached out to try Shen Fei's forehead. This is the difference between you and me. Shen Fei sneered, and slapped Anu's hand with a slap. Then choose civilians. Jin Xiao Xiao also quickly made a choice. You. And you looked at Jin Xiao Xiao with some disbelief. Select quickly. Shen Fei urged. Anyway, it's not me who needs to complete the task. Don't blame me if you can't complete the task. And you muttered, and in the end she chose the civilian camp. As the three of them made their choice, soon the white light around them dissipated and everything around them gradually emerged. This is a very simple but very wide warehouse. There were dense crowds of people gathered in the warehouse. Brothers and sisters, after leaving Qiansheng Group, the Black Light Organization came again. They absorbed on us like vampires, squeezing us day and night. When our value is about to be consumed, we will force us to go to the battlefield to become the cheapest cannon fodder. A voice of extremely sadness and anger sounded in Shen Fei and the other two. The three of them stood there and were confused for a while. They quickly squeezed out of the crowd and came to an inconspicuous corner hidden in the warehouse. What's going on now? Shen Fei glanced around him. Everyone here was in a bad mood, and he felt a bit like a pyramid scheme organization. Wait for me to investigate. Jin Xiao Xiao didn't say much, and a virtual screen soon appeared in front of her and started operating on it at the same time. This place has a virtual network and has no defense. Jin Xiao Xiao said, and soon she said. This is a transformed resident planet called Mengming Star. This planet is probably located in the 29th district of the galaxy Yingxian's Hibing Arm, with a population of more than 3 billion. At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao kept talking, and the three of them gradually understood the situation here. In summary, this is a very ordinary resident planet. It was previously managed by the Qiansheng Group, but now the ruler has become the so-called Black Light Organization. And now this group of people gathered here, which was because they were extremely dissatisfied with the rule of the Black Light Organization. It seemed that there was a possibility of riots at any time. Miss Jin, you are so awesome. And you looked at Jin Xiao Xiao in surprise. With so much information so easily, those Void Realm props must be very expensive, right? This is just ordinary intelligence. Jin Xiao Xiao was very calm. This level of intelligence could not show her abilities at all. But at this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in Jin Xiaoxio's eyes, and a dark pillar of light fell from the sky. The warehouse and everyone except the three of them were wiped out from Menmingxing in an instant. In 3 minutes, someone will use energy weapons to attack here. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei. I didn't know, high-dimensional information observation plus fit. Shen Fei asked with surprise. Good. Jin Xiao Xiao glanced at Shen Fei and nodded calmly. Just now, her Void Realm talent came into effect. This Void Realm talent is really easy to use. Shen Fei tooted his mouth, but just when he was trying to say something, suddenly, the evolutionary evidence of the three people illuminated. You are now a companion of 3 evolvers who have risen among civilians. You are now looking for opportunities to resist the Black Light Organization. Please use this identity reasonably. This virtual world will last for half a year, and the time ratio with the outside world is 20:1. Detected Mission 1, Civilian Wrath. Please let the Black Light Organization feel the anger from civilians. Oh! Mission is on. Shen Fei glanced at the information, and he was slightly shocked. This virtual world actually lasted for half a year, and the time ratio with the outside world reached an exaggerated 20:1. In other words, the virtual world has only been around 10 days in the outside world in the past 6 months. And, Mission 1? That is to say, there will be Task 2 and Task 3 in the future? No wonders I said before that the mission in the virtual realm world is a phased task. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully, but soon a smile appeared on his face. He knew that choosing a civilian camp was definitely right. This first mission was very much to his liking. Let the Black Light Organization feel the anger of the civilians? Then destroying the Black Light Organization should be enough to make them feel it clearly, right? 258 Chapter 250 Intelligence. On the Dream Star. A once vast and prosperous city now seems a bit dilapidated. Most of the towering and huge buildings are full of cracks, and the air is filled with a strong smell of burnt. At this time, on an orbit outside Mengming Star, a satellite operating above the city rapidly changed in shape. Massive amounts of energy gather. Next moment. Boom! A dark column of light suddenly burst out, at a terrible speed. Go straight to an inconspicuous warehouse on the edge of the city below. But at this moment. Boom! The dome of the warehouse suddenly exploded. Laugh! 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 Countless harsh sounds sounded, and an extremely dazzling light burst out, and a long spear of lightning nearly 100 meters long burst out. Next moment. A dark energy beam and a lightning spear suddenly met in midair. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded, and a violent energy shock erupted over the warehouse. In the warehouse. The terrifying explosion instantly made the voices of the originally emotional people low. Although they didn't know what was going on, they realized that they might have passed by death just now. In fact, there are many evolvers gathered here, and there is even a sun realm. But it was just the second level of the sun realm. He was extremely small in front of the bursting energy just now. However, before everyone could figure out the situation, suddenly. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! This is my terrible power now. A burst of crazy laughter suddenly came, and everyone was shocked and looked at it when they heard the sound. It was a woman with blue earrings and dressed very beautifully and exquisitely. However, she was laughing wildly at the moment, which was a bit of a damaging image. This guy. Shen Fei looked at Anu speechlessly. As for such an exaggeration? However, it seems that the Empire Tactics class is really a bit of a thing. Anu's attack is not like the normal strength of the 4th level evolutionary magic ability in the Sun Realm. May I ask, what happened just now? A confused voice came. Isn't that obvious? If you didn't happen to meet us, you have become ashes now. Anu's smile on her face curled up, and she said speechlessly. Even if you want to conspire to rebel, you must at least find a safe and confidential place, right? You are so terrible. Hearing this, everyone's faces appeared confused. Rebel? They didn't want to rebel? With this strength, how can we fight against the Black Light Organization? They just wanted to protest. It seems that this place is even more chaotic than I thought. Shen Fei looked at everyone's expressions and quickly had a guess in his heart. The so-called Black Light Organization is definitely a cruel and ruthless person. If they want to kill people, they probably don't need evidence. Thinking of this, Shen Fei took out the Yangguang No. 1 energy cannon that he had not used for a long time with his backhand. He looked at the sky through the warehouse where a big hole had already broken. The next moment, he directly aimed the energy cannon in his hand in a certain direction. Buzz. A buzzing sound appeared. You want it? Anu quickly recognized the energy cannon in Shen Fei's hand, which was the one that made great contributions in the world of falling sky. But what are you doing now? Shen Fei didn't say much. After the energy accumulation was completed, he pulled the trigger directly. Boom! A terrifying beam of light burst out instantly, and the energy beam of light even produced a powerful impact, which made Anu unable to help but take a step back. Soon, a fire broke through the sky. Have you defeated the chasing of the chasing? Anu quickly reacted, and there was a look of shock on her face. It's just a satellite. Shen Fei's face was calm. Anu's face suddenly showed your expression of teasing me. Even a low-orbit satellite is at least thousands of kilometers away, right? Not to mention how you saw the target so far. Although the power of the energy cannon in your hand is strong enough, one shot can penetrate a mountain, but with such a small size, can it really hit such a far target? Have your energy cannon been upgraded again? Anu's face suddenly appeared with a look of surprise. After all, it has been almost a year since they met in the Void Realm world last time. It's not unreasonable that Shen Fei added some black technology to his energy cannon for such a long time. You have to understand this way, it's not impossible. Shen Fei smiled. The basic power of Yangguang No. 1 is indeed a bit weaker, so he hasn't used it for a long time. However, his attribute points in the previous virtual realm world have increased to more than 700 points at one time. This makes the originally useless Yangguang No. 1 barely useful. If you can't kill the advanced evolvers, you're still fine to abuse the vegetables. After all, it's just a satellite, and he can't use that satellite destroyer. Let's go, let's leave here first. Shen Fei turned around calmly, and Jin Xiao followed without saying much. I said you guys, let's break up quickly. Anu turned her head and waved to the people gathered in the warehouse, and she quickly followed. With the help of Jin Xiao, the three temporarily blocked the tracking signals from the Black Light Organization. When Anu heard the news, she was relieved. Although I felt very happy when I first took action, the strength of this Black Light Organization is unknown. It would be great to be able to block the other party's tracking now. What should we do now? Will we use our intelligence advantages to fight guerrilla? Anu asked thoughtfully. Since the mission is to Black Light Organization feel the anger from the civilians, they must have to go against each other. And using the advantages of intelligence to fight guerrillas is the best way and you can think of. What are you kidding? Of course, we are going to do something directly. Let's just make the Black Light Organization's nest. Shen Fei sneered. Anu was silent when she heard this, and she followed. Although human civilization in this virtual world is chaotic, war can catalyze many terrible weapons. This Black Light Organization can occupy at least one resident planet, and I don't think they will be very weak. I think we can't beat it. You don't want to fight this time either. At the beginning of the class, I was eliminated immediately, right? Anu looked at Shen Fei. Ms. Anu, I have to say that you still have a brain. Shen Fei nodded, and he followed, so, I am not rushing over immediately now, but waiting for information. As he said that, Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao. Jin Xiao Xiao, who had been silent since a few minutes ago, her eyes also shifted from a virtual screen. I invaded a secret base and found a lot of information from it. Jin Xiao Xiao said. In the Milky Way today, the forces of all sizes are like cows, but there are only those at the top, and the Black Light Organization is one of them. This was once a mercenary organization. They provided war services to major forces, which was famous. However, just a few years ago, the Black Light Organization suddenly changed. They were not very interested in the territory and began to crazily occupy residents' planets. Qian Sheng Group was one of the victims. The planet originally under their management has now fallen into the hands of the Black Light Organization. 259 Chapter 251, A Punch to Destroy. Jin Xiao Xiao kept talking, and Anu's face became heavier and heavier. It was a start to attack one of the top forces in the virtual realm world as soon as it started. Shen Fei was also a little surprised, but he was more excited. It would be better to be strong, which means there should be super strong people in the Black Light Organization so that there will be a dog head to harvest. Jin Xiao Xiao didn't care about the reactions of the two, and she continued to talk about the information she collected. According to information, the Black Light Organization has now occupied more than 100 residential planets, and Mengming Star is just one of them. Therefore, the Black Light Organization's nest is of course not Mengming Star, but on a planet called Black Light Star. It seems that it is impossible to directly attack the old lair in a short time. Shen Fei thought about it. Don't underestimate the Black Light Organization. Their technological level in energy, materials, etc. is indeed not very high, and it is even worse than the Empire 80,000 years ago. However, they master a kind of biochemical black technology that can create quite powerful biochemical monsters. Jin Xiao Xiao said. When the Black Light Organization used to be a mercenary organization, it was through these monsters that made a huge reputation. Monster? I like monsters. Shen Fei was a little surprised. Physical weapons do not have dog heads. For example, he had not obtained anything when he shot down the satellite before. If a biochemical monster is likely to have a dog's head. Miss Xiao Xiao, let's first destroy the Black Light Organization's power on Mengming Star, and then announce the occupation of this planet, fish the Black Light Organization's power, and then eliminate them all. What do you think? Shen Fei said his plan. Can. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded after considering it. Although the Black Light organization is very strong, Shen Fei is really not a vegetarian at this moment. He can try hard steel first. Jin Xiao felt a little relieved. In this virtual world, Shen Fei was finally not so reckless. Maybe the training at the Imperial Elite School worked. You. Anu wants to speak but stops. Do you want to see what you are talking about? On the Dreaming Star, there are a continuous mountain range. Deep in the mountains, a huge base is built here. Here is one of the main defensive forces arranged by the Black Light organization on Mengming Star. At this time, inside the base, in a room filled with countless display screens, thousands of figures in dark uniforms were operating around them. And in the center of the room, a silver-haired man was staring at a somewhat blurry video. Above an inconspicuous warehouse, an energy attack fell down, but was blocked in midair by a huge thunder spear. Afterwards, a silver-white beam of light suddenly burst out and rushed straight into the sky. The first wave of lightning spear should be the ability of evolutionary methods, but the second energy attack is like a technological weapon, but there is no trace of large technological weapons in that warehouse. In other words, this is a small weapon, but the small weapon kills a satellite. The silver-haired man looked cold, and at this moment, a sound of rapid footsteps suddenly came. Is there any clue? The silver-haired man turned his head and glanced. The chief of the report base, all the people who were gathering in that warehouse were caught. After preliminary interrogation, there were 3 mysterious people, 1 man, 2 women, and many people saw with their own eyes that the energy attack broke out from a weapon similar to a small energy cannon. A figure in a black uniform reported quickly. When the silver-haired man heard this, his eyes suddenly burst out with a ray of light. Look for these 3 people immediately. The silver-haired man ordered without hesitation not to talk about revenge. That small energy cannon may contain quite terrifying technology. If it can be obtained and handed over to the headquarters, it is undoubtedly a great achievement. Yes. The figure nodded quickly, but before he could leave. Sudden. Boom. A sudden explosion came and the base shook slightly. What's going on? The silver-haired man frowned. Report, the base was attacked, and the enemy has now broken through 3 lines of defense. Someone reported soon, and at the same time, a picture was also projected. It was a woman flying in the air, all of which were covered with lightning armor, and endless lightning burst out, rapidly destroying various defensive weapons around. At present, the opponent is less than 1 kilometer away from the base. This person. The silver-haired man was suddenly shocked. He felt that this was the man who threw out the thunder spear in the warehouse. Here you come to the door. The silver-haired man was cold with a laugh, he quickly ordered. Number 2 is unblocked, remember, catch the alive. Yes. At this moment, on the other side, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao followed Anu very calmly, approaching the base not far away little by little. Just let her go on it myself. Jin Xiao asked with a strange expression. Ms. Anu is from the tactical class after all, and she needs to fight. If she doesn't let her go, she may not have a chance in the future. Shen Fei smiled slightly. That's right. Jin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. However, what I am more curious about is that this is a wild virtual world after all. Does the Empire have a way to know what is happening here? How does the Empire know how these people in the tactical squad perform? Shen Fei suddenly asked. I suspect that some people who carry special props and specialize in recording intelligence come in. Jin Xiao said. In this case, a large number of tickets for Void Realm are needed. Shen Fei took a breath. The Empire's investment in this elite plan was really not low. Shen Fei talked to Jin Xiao, and Anu, who was driving the way forward, soon encountered an enemy that made her feel tricky. It was a monster with a height of more than 10 meters and a bulging muscles all over his body. The power and speed of this monster are extremely terrifying, much stronger than Anu. You know, Anu's evolution talent is not weak, and she is already very top among the 4th level evolvers in the Sun Realm. Shen Fei thought Anu would ask for help, but unexpectedly, Anu had a big move. She turned into a 10-meter high thunder giant and killed the monster from the front. This is the Sun Realm that has been broken through at the 5th level of the new moon. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei was not surprised. His wild god transformation will undergo a qualitative change after breaking through the 5th level of the new moon, and Anu's evolutionary method will of course also undergo a qualitative change. However, before Anu could take a breath, sudden rumble. The ground was trembling wildly, and a huge palm suddenly broke out from the ground, and then the ground completely collapsed. Soon, a giant with a similar appearance to the monster just now appeared. The difference is that this monster is hundreds of meters long. Fuck! Anu's expression changed instantly. Just by the oppressive feeling of this monster, she knew that the other party was much stronger than the one just now. Brother Shen Fei, this time I was unwilling to be fooled by every uranium. If I were given another chance, she would definitely not believe Shen Fei's bewitching. It is definitely no problem to say that this base is just an ordinary base set up by the Black Light organization. Is this a no problem? At this time, in the base, the silver-haired man looked at the huge monster emerging from the ground through a screen, and a sneer appeared on his face. I actually forced me to use number 1. I'm still quite capable, but that's all. Under the gaze of the silver-haired man, the huge monster also took action. Although it is nearly 100 meters, its speed is amazingly fast, even faster than Anu, coupled with its terrifying power. The moment the monster took action, the terrifying air pressure even made Anu unable to move. It's over. The silver-haired man didn't have much fluctuation in his heart. But the next moment, boom! A muffled sound suddenly sounded, and a terrifying force suddenly enveloped the monster. In an instant, it couldn't help but stolen towards the rear. Rumble! The monster fell to the ground and splashed countless smoke and dust, and among the smoke and dust, the silver-haired man suddenly found a figure appearing in front of Anu. On the other side, Brother Shen Fei. Anu looked at Shen Fei, who suddenly appeared in surprise. No, Shen Fei has just broken through the 4th level of the Sun Realm. Even if the power of his mind is calculated, it is at most the strength of the 5th level of the Sun Realm. Where can he get such a great power? Stop your suspicion in the future, I'll let you see it. Shen Fei turned his head and said to Anyu. Anyu was slightly confused. What did she see? Shen Fei didn't say much, but his mind moved slightly. In an instant, infinite energy surged out from the energy core in his body. Rumble. An endless dazzling light burst out. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei had expanded to a height of 100 meters, and it was not even over. As infinite power continued to gush out from Shen Fei's body, his body continued to expand, and soon, it expanded several times. Previously, at the 5th level of the new moon, the limit of Shen Feiwang's transformation was 100 meters, but now that he has broken through the Sun Realm, his energy has been countless times more abundant, and this limit is directly broken. Of course, this ultimate transformation has indeed increased its power countless times, but Shen Fei's speed has dropped too much. Originally, his basic speed was at the level of the 5th level of the Sun Realm. Now, it may be similar to the 2nd level of the Sun Realm. The body strength has also dropped to about the 3rd level of the Sun Realm. Of course, these are all basics. Now Shen Fei's attribute bonus is as high as more than 700 points. Even if it changes to a height of hundreds of meters now, he still has a speed of nearly level 5 of the Sun Realm. If he imposes a state of acceleration of time on himself, his speed will exceed the 6th level of the Sun Realm. The key is that in this state, my power is too terrifying. Shen Fei felt the surging power. After breaking through the Sun Realm, his basic strength was about tens of millions of tons. Now it has become so huge that its power has increased by hundreds of times, which is billions of tons. The key is that the attribute bonus can be added more than 700 times. A concentrated burst of power of up to trillions of tons, and one punch can smash a moon. Humph! Shen Fei sneered, he bent down and grabbed the monster in his hand. Although the monster was struggling wildly, unfortunately, his power was too far from that of Shen Fei, which was more than 10,000 times. Shen Fei's slight pinch, the huge monster exploded into meat sauce. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 10. A line of text appeared in front of Shen Fei's eyes, and Shen Fei tooted his mouth, it's okay. Swish! 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 Shen Fei used the ability of teleportation and teleported several times in a row, and he had arrived at the base center of the Black Light Organization. A punch containing infinite power fell. Rumble. A rift valley that could not be seen suddenly appeared on the ground, and the base was also destroyed. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 10. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 3. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 3. As a series of words appeared, Shen Fei immediately understood that there were still many strong people in the base just now. Unfortunately, I couldn't withstand his punch at all. At this moment, in the distance, Anyu had retreated to Jin Xiao Xiao, who supported an energy shield and protected the two of them. Is this brother Shanfei? Did I recognize the wrong person? Anu looked at Jin Xiao with a confused look on her face. You didn't recognize the wrong person. Jin Xiao nodded very calmly. Of course, she was actually just calm on the surface now. She knew that Shanfei must be terrifyingly strong now, and with her newly mastered time and space ability, she might have the strength to compete with the 9th level of the Sun Realm, but she never thought that Shanfei could become like this. This is really outrageous. 260 Chapter 252 The Shocked Anu. Your current attributes are: Attack, 751.4. Speed, 882.7. Defense, 754.6. Physical Constitution, 753.2. Understanding, 752.3. Evolutionary Talent, 751.1. It's been a long time since there was a decimal point. It seems that there are a lot of cannon fodders that have been affected this time. Shanfei looked at the data of his last attribute point and nodded with satisfaction. After this wave, the attribute points increased by more than 30 points on average, making a lot of money. Of course, it is called cannon fodder. In fact, in terms of Shanfei's current terrifying strength, the normal 2nd level Sun Realm is the green dog head, the 3rd level purple, the 4th level gold, the 5th level crystal, and the 6th level color. There are 2 lives at the 6th level that Shanfei just destroyed. First, the monster with a height of 100 meters, and second, there should be a level 6 of the Sun Realm in the base. In the previous virtual realm world, although Shanfei also had the ability to crush the 6th level evolvers of the ordinary Sun Realm, he had to be serious. But this time, the aftermath of just one blow killed a level 6 of the Sun Realm. It can be seen that after he reached the 5th level of the New Moon and broke through the Sun Realm, his strength really changed extremely exaggeratedly. Call. Shanfei quickly removed the transformation of the wilderness god and his body shrank rapidly. The energy consumption is very large. Shanfei felt the energy in his energy core. In just a short while, he consumed 1/10 of the energy he had accumulated during this period. Of course, the big energy consumption is when transforming. As long as you transform, no matter if it is a second or an hour of battle, the huge consumption at the beginning is inevitable. After transforming, relying on the remaining energy, I should be able to maintain the state of the moment for half an hour. Shanfei quickly knew it. In fact, he already has a huge advantage. He used his body as the energy core and accumulated energy at an astonishing speed. Even if all the energy accumulated before was exhausted, he could accumulate a large amount of energy again in a short period of time. If you change to other Sun Realms, after using this move, don't think about using it next time in a short time. Without thinking too much, Shanfei quickly teleported continuously and instantly came to Jin Xiao and Anu who were hiding in the distance. How is my move? Shanfei looked at the two of them with a smile. It's okay. Jin Xiao wrapped her arms around her chest. After nodding, she immediately said, What I care more about than this is that your teleportation distance seems to have increased. I remember that you were only 100 meters in the previous virtual realm world. It's indeed longer. Now I can teleport to about 500 meters at a time. But I don't know why this change occurs. Shen Fei said thoughtfully. Change does exist, and he does not know why he has such a change. In short, as soon as he entered this virtual world, he felt that his teleportation distance had changed. What I have to say may have something to do with his reaching the 4th level of the Sun Realm. After all, the only difference between entering this virtual realm this time is that he broke through the 4th level of the Sun Realm. Of course, it may also be that the talent of the virtual realm will naturally grow. Where is the ability of time? Jin Xiao asked again. I don't feel that there is any change in this. Shen Fei shook his head. Shen Fei talked to Jin Xiao, and soon he noticed a gaze gathered on him. Ms. Yu, I know I'm very strong, but you don't have to keep staring at me. Shen Fei smiled slightly. I'm not watching you. Yu stretched out her hand and pulled Shen Fei's clothes. She said, I'm curious. What material is your clothes made of? You just became so huge, but the clothes were not torn. Hearing this, Shen Fei suddenly felt silent. Good guy, your attention is really amazing. This is a supramolecular coat specially customized by Miss Xiao for me. It can change its size and appearance according to my thoughts. Shen Fei spoke quickly, and his mind moved. Suddenly, the clothes on his body changed several colors back and forth, red, yellow, green, blue and purple. Because the transformation of the wilderness god is getting bigger and bigger, Shen Fei bought this set of clothes very early, and last time he studied at the 3rd evolutionary. The school turned into a 100-meter giant thanks to it that it did not run naked. However, at this time, Yu saw that Shen Fei was really introducing him seriously, and she quickly chuckled. Okay, I have to admit that I'm very curious now. Yu's face was full of a look of seeking knowledge, and she asked. Brother Shen Fei, if I remember correctly, you are at the 4th level of the Sun Realm, right? What's going on with that move? This is my ability to evolve. Shen Fei smiled. Impossible. The evolution method also needs to explain the conservation of energy. The ordinary 9th level evolver of the Sun Realm cannot be hit by the punch you just now. Yu shook her head repeatedly. So, is there anything hard to guess? Of course this is my Void Realm talent. Shen Fei smiled and said, my Void Realm talent has greatly improved my strength. When it comes to the talent of the virtual realm, you obviously didn't teleport before. Yu looked at Shen Fei with some confusion. Last time in the world of Falling Sky, Shen Fei had never shown this ability at all. Could it be that he was inferior to the Wang Xianying who also teleports, so it has been useless? Compared with the two, Shen Fei's teleportation distance is indeed a little shorter. However, Yu quickly shook her head fiercely and threw out the messy thoughts in her mind. And, how did teleportation make you burst out that kind of power? Yu asked again soon. Telection is just a derivative ability. My real ability is not this. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face, and he stretched out his hand. Suddenly, and Yu found that everything around her accelerated. "No, I'm slowing down." Yu was shocked. She could still control the time? So perverted? This is also a derivative ability. Yu looked at Shen Fei with some disbelief. Shen Fei didn't say anything, just smiled indifferently. "Damn it, it's okay if you cheat, why do you still cheat like this invincible one?" Yu's face showed an unacceptable look. How can such cheaters make them civilian players play? She worked hard to break through the 4th level of the Sun Realm. She thought that the gap with Shen Fei was already very small, but unexpectedly, she was hit by a blow. "Wait, he is a talent in the virtual realm. In reality, the strength between me and him should be not much different." As soon as Yu thought of this, she suddenly felt much more balanced in her heart. And, in the virtual realm world, the stronger Shen Fei is, the better. We have formed a temporary team. Yu thought of this again, and her expression completely calmed down. Comfortable, completely comfortable. Shen Fei saw Yu's face recovering from normal so quickly, and he was a little surprised. This guy had such strong psychological adjustment ability. "Shen Fei, don't show off, come to see this." Suddenly, Jin Xiaoxio's voice came. Hearing this, Shen Fei was a little surprised. He quickly walked to Jin Xiaoxiao and looked at a virtual screen in front of her. Yu, who was a little curious, also came over. 261 Chapter 253 The Imperial Elites Who Are Suffered. This is... Shen Fei looked at the picture displayed on the virtual screen in front of Jin Xiaoxiao, and soon he recognized that this was a scene of 100 miles nearby. "What is this red dot?" Shen Fei quickly pointed to a red dot. The location of the red dot should be the Black Light Organization base that he had just destroyed. "Abnormal signal," Jin Xiaoxiao said calmly. "Exception signal." Shen Fei was slightly confused. "Simply put, it's just a living person, and there are still people who are not dead," Jin Xiaoxiao said again, and Shen Fei immediately understood. "Good guy, someone isn't dead in the base yet." Shen Fei's eyes instantly condensed slightly. The power of his punch was really not a joke. No normal level 9 in the Sun Realm does not have this power. Of course, it refers to the theoretically normal 9th level of the Sun Realm. So far, Shen Fei has seen 2 evolutionists at the 9th level of the Sun Realm, one is Xia Qinjiun, and the other is the woman who fought with Yang Zhi last time in the Void Realm world. The 2 9th level Sun Realm were more abnormal than the other, so Shen Fei did not dare to determine the strength of the 9th level Sun Realm at will. At this level, the gap between the upper and lower limits may be particularly large because it is stuck before the starry sky level. In fact, the same is true for the 8th and 7th levels of the Sun Realm. After all, only the evolvers who break through the 5th level of the New Moon can reach the 9th level of the Sun Realm. Some people have reached the limit of the Sun Realm when the Sun Realm is 7th or 8th. But a hint of excitement soon appeared on Shen Fei's face. "It's good that you're not dead. If you can survive that blow, you might be a very advanced doghead. I'll go and have a look." Shen Fei teleported back quickly without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei arrived over the location that Jin Xiao had just marked. At the center of the Black Light Organization base, a bottomless rift was pierced through, and both sides were also affected by aftermath, completely turning into ruins. Shen Fei landed on a ruin without hesitation, and he punched him directly. Even without the need for the transformation of the wilderness god, Shen Fei's power at this time was increased by more than 700 times based on tens of millions of tons. More than 7 billion tons of power burst out, and in an instant, the ruins smashed a huge pit. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared from the huge pit and flew quickly to the distance. Also want to run? Shen Fei smiled grimly, his mind moved slightly, and he appeared above the figure in an instant. Bang! Shen Fei punched him mercilessly. However, the figure was much weaker than Shen Fei imagined. Shen Fei hit the other party's head with a punch, and his head exploded instantly. The remaining fist wind even left a bottomless pit on the ground from the air. So weak. Shen Fei looked at the figure who was weak and fell down, and he complained. But immediately afterwards, Shen Fei reacted. He came over and did not receive a dog head prompt, which means that this guy was not dead. The Starry Sky level evolver is not necessarily the case, but the normal evolver in the Sun realm has a head that is broken, must be dead, right? Shen Fei fell down thoughtfully. Sure enough, under Shen Fei's gaze, the person's exploded head was recovering rapidly. Virtual Realm Talent. Elite Plan Student. An inexplicable look appeared on Shen Fei's face. Although this is a wild virtual realm world, there is a possibility that virtual realm adventurers in other places will appear, but it is more likely that they are Imperial elites. This? Miss Xiao, Ms. Anu, come here, something unexpected happened. Shen Fei said through the evolutionary certificate. Soon, Anu flew over with Jin Xiao. At this time, the figure on the ground's heads were completely restored. At this moment, as soon as the figure opened his eyes, he saw 3 people staring at him condescendingly. Brother Shen Fei, don't you feel that this person looks familiar? Anu said to Shen Fei. Shen Fei did not answer Anu, and he stretched out his hand and said, Brother Lin, stop watching, get up first, you are my own. At this time, the somewhat confused brain gradually recovered its complete thoughts. What just happened to come here? Entering this virtual world, he and several teammates chose the Separatist Forces camp, and were then assigned to the Black Light Organization. However, while they were still familiar with the environment, a terrible force suddenly exploded, and his 2 teammates instantly became flesh silk. He survived with his talent in the virtual realm. Then, he was blown to his head while running away. When he regained his Void Realm talent again, he saw this scene. Is Shen Fei? The figure stood up with the help of Shen Fei, and he also recognized Shen Fei in front of him. It's me. Shen Fei nodded. Anu. The figure looked at Anu again, and he actually recognized Anu at a glance. What's your name? An Yu asked thoughtfully. Lin Feng. The figure reminded. Hearing this, An Yu's mind flashed, and a hint of suddenness appeared on her face. I remembered that this was the one who organized everyone to deal with Crystal Core Life in the first round of Empire Elite Assessment. Miss Jin Xiao Xiao. Lin Feng looked at Jin Xiao Xiao again, and when he heard this, Jin Xiao Xiao frowned. She doesn't know this person. No, why do you know everyone? An Yu looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. There are only 3,000 students in this period of the Empire Elite program. It would be strange if you can't remember it, right? Lin Feng said in a little puzzled manner, and he said immediately. What's more, this young lady Jin Xiao Xiao is quite famous. Many people speculate that your background has so many privileges in the Imperial Elite School. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei nodded in his heart. He said that Jin Xiao Xiao is indeed very privileged. Not to mention anything else, she actually brought a maid, which is very eye-catching. Oh! Jin Xiao Xiao sneered, and she didn't say much. Okay, Brother Lin, these are not important. Shen Fei stepped forward and put his arms around Lin Feng's shoulders. He said, I didn't expect to meet you here. We are really destined to be together. I also want to ask, why are you here? Lin Feng glanced around him. He was suddenly attacked before, but he didn't know that the good base had turned into this way now. What exactly is that terrible force? Of course we are here to deal with the Black Light Organization. An Yu smacked her lips and said, are you assigned to the Black Light Organization? Is this what you did? A hint of disbelief appeared on Lin Feng's face. It's true. Shen Fei nodded, and he followed, but fortunately, Brother Lin, you have the talent of the Void Realm and save your life. Now everyone is happy. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face froze slightly. I still have 2 teammates, they all died just now. Lin Feng said, and in an instant, Shen Fei's expression became strange. What a good guy, that is to say, the dog head he just harvested is an Imperial Elite. This is really a pity. Shen Fei shook his head and sighed. He looked at An Yu and said, Ms. An Yu, you are too ignorant of the seriousness of your actions. Just commit suicide and apologize. Upon hearing this, An Yu's expression suddenly changed. Damn, can you blame her for this damn bat? Brother Shen, you did it. Lin Feng said the real murderer in one word. Shen Fei was surprised when he heard this. This guy's eyes were so accurate. Actually, it's nothing. The actual textbook is not a joke. They are affected and can only say that they are unlucky. Lin Feng sighed. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded. In fact, he just put the pot on An Yu's head, which was just a joke, but in fact he didn't care at all. He didn't even know, could he blame him? 262 updated tonight. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Now an urgent announcement is made that a few days ago, on Mengming Star, the terrorist Black Light Organization has basically been wiped out, and the Wild God Society will be responsible for the subsequent political, economic, and other issues of Mengming Star. Next, we invite Mr. Lin Feng, one of the vice presidents of the Wild God Association, to speak. At this moment, almost the same sound sounded in every city of Menmingxing. The range of sound is quite wide and can be heard by everyone. How long has Qiansheng Group just left? Has the Black Light Organization been replaced again? Isn't there any rumors that the Black Light Organization is more than tens of millions of times stronger than Qiansheng Group? Why is it so fast replaced? The Wilderness God Club? I haven't said it. But it doesn't matter. The people of Menmingxing were just surprised at the beginning of this sudden news, but soon most of them calmed down. It's just a different ruler, it's a normal thing. I just hope that this new ruler can be a little more humane than the Black Light Organization. At this time, in a building that is extremely luxurious in a big city in Menmingxing, Shen Fei was sitting leisurely on a soft sofa, slowly tasting a fruity drink. It's so outrageous. This Lin Feng actually turned the fake into real. Shen Fei listened to the sound coming from outside, and a strange look appeared on his face. According to their original plan, after eliminating the power of the Black Light Organization of Mengming Star, they pretended to claim that they had occupied the planet. As one of the most powerful forces in human civilization, the Black Light Organization will definitely not allow its territory to be stolen by others, so the Black Light Organization will most likely send people to recover the lost territory. At that time, he will harvest a wave of dog heads. However, the plan is perfect, and it is difficult to implement it. How can you pretend that they are really planning to occupy this planet? You know, he just destroyed the main power of the Black Light Organization in Mengming Star. Such a large planet must be filled with the residual power of the Black Light Organization. These residual powers cannot compete with him, but it is still easy to hide it and transmit intelligence to the Black Light Organization. If the acting is too fake, it may arouse suspicion from the Black Light Organization. And at this time, Lin Feng stood up. In just 3 days, Shen Fei watched Lin Feng take the means of killing a group of people and quickly recruiting a large number of talents to enter the Wild God Club he casually established. The Wild God Association that originally had only 4 people expanded to thousands in a short period of time. Although it is likely that there are a large number of spies with the Black Light Organization, it can be really useful. Just like that, the Wild God Society truly occupied Mengming Star. Strictly speaking, Lin Feng is also a member of the Black Light Organization in the camp, but he is from the tactical squad. Like an Yu, he can have the opportunity to fight and there is no requirement for completing the task. Therefore, Shen Fei and others were quite relieved about Lin Feng. Otherwise, their camps are different in this virtual world. Even if they have some friendship in reality, Shen Fei would not be able to believe him easily. I have to say that Lin Feng is indeed a talent, which saves me a lot of trouble. Jin Zioxio's voice sounded beside her. At this time, she was taking advantage of her free time to study the information she brought about the 5th level of the crescent moon. Originally, the important task of Shen Fei proposed would definitely fall on her. After all, Shen Fei and Anu were not like people with this brain. But now, she has free time to do extra study. But at this moment, buzz. With a buzzing sound, the evolutionary evidence of Shen Fei and Jin Xiao lit up at the same time. Task 2 has been detected, separate one side. You have established a powerful force Wild God Society that has initially developed, and have the dominance of a resident planet, which is enough to be called a separatist side. Please continue to expand your sphere of influence. Shen Fei. A classic dragon slayer eventually becomes an evil dragon. The previous mission was the wrath of the civilians, and the next mission was to take control of one side. Miss Xiao Xiao, have you received the task? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao. Received, separatist. Jin Xiao Xiao quickly talked about the task, and the content of the task was similar to Shen Fei. The only difference was that Jin Xiao Xiao mentioned in her mission that she wanted to assist Shen Fei in expanding her sphere of influence. In fact, it is normal. After all, the nominal president of this grassroots team organization is Shen Fei, and Jin Xiao Xiao, An Yu, and Lin Feng are all vice presidents. Say that. Shen Fei was thinking. He was just about to contact An Yu through the evolution certificate to confirm whether she had received it, but the next moment, An Yu took the initiative to contact him. At this time, An Yu was cleaning up the miscellaneous fish left by the black light tissue in Mengming Star. Therefore, when An Yu's phantom was projected from the evolution evidence, Shen Fei also saw her throwing out a large-scale lightning attack, knocking a fully armed squad into coke. If you are still busy, I will talk about it later. Shen Fei said speechlessly. It's all an armed force composed of ordinary people, it's a slightest. An Yu waved her hand, looking like she didn't care at all. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded. The remaining power of the Black Light Organization on Menmingxing is indeed all miscellaneous fish, and it is probably difficult to even have a green dog head, so Shen Fei was naturally too lazy to take action, but handed the task to An Yu. I'm confused, have you received the task? Shen Fei asked quickly. It seems that brother Shen Fei, you have also received the task. An Yu skated and said. Although I don't have the need to complete the task, this task will definitely go through a lot of battles. Will we do it? Certainly. Shen Fei smiled and said, he must not miss this great opportunity. After all, expanding power means offending people, and offending people means that powerful dog heads will emerge, which is another good opportunity to harvest dog heads. An Yu quickly cut off the communication, and then, after Lin Feng's speech to Meng Mingxing was over, Shen Fei also contacted him. As a result, Lin Feng, who was originally the Black Light Organization camp, also received the task. However, his mission is called Abandoning the Dark and Turning to the Light, and in one sentence, it is from the Black Light organize job hopping to the Wild God Society and help the Wild God Society expand its sphere of influence. Lin Feng said that he was very interested in this task and did not need Shen Fei to speak. He directly promised that as long as Shen Fei could conquer more territory in the future, he would help Shen Fei establish a power framework and help the Wild God Association complete its expansion. 263 Chapter 254 The Waste God Society. Just on the Dream Star, when the Waste God Association officially announced the takeover of this resident planet, it was at the other end of the immortal rotary arm of the Milky Way. There is a planet that is hollowed out all over. The inside of this planet is filled with countless mechanical devices, and the entire planet is a huge base. This is the famous Black Light Organization's nest, Black Light Star. At this time, inside the black light star, a figure carrying hands on his back and wearing a mask on his face was quietly listening to the report from his subordinates. The figure waved his hand quickly, and suddenly a picture appeared in front of him. That was the location of the Black Light Organization base in Mengming Star. Of course, the base had disappeared at this time, and only a deep and bottomless rift valley was left on the spot. If this kind of damage can be caused, if it is caused by the Evolver, then is there a very difficult person on Mengming Star, who is the leader of the so-called Wild God Society. The masked figure was silent for a moment, and he quickly spoke, but Menmingxing is an important part of our plan, and there is no need to be misunderstood. Go and call Julia to see me. In addition, check the status of the Demon King and if it's okay, unseal it. On the other side, in the Dream Star, Shen Fei, who had just asked about Anu and Lin Feng's mission, turned his attention to his dog-headed military advisor. No, it was Jin Xiao Xiao. Miss Xiao Xiao, what do you think of this task? Shen Fei asked. I have no opinion. For the time being, this task does not require deliberate implementation. Jin Xiao Xiao glanced at Shen Fei and said, based on the information I have obtained before, the residents near Mengming Star are all in the hands of the Black Light Organization. As long as the Black Light Organization is still there, it is useless for you to occupy these planets. So, we should deal with the Black Light Organization first according to the previous plan. If the Black Light Organization can be eliminated, we can deal with all the residents' planets they controlled before. If we can't deal with the Black Light Organization, then let alone other residents' planets, we can't defend this Mengming Star. It's true. Shen Fei thought about it and said that what Jin Xiao Xiao was talking about was the fact that unless they changed their place to develop their power, the Black Light Organization would not be able to overcome the hurdle near Mengming Star. But it is obviously impossible for Shen Fei to change the place now. If he changes the place, where can he find such a high-quality dog head? So, whether you can keep Menmingxing next will be the key. Jin Xiao Xiao said, but she immediately reminded, don't be too careless, Meng's Hongai Chongshang Rui Jun, but the Black Light Organization is not a vegetarian. I know. Shen Fei nodded cautiously. Although he was eager to harvest the dog's head, he was not a fool. Of course, Shen Fei understood that without Xia Qian there is a probability of Hedon encountering the Black Light Organization with unknown situation. Of course, the probability is very small. Unless the Black Light Organization can send a starry sky level power, it will really be impossible for Shen Fei to do anything to the present. It's worth taking a little risk for the sake of the dog's head. Shen Fei was quite firm in his heart. Other things can be ignored, but dog's head cannot do it. I have been monitoring the vicinity of Menmingxing for a while. If there is any situation, I will tell you immediately. Jin Xiao Xiao said, but she stopped suddenly as she was halfway through. At this time, in Jin Zioxio's eyes, a picture appeared. It was a hollow-eat-out planet. Inside the planet, a nutritional cabin about 2 meters high was transported to a spacecraft. In the nutritional compartment, there is a unique life with all the skin on the body as bright as a mirror. Life has human-like facial features and healthy limbs, but there is a thick tail behind it. Bang! The picture was broken, followed by another picture. A huge hole appeared on the back of a natural satellite outside Mengming star. Then, 2 spacecraft flew out of it, one of which was the one that Jin Xiao saw in the previous picture. What's wrong? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao, who suddenly paused in confusion. My Void Realm talent is working again, Jin Xiao said, and she quickly described the picture she saw. Is this the Black Light Organization's action? Shen Fei quickly reacted. It should be. Jin Xiao nodded. The strange life that appeared in the first picture is probably a biochemical monster. Although it is not big, it gives me a very dangerous feeling. It is probably used to deal with you. The second picture is the scene when they arrived around Mengming star. When Shen Fei heard this, he immediately took a breath of cold air. Jin Zioxio's first 2 displays of the Void Realm talent were both prophecies for a very short period of time in the future and for what was going to happen nearby. But this time, is this predicting something on the Black Light Star? Although Black Light Star and Mengming Star are both on the Yingxian spiral arm, the distance is at least thousands of light years, right? Can this be predicted? I understand this Void Realm talent a little bit, Jin Xiao said thoughtfully. The first thing I can see is that it needs to have something to do with me. Second, I am thinking about this or doing something related to this. If these 2 conditions are met, there is a probability that I will see it. But the scope of this prediction is too large, right? Shen Fei said in shock. It's not a pre-order. Cicada. Jin Xiao gave Shen Fei a blank look and said. The second picture may be something to happen in the future, but the first picture may not be, maybe it is happening, or even it has been happening for a while. It's already happened. Shen Fei was a little confused, but after thinking about it carefully, what Jin Xiao said made sense. After all, it is too outrageous to predict thousands of light years, and what has happened is easy to understand. In this way, Jin Zioxio's talent in the virtual realm may not simply predict the future. High-dimensional information observation and fitting are indeed well-deserved. I don't know if the scene I saw this time happened or when it happened, but Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei and said. If the second picture hasn't happened yet, this is a good opportunity. Good opportunity. Shen Fei was stunned at first, and suddenly, he reacted. Damn, this is indeed a great opportunity. Normally, it is impossible for him to know where the Black Light Organization's people will arrive near Mengming Star, so he can't do anything in advance, so he can only be vigilant at any time just in case. But now, he can go to the place where Jin Xiao saw to guard in advance. When the other party comes, they will directly give them a head-on blow. Miss Xiao, my Star Destroyer is still with you, right? Shen Fei suddenly looked at Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao nodded indifferently. She knew that Shen Fei was going to use this. There is no way, the opportunity is so good. 264 Chapter 255 A Great Opportunity. There are 3 natural satellites surrounding Mengming Star in total. At this time, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao wearing mechas fell on the back of one of them at the same time. According to the information I have investigated, the picture I saw should be this satellite called Divine Mind. If nothing unexpected happens, the spacecraft of the Black Light Organization will appear from here. Jin Zioxio's voice came from the mecha, and Shen Fei nodded. Looking at the surroundings, the other party did not arrive. In other words, the second picture that Jin Xiao Xiao saw was indeed a future event. Then let me give them a surprise. Shen Fei sneered. Jin Xiao Xiao didn't say much. She clicked on the evolutionary certificate, and suddenly, a super-large energy cannon that exceeded 100 meters appeared nearby. Miss Xiao Xiao, are you going back or waiting here? Shen Fei asked again soon. Let's wait here, I want to see how powerful this gun is. Jin Xiao Xiao said directly, and she said immediately. Don't worry, I still have the ability to protect myself. Shen Fei nodded directly. Jin Xiao Xiao told him that she was almost shocked to death by the aftermath of the Starry Sky level battle after the last Void Realm world. After the end of the Void Realm world last time, she specially purchased an energy shield that could withstand various tangible and invisible attacks. Before, Shen Fei broke out on Mengming Star, and Jin Xiao Xiao was nearby. If it weren't for knowing Jin Zioxio's trump card, Shen Fei wouldn't have exploded casually. After all, Jin Zioxio's original body is only at the 4th level of the new moon. If she doesn't have a trump card, any aftermath might have shocked her to death. As time passed, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao hid in an inconspicuous canyon on this natural satellite. In the first 2 hours, Shen Fei was full of excitement. However, as time went by, Shen Fei gradually realized something was wrong. The Black Light Organization might have a long way to reach it. After all, the distance is not close, at least thousands of light years away. The key is, even if you know that the other party may not be able to arrive for a while, Shen Fei cannot leave first now. After all, what if the other party arrives soon? He has only one chance to attack. Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao and found that she was studying attentively without saying anything. Meditation. Shen Fei made up his mind and soon sat cross-legged in the same place and meditated according to the new meditation method he learned at the Imperial Elite School. This brand new method of meditation is indeed much faster than Shen Fei learned from Enling before, but Shen Fei has never taken it to heart. After all, his spiritual power increases faster when he chops his dog's head. It would be even better if it's a dog's head that is evenly matched with him. However, it is also idle now, better than nothing. In the virtual world, substantial things, such as evolutionary law, cannot be changed. No matter what they become in the virtual world, they will return to their original state after leaving. Only the power of the mind is an accident. The power of the mind is improved in the virtual realm. Even if it returns to reality, the power of the mind will not disappear. In the continuous meditation, Shen Fei gradually lost his feelings about the passage of time. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly. Here you come. Jin Zioxio's voice sounded in Shen Fei's ears. In an instant, Shen Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Under Jin Zioxio's reminder, Shen Fei quickly looked at a place thousands of kilometers away from his location. Although it was thousands of kilometers away, Shen Fei could still see clearly with his eyesight. Before, he shot a satellite with one shot on Mengming star, and it was up to the naked eye to aim. At this time, Shen Fei keenly realized that in the distance, a space seemed to be twisted, and soon, a huge gap was cracked on the spot. It was vaguely visible that a spacecraft about 10,000 meters long flew out from it. Very good. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's mouth, and in an instant, a huge amount of energy exploded in his body. Rumble. Shen Fei's body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he hit 100 meters tall. Call. Shen Fei picked up the 100-meter-long energy cannon, and he used his authority to turn it on and began to accumulate energy at the same time. Generally speaking, the more powerful the energy cannon, the longer it takes to accumulate energy. The normal charging time of this energy cannon is about 1 minute, but Shen Fei lost time with his backhand to accelerate on this energy cannon, and its charging time was directly shortened to 6 seconds. This is undoubtedly a qualitative change. Don't rush to fire the gun, the target is not on the first spacecraft. Jin Xiao reminded through the evolutionary certificate. This spacecraft should be a reconnaissance spacecraft. Of course, their information technology is very backward. I can block it, so there is no need to worry. Clear. Shen Fei nodded. Under Shen Fei's gaze, a second spacecraft soon flew out of the huge crack. The spacecraft was obviously smaller than one, only about 100 meters. It's it. Jin Xiao suddenly spoke. In an instant, Shen Fei's gaze narrowed slightly. With the assistance of the automatic aiming system, he pressed the launch button without hesitation. At that moment, boom! A beam of light shining with deep red light burst out instantly. Although this energy attack could not reach the complete speed of light, it was also a sublight speed. In just a moment, a terrifying column of light penetrated tens of thousands of kilometers of space, and the spacecraft was also in it. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the spacecraft became nothingness bit by bit in the terrifying column of light. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 100. The dark neon and dark sensation. Lines of text floated by in front of Shen Fei, which made Shen Fei feel very happy. Last time he killed an 8th level Ayan realm, he added 200 attribute points in all attributes. However, after that addition, his 6th attribute superposition has been completed, and the 8th level Ayan realm should have depreciated. Therefore, the one he killed this time should be the 8th level of the Sun realm. This black light organization really has something to send such a strong man to deal with him. You know, even if it is in the Empire, the 8th level of the Sun realm is already very powerful. But, such a big spaceship is just a dog's head. Shen Fei frowned quickly, and he didn't receive any other prompts. However, in just a blink of an eye, Shen Fei's brows relaxed. This one has no other dog heads. Didn't it be that one of them came in at the beginning? Miss Xiao, please put away the energy cannon first. Shen Fei lowered the energy cannon, and he was quickly covered by a dark armor. A giant sword that had changed to more than 100 meters in his hand appeared. There is no need for energy cannons to deal with miscellaneous fish. After all, each energy cannon needs to consume reserve energy, although he exchanged most of the energy points for reserve energy at that time. But, saving a little bit is a little bit. 265 Chapter 256 Annihilation of One Blow. Inside the main control room of the first spacecraft. What? Magic light disappeared. At this time, many people from the Black Light organization were still immersed in shock. The life signal of the deputy leader has disappeared, and the Demon Light King has also lost his trace. Someone reported immediately. Shut up, speed up immediately now and retreat. Soon, a man in a battle suit made of special materials roared. In an instant, everyone woke up as if they were dreaming. Yes, if that attack came again. However, at this moment, someone rushed over, so fast. Someone exclaimed, and in an instant, a picture appeared in the middle of the main control room. In the picture, there is a figure that has been slowed down countless times. The figure is 100 meters tall, covered with black armor, and there is a giant sword in his hand. The speed is about 500 kilometers per second. The man who just roared looked at the data and breathed a sigh of relief. Just looking at the speed, the visitor was not too strong. I'll stop him, you guys are ready to speed up quickly. The man said, and the next moment he disappeared into the main control room. At this time, Shen Fei stared at the huge spacecraft, thinking quickly in his heart. According to the scenes seen by Miss Xiao Xiao, they are planning to use a biochemical monster to deal with me. The reason why the first spaceship had no other dog heads was probably because it was transporting biochemical monsters, so no one was willing to stay inside, but the second ship was probably full of dog heads. Thinking of this in his heart, Shen Fei was also excited, which was probably true. However, just as Shen Fei was approaching the spaceship, he was suddenly stunned and a figure flew towards him. Boom! The figure burst out with terrifying energy. In an instant, countless light swords burst out behind him and headed straight for Shen Fei. In the blink of an eye, countless light swords fell on Shen Fei, but the damage caused was zero. Shen Fei was silent for a moment. Not to mention that he was wearing armor that was full of energy resistance, even if he carried it with his body, he would massage him more of these attacks. Boom! Shen Fei slashed out with a knife. A terrifying force erupted, and the oncoming figure shattered into cosmic dust. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 10. Your current attribute is. How dare you come out to stop me? Shen Fei shouted in his heart. Of course, since it has all attributes plus 10, the person who just now should be an evolver at the 6th level of the Sun Realm. Normally, there is a strong man wherever he is placed. It's just a pity that the other party's brain is not very good. After a random solution to a level 6 of a bad-minded Sun Realm, Shen Fei approached the spacecraft the next moment. Although the surface of this spacecraft supports an energy shield, it is still too weak compared to Shen Fei's current terrifying power. Although Shen Fei did not activate the Wild God transformation to the extreme and only maintained a transformation of 100 meters high, his power also reached a terrible level. Trillion tons. With one blow, the spacecraft energy shield was shattered. When a black light that was almost at its peak passed through the spacecraft instantly broke into two halves from the middle. Immediately afterwards, the black light shook across the spacecraft. After a moment, call. Shen Fei suddenly stopped somewhere. He slowly put away his knife, and bursts of explosive flames came from behind him, and a spaceship was destroyed. You kill the target and get all attributes +1. You kill the target and get all attributes +1. You kill the target and get speed +0.3, physique +0.3, defense +0.3. Your current attributes are: Attack, 871.9. Speed, 1002.7. Defense, 884.6. Physical Constitution, 873.2. Understanding, 872.3. Evolutionary Talent, 871.1. Have the people in a spaceship added about 10 points in all attributes. Shen Fei was a little disappointed. His attributes were about 750 points before. He killed an 8th level Aeon realm and added 100 points in all attributes. He killed another 6th level Aeon realm and added 10 points in all attributes, which made his average attributes reach 860 points. Now, the average attribute is more than 870 points, which means that a spacecraft has added about 10 points of attributes. However, despite being disappointed, Shen Fei was relieved soon. With his strength, only evolvers above the 2nd level of the Sun Realm can bring him attribute points. In fact, there are already very few 2nd level evolvers in the Sun Realm, not to mention the 3rd level, 4th level, etc. that go up. Shen Fei guessed that the evolutionists on this spacecraft should have been sent by the Black Light Organization, preparing to take over Mengmingxing again after the Wild God Association is destroyed. Otherwise, if you just find a spaceship, you won't be able to gather so many evolvers. But at this moment, Shen Fei suddenly turned his head and saw 3 figures rushing out in the explosion fire. All of these 3 figures were holding a crystal dog head on their heads. So that's it, there are 3 other 5-level Sun Realm who are not dead. Shen Fei suddenly realized that although the spaceship was blown up, it was obviously not possible to blow up the 5th level of the Sun Realm. Don't try to run. Shen Fei suddenly became excited. His size shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he shrank from 100 meters to 9 meters. This is Shen Fei's fastest state. After breaking through to the 4th level of the Sun Realm, his basic speed is the ordinary 5th level of the Sun Realm. Although this most balanced transformation of the Wilderness God has only increased its strength by 9 times, it can also greatly increase its speed, making his speed close to the 6th level of the Sun Realm, and then there is attribute bonus. In this state, Shen Fei is not even slower than the 9th level of the Sun Realm. Call. Shen Fei's figure flashed and in the blink of an eye came to a crystal dog's head. Before the other party could react, he was already hit by Shen Fei's punch into a blood mist. The next moment, the second crystal dog head, who had not yet run away, also fell down. Shen Fei did not hesitate at all, and then wanted to continue chasing the next crystal dog head. But at this moment, laugh! A dark blue beam of light suddenly burst out, instantly obscuring the fifth-level crystal dog head of the Sun Realm. What? Seeing this scene, Shen Fei was shocked in an instant, and then a hint of anger and grief emerged in his heart. Damn, who is stealing the dog's head? Call! Shen Fei looked at the source of the bursting of the energy beam with a gaze that wanted to kill. The next moment, he was slightly stunned. There is a figure with a face similar to a human, but her skin is like a mirror, and there is a thick tail behind it. This is... Shen Fei was slightly stunned, and he instantly remembered the biochemical monster that Jin Xiao mentioned. I wasn't this biochemical monster that I killed before. Shen Fei quickly reacted in his heart. However, Shen Fei was also alert. The fact that this monster could survive that shot means it was not simple, and the dog head on his head was really bright. Under Shen Fei's gaze, the figure in the distance also looked at Shen Fei. My name is Demon Light King. The figure conveyed the voice in a unique way, and he said, thanks to you who killed the deputy leader of the Black Light organization and at the same time destroyed the magic light that could control me, I can only recover my freedom. To express my gratitude, I decided. Swish! The monster instantly arrived at a place less than 1,000 meters away from Shen Fei. Kill you with your own hands. The figure said this very calmly, and the next moment, his body had already burst into bright light. Shen Fei! How come you get the lunatic? 266 Chapter 257 The Demon Light King appears. Among the countless dazzling lights, lights instantly arrived in front of Shen Fei. Shen Fei could vaguely see a hideous face hidden in these lights, and a sharp claw came straight to his head. Shen Fei stood there and didn't move, when his claws were less than 1 meter away from his head. Swish! Shen Fei suddenly disappeared from the spot. Call! The Demon King was instantly defeated by the sure winning blow. The Demon King's eyes and consciousness were searching everywhere, but he didn't even see clearly how Shen Fei disappeared. Sudden. Call! A cold light burst out behind the Demon Light King. 10 times slow down. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. This is his most powerful move. In close combat, he used time to slow down his opponent's speed by 10 times. He used the extremely fast teleportation to suddenly come behind his opponent, slashing out hundreds of billions of tons. A knife of power. Laugh! With one knife, he slashed the body of the Demon Light King without any suspense. However, Shen Fei frowned the next moment, and a large amount of light surged out to turn into a diamond-shaped energy shield on the surface of the Demon King's body like a mirror. Not only was his knife blocked, but his kinetic energy was absorbed. I'm sure I read that right. You are a rival worthy of my hunting. The strange laughter from the Demon Light King came. The next moment, his tail instantly surged and headed straight for Shen Fei's head. Swish! Shen Fei teleported away and came to the side of the Demon Light King, and another tenfold slowdown was made with his backhand. But the moment his knife touched the surface of the other person's body, it was still blocked by the diamond-shaped energy shield that emerged from the mirror-like skin. You can actually teleport. After several consecutive times, the Demon Light King finally understood why Shen Fei kept flashing around him. It's useless if you know. Shen Fei smiled. Although his television was short, his biggest advantage was its fast. Using it in combat did make him countless times more flexible. In the universe, although Shen Fei does not have the special way of speaking like the Demon Light King, he can communicate with his spiritual power. Look at this move of I'm so angry. The Demon Light King sneered, and in an instant, infinite energy burst out in his skin, and these energy condensed into devastating light waves and spread in all directions. All the spaces have no dead corners, and are all shrouded in light waves. Laugh! 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 Shen Fei was naturally hit. However, Shen Fei stood there calmly. Isn't it just a turtle shell? Who doesn't have any like that? His armor is best at defending against energy attacks. The terrifying energy attack lasted for nearly half a minute. Hi! 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 See if you die! The Demon King gasped a little tiredly, and suddenly he felt a huge force coming from the sky. Unpredictable, the Demon Light King was suddenly suppressed by this huge force and flew to one side. It was like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye, two figures fell on a natural satellite that happened to be running here. Boom! A huge deep pit appeared on the surface of the satellite, and in an instant, an extremely terrifying vibration and roar erupted from the deep pit. At this time, in the deep pit, Shen Fei pressed the Demon Light King with one hand, and his other fist hit him frantically. In dealing with this kind of turtle shell, Shen Fei's experience is that it is much better to smash it with a fist than to cut it with a knife. Boom! 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 As Shen Fei continued to fall one punch after another, cracks appeared rapidly on the ground thousands of miles around him, and even continued to expand. The Demon Light King seemed to be stunned by Shen Fei. For a moment, he didn't have any countermeasures, but just passively resisted. Until a full second passed. Boom! When Shen Fei punched another punch, the Demon King suddenly hugged Shen Fei's fist with his hands. Have you smashed enough? The Demon Light King roared angrily, and the next moment, Shen Fei felt a huge force coming, and he was thrown out in an instant. Rumble! Shen Fei viciously hit a giant mountain, and the mountain was directly knocked down, and Shen Fei also felt a burst of blood boiling in his chest. Is this Demon Light King so powerful? Shen Fei was a little shocked. He had never collided head-on with the Demon Light King in the previous fight, so he naturally didn't know its power, but Shen Fei estimated that the opponent's explosion would be at least hundreds of billions of tons. If an Yu can reach the 9th level of the Sun Realm in the future, she will probably be slightly stronger than the Demon Light King in terms of strength. You know, an Yu is already one of the top evolutionists with the most evolutionary talent. Of course, Shen Fei didn't have time to think too much. At this time, the Demon Light King had already rushed out of the previous deep pit and had arrived in front of him in an instant. A large ball of energy attack was condensed in the hands of the Demon King, ready to slap Shen Fei directly on the face. Although he was not afraid of the energy attack, Shen Fei still did not intend to use his face to catch this thing. At the moment the energy attack arrived, Shen Fei teleported directly. Boom! A terrifying energy burst, spreading hundreds of miles in an instant, leaving another huge pit on this natural satellite. Of course, this has nothing to do with Shen Fei. He came behind the Demon Light King instantly and used time to slow down to limit his speed. Boom! Shen Fei punched the Demon Light King fiercely. Although the Demon Light King's power was even greater, Shen Fei also had a power of hundreds of billions of tons. A terrifying punch directly knocked the Demon Light King into the ground. Shen Fei also quickly followed and bombarded continuously again. However, even if the speed of the Demon Light King was affected, his strength was terrifying after all. After being attacked continuously, he quickly seized the opportunity again and thrust his vicious tail on Shen Fei, pulling Shen Fei out. Relying on the armor on his body, although Shen Fei was pulled away, he still did not suffer much damage. He quickly regrouped and fought again. Boom! 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 The two of them frantically suppressed each other, hitting from one side of the natural satellite to the other, and forcibly punching through the natural satellite. But they still had no intention of stopping. Finally, the natural satellite could not hold on and shattered with a bang, and then sputtered in all directions. I admit, you're very strong. At this time, the Demon Light King was standing on a fragment of about 10 kilometers, and his eyes staring at Shen Fei changed faintly. You know, it seems too late. Shen Fei smiled coldly, and he was about to take action again after teleporting continuously. But at this moment... Wait a minute! The Demon King suddenly shouted loudly. Call! Shen Fei paused slightly, and the Demon Light King also said directly, actually, I just thought about it, we are completely there is no need to fight to the death. Your enemy is the Black Light Organization. The Black Light Organization has enslaved me for decades, and I have always wanted to take revenge on them. We should join forces. There is no need for this. When I kill you, I will kill the people from the Black Light Organization. Shen Fei snorted coldly. He no longer hesitated and directly killed him again. The Black Light Organization has to deal with it, but he dared not cooperate with this Demon Light King. This guy is obviously a cruel and cold-blooded guy, or rather, he is a mentally ill person. Otherwise, how could he have the idea of killing Shen Fei to repay his kindness when facing Shen Fei who saved him before? Shen Fei has no sense of security when working with such a person. Of course, none of the above is the most important thing. The most important thing is that this is an extremely shiny and colorful dog head. How could he let it go easily? Boom! 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 A fierce battle broke out again. 267 Chapter 258 Fierce Battle. Time flies, and 10 days have passed in a flash. At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao, who was previously on the Diet satellite, had returned to Mengming Star. In a luxurious room, Anu was bored and played local games. Damn it, you actually dare to act like me. You can wait for me to find someone to find your identity. If I do not mess with you, it will be over. Anu threatened the person opposite the game. It's all about to end the world, I'm afraid of making a fuss. The sound of sarcasm comes from the coin spring. What kind of doomsday is just a broken satellite? Illiterate. Anu sneered disdainfully, at this time. Clatter. 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 A sound of footsteps came, and Jin Xiao Xiao walked down from the building. Miss Jin. When Anu saw Jin Xiao Xiao, she immediately stood up and asked, "It's been 10 days, haven't you finished the fight yet?" No. Jin Xiao Xiao shook her head, and she waved her hand, and a virtual galaxy map appeared in front of her. This is Mengming Xing. Jin Xiao Xiao pointed to Mengming Xing's position, and she followed her to a planet next to her. At present, Shan Fei should be on this planet. Judging from the high-energy reactions I have discovered, the battle is indeed continuing. Jin Xiao Xiao said. Monster! Anu slapped her head and she lay down on the sofa with some weakness. However, at this moment, a sudden surprise voice from Jin Xiao Xiao came. What's wrong? Anu looked up instantly. Stop it! Jin Xiao Xiao quickly analyzed various information and quickly came to this conclusion. At this time, on a planet full of holes, Shan Fei and the King of Demon Light were staring at each other less than 100 meters away. I have to admit that you are a very difficult opponent. You said before, we can join forces, right? Shan Fei said in a deep voice. It should have been like this long ago, you bastard. The Demon Light King's chest was a little up and down. He always felt that he was crazy, but now he finally knew what a madman was. He dragged him to fight for 10 days and 10 nights. When Shan Fei saw the Demon Light King letting go, a smile appeared on his face. To be honest, he really can't kill this Demon King in front of fighting. Over the past 10 days, Shan Fei had originally placed his hopes on the increase of his spiritual power, but unfortunately, his current talent was obviously not enough to support his spiritual power soared to a point where it could bring him a great bonus in a short period of time. After 10 days of fierce battle, Shan Fei's spiritual power increased by about 10 times. Don't underestimate these 10 times. After all, Shan Fei's current spiritual power base is far greater than before. Although his mental power has increased by thousands of times in the last 10 days of fighting, the number is far from comparable to this time. Of course, if the power of the mind can continue to increase rapidly, Shan Fei will definitely choose to continue fighting. Unfortunately, when the power of the mind rises, the speed of the power of the mind will slow down. It is estimated that only when his talent is further improved can his spiritual power continue to grow rapidly. After Shen Fei used the Wild God transformation, his entire attributes were nearly level 6 of the Sun Realm, so even if the spiritual power increased 10 times, the actual bonus brought to him was more than doubled. The power of the Demon Light King is several times that of Shen Fei, and his defense is terrifyingly strong. Shen Fei's doubled, and there is no big impact, and he still can't beat the other party. Therefore, in this case, Shen Fei chose to temporarily cease. Of course, Shen Fei did not give up this dog's head, but was preparing to take it. Xia Qiang must have a deep understanding of this. On the nameless planet, Shen Fei used his knife to chop out a negotiating table and sat down opposite both sides. You humans are indeed in trouble. The Demon King shook his tail with some displeasure. Bang! 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 Deep pits suddenly appeared on the nearby ground. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and he followed and said, "Since you want to cooperate with the Black Light Organization, do you have to share some information with me first? You are from the Black Light Organization, it is impossible that you are not clear at all, right? There is no big threat in other places in this broken organization. Although their leader, Black Light, is at the 9th level of the Sun Realm like you, his strength is just like me, but..." The Demon Light King said in a little frightened. "As far as I know, there is probably a 9th level evolutionist in the Black Light Organization. His strength is very strong. I have rioted once, but I was defeated by the other party with one move. The 9th level of the Sun Realm is not a cabbage. It would be great if a Black Light Organization can have one, and there is a second one." Shen Fei shook his head repeatedly, indicating that it was impossible. "Humph, believe it or not." King of Demon Light snorted coldly. Shen Fei didn't say anything, but he was a little shocked. In the past 10 days, he had a deep understanding of the Demon Light King's defense, which was even more turtle shell than the turtle shell. If what he said was true, then how strong is this hidden 9th level of the Sun Realm? Fuck, why are there so many pervert? Shen Fei cursed in his heart. The minimum theoretical power of the 9th level evolutionist of the Sun Realm is 100 billion tons. Shen Fei was on this threshold before. Of course, now his spiritual power has increased greatly, and he has already burst out nearly 200 billion tons of power under the transformation of the normal wilderness god. Shen Fei felt that he was already very strong. But the 9th level of the Sun Realm he encountered or heard of, except for the leader of the Black Light Organization, which may be ordinary, the rest are more abnormal than the other one. By the way, are you really a biological weapon? You are created by the Black Light Organization? Shen Fei asked suddenly. Of course, the Demon King nodded calmly. If the Black Light Organization had such a technology, they would have unified the entire Milky Way long ago. Shen Fei was speechless. How powerful is this Demon Light King? Absolute 9th level of the Sun Realm. The Black Light Organization cannot even create a decent warship. It is completely crushed by Jin Xiao Xiao in terms of information technology. How can it also create such biological weapons? Even if the technology tree point is crooked, it is not so crooked. Even if it is black technology, it is impossible to be so crooked. Then how do I know? After all, I have been in the Black Light organization since I started to consciously. In addition to letting me come out to kill people, they just sealed me most of the time." The Demon Light King said his experience, and Shen Fei suddenly moved his heart as he heard these words. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. This guy seems to be illiterate, and he has been sleeping all the time, not knowing how he is vigilant. Shen Fei thought in his mind, and he continued to inquire about the information from the Black Light organization from the Demon Light King. After a moment, Shen Fei talked to the Demon Light King about other things, such as lamenting the misery of the Demon Light King, and scolding the Black Light organization for being a human being, and actually sealing the Demon Light King. Such a strong man doesn't even have freedom in a word. The Demon Light King likes to hear and say whatever he likes to hear. The effect is not quite good, and the Demon King's impression of Shen Fei seems to have greatly improved. After that, Shen Fei began to talk about the alliance again. According to what you said, the Black Light organization has an extremely powerful 9th level of the Sun Realm, so we do need to form an alliance and form a defensive alliance. Shen Fei looked at the Demon Light King and said. After all, you don't want to be recaptured by the Black Light organization, and I don't want to be retaliated by the Black Light organization. You are right. The Demon King nodded directly. However, for the sake of convenience of action, we must distinguish between the primary and secondary. In the future, you have to listen to me. Shen Fei said calmly. Humph, why? Are you better than me? The Demon Light King snorted coldly. He was not a fool, so of course he could not agree. Just because I can take you out of the predicament. Shen Fei was not anxious, and he said lightly. I know a 9th level evolutionist in the Sun Realm named Xia Qinjiun. He also has the strength far beyond the ordinary 9th level evolution. Only when he promises to help can we completely get out of the predicament. Otherwise, we too will be passive forever. Really? The Demon King was shocked. Of course it's true. Shen Fei nodded calmly, and he was full of confidence in saying this. He did know Xia Qinjiun, and the other party did come to this virtual world. As for whether we can find Xia Qinjiun, let's talk about it. In short, let's scare the Demon King first. If this is true, then I can't promise you, but I'll agree in advance that if you ask me to do something too much, I won't do it. After the Demon Light King nodded and agreed, he immediately said again. No problem. Shen Fei naturally nodded immediately to agree, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Very good, I stopped fooling me, and the next thing I found an opportunity to give a fatal blow. He is bound to win this dog's head. 268 Chapter 259 The Suspended Battle. Somewhere in the Milky Way Yingxian spiral arm, inside the black light star that had been completely hollowed out. The leader of the Black Light organization with a silver mask on his face was standing motionless in an empty alloy room. 10 days. It's been 10 days. Except for the intelligence that the spy who stayed on Mengming Star from the beginning, a natural satellite outside Mengming Star was destroyed and a terrifying fierce battle occurred, there was no other information. Menmingxing seemed to have turned into a black hole, devouring everything. All the evolutionists who had been sected had no news, and the deputy leader and the king of Demon Light were all missing. 3 possibilities: One is that the so-called Wild God Association has an extremely strong 9th-level evolutionist in the Sun Realm, and the second is that the Demon Light King has escaped from control. Not only does the Wild God Association have strong people, but the Demon Light King may have also escaped from control. The leader of the Black Light Organization pondered in his heart, and he was more inclined toward the third possibility. If it is the first type, then during the battle between the Demon Light King and the mysterious strong man, the deputy leader and others will not be able to send any information back. If it is the second type, the war to destroy a natural satellite cannot be explained. Only the third possibility can explain everything. This is undoubtedly the worst one, but reason tells the leader of the Black Light Organization that this is also the most likely. The only good news is that the Demon Light King is bloodthirsty by nature. Even if he rebels, he will cause a lot of trouble to the people of the Wild God Society. However, there should be only a few evolvers at the 9th level of the Sun Realm, and there are also numbers at the 8th level. Who is unable to get along with me? Could it be that old guy from the human community? He dares to come out. The leader of the Black Light Organization thought in his heart, and even with his state of mind, he began to feel angry at this moment. The situation of Kimfing Star made him dare not what to do easily. Do you want to ask for help from that person? The leader of the Black Light Organization was a little hesitant. But at this moment, suddenly, someone rushed over from outside. Chief, we received a string of encrypted information. No one. The man handed a piece of paper information to the leader of the Black Light Organization. Encryption number 1. The leader of the Black Light Organization suddenly condensed in his heart, and he immediately looked at the contents on the paper. For others, these contents are crooked symbols, but the leader of the Black Light Organization can clearly understand the meaning of it. Immediately convene all the evolutionists above the 5th level of the Sun Realm in the organization. In addition, prepare for spaceships that can head to the solar system. The leader of the Black Light Organization gave a deep command. Chief, this. The people behind were a little surprised. Both orders were too abnormal. Go quickly. The leader of the Black Light Organization shouted coldly. Yes. The man nodded quickly and took the order and left. After the man left, the leader of the Black Light Organization quickly turned his attention to the request. Gradually, his eyes began to become sharp. Meng Mingxing's affairs did annoy him, but compared to this matter, Meng Mingxing could also postpone it. What a human community! I have cultivated such a person quietly. The leader of the Black Light Organization snorted coldly, and he quickly turned around and left. On the other side, on the Dream Star. Call. A fire appeared in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the fire fell to the ground. Shen Fei waved his hand and slapped the flames that were covering his body away. You are finally back. An Yu and Jin Xiao walked out of a luxurious building not far away. I didn't expect the Black Light Organization to send such a powerful life over, Shen Fei said as he walked forward. The few people quickly returned to the house. Shen Fei took a big glass of drink and took a big sip. Shen Fei lay lazily on the sofa and couldn't help but breathe deeply. comfortable. I detected a powerful energy fluctuation on the Destiny satellite. The person you are fighting with is still there. Jin Xiao suddenly asked in surprise. According to her understanding of Shen Fei would never keep anyone who could be killed. We've worked together. Shen Fei said something and explained the situation immediately. Shen Fei did not say that he was preparing to backstab. The fewer people know about this kind of thing, the better. After hearing Shen Fei's explanation, Jin Xiao and Anu looked at each other, but they didn't expect that the situation was so complicated. The biochemical monsters sent by the Black Light Organization actually rebelled, and there may be terrifying strong men in the Black Light Organization. That's how it looks possible to join forces. Jin Xiao nodded, and she immediately reminded. However, as you said, the Alliance King Chiang Huanchang has freed the Demon Light King. To express his gratitude, he wants to kill you. The Demon Light King's brain circuit is abnormal, you have to be careful. It's a bit weird, it's too unreliable to work with such a person. Anu said with a strange expression. Shen Fei didn't say anything, he just calmly drank a drink. The Demon Light King was just an abnormal brain circuit, but the Demon Light King thought he really wanted to cooperate. After all, when he was still outside Menmingxing, the Demon Light King took the lead in proposing to join forces. But he wanted to lose the heart of the Demon Light King, but he never changed from beginning to end. By the way, can you actually let him stay outside Menmingxing? How did you do it? Anu asked a little strangely soon. First, because I told him that I could find Xia Chenjiun. Shen Fei explained briefly, and Jin Xiao and the others were thinking about it when they heard this. In this situation, if Xia Chenjiun can be found and persuaded to help, it is indeed the most stable. After all, no one can determine whether the super strong man in the Black Light Organization of the Magic Light King's mouth really exists. Second, I promised to give him 100,000 kilograms of living meat every day. Shen Fei said again. Living meat? Is it a human? Anu's eyes widened. He wants to eat people, but am I that kind of person? Shen Fei snorted coldly with dissatisfaction. That's true. Anu nodded. Although Shen Fei occasionally had a little trick, his character was still guaranteed. But you reminded me. Shen Fei said, and he immediately clicked on the evolution certificate to contact Lin Feng. Tell a 100,000 kilograms of living animals to the Destiny satellite every day. Lin Feng felt a little surprised, but he still agreed quickly. Now he can allocate resources to a whole resident planet, which is easy. By the way, it's best to deliver it to robots, don't use living people to deliver it. Shen Fei reminded again that this Demon King is indeed not normal. When ordinary people see him, they probably have meat buns to beat the dog, and they will go without going back. Okay. Lin Feng agreed again. After Shen Fei explained Lin Feng's incident, he suddenly found that more than a dozen virtual screens appeared in front of Jin Xiao, and she was looking for something quickly. Miss Xiao, what's wrong? Shen Fei asked in surprise. Aren't you looking for Xia Chenjiun? I discovered a piece of information before. Maybe it's a clue. I'll look for it. Jin Xiao Xiao explained briefly, and she continued to search. 269 Chapter 260 Encrypted Information Number 1. Well. Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao, who was busy with surprise, and he was a little reluctant to speak. He said this just to hold the Demon Light King up, and he did not really plan to find Xiachen Jiayun. After all, the Milky Way is so big, who knows where the other party was assigned. Although adventurers in the virtual realm can connect with each other through the evolutionary certificate, they are usually between teammates, not teammates, and only meet in the virtual realm world and exchange them. Only contact can be contacted through the contact information. Jin Xiao Xiao didn't know Shen Fei's thoughts. After searching, a smile soon appeared on her face. Finally found it, that's it. Jin Xiao Xiao copied 2 copies of a virtual screen and pushed it in front of Shen Fei and Anu respectively. 12 days ago, an extremely terrifying war broke out in the Laland star system. Now, the third planet in the Laland star system no longer exists. Shen Fei looked at the information thoughtfully. A war destroys a planet? To be honest, if he fought with the Demon Light King for a while, the planet before might be broken, but that was the result of their long-term fierce battle. This means that in that galaxy, at least the battle at the 9th level of the Sun Realm broke out. Even stronger. And such a strong man did not appear casually. Laland Galaxy. The Empire also has the same galaxy, just near the solar system. I have been there once. Anu suddenly spoke. This is the one you know, less than 10 light years away from the solar system. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded. What do you think? Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei. I think I can go and look for it. Shen Fei nodded. He had no hope before, but this clue may really have something to do with Xiachen Jiayun. It would be much easier if I could get his help. Ms. Anu, this important task is left to you. Shen Fei looked at Anu quite solemnly. Anu and Xiachen Jiayun were also quite familiar with her. In addition, she had experience in the past Laland Galaxy. This mission is her. No problem. Anu agreed immediately, but she followed, but I don't guarantee success. After all, even if I find Xiachen Jiayun, he may have conflicts with our mission and will not come to help. Magnesium times Theta Fu Comrade Xin Su. The frame of the contempt for hissing. Success is considered an unexpected surprise, and it doesn't matter if it fails. Anu was very decisive. After getting this mission, she went to Linfeng to ask for a spaceship and then left Mengmingxing. On Mengmingxing, Shen Fei was preparing to deal with the revenge of the Black Light Organization, while secretly thinking about the destruction of the Demon Light King. The Black Light Organization is indeed likely to retaliate. If that person who is far beyond the ordinary 9th level of the Sun Realm really exists, he may be killed at any time. For that person, Shen Fei had only one way to avoid the edge for the time being. Using Jin Zioxio's powerful information technology, as long as they hide, the Black Light Organization will not be able to find them. In this way, the Black Light Organization has no choice but to do anything to them. As for what to do later, it depends on the situation. However, although Shen Fei and Jin Xiao were ready to deal with revenge, they waited around and had no one from the Black Light organization to come. This made Shen Fei a little doubt the authenticity of the Demon Light King's intelligence, and he also began to implement the plan to knock down the Demon Light King. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed, and on this day, call. With a black shadow falling, Shen Fei came to the Destiny satellite. I hope everything goes well and this satellite will not explode again. Shen Fei looked around and sighed in his heart. The explosion of a natural satellite has had an impact on the environment inside Mengming Star. Fortunately, human planet transformation technology is still quite low in this era, and the affected environment has quickly adjusted. But if one more explodes, it might be possible. Call. Shen Fei soon came to a deep canyon. From a distance, he had already smelled a strong smell of blood. Shen Fei did not enter the canyon, but stood outside and waited for a while. Soon, a figure with all the skin on his body walked out of it like a mirror. You are finally here. Have you found the evolver you mentioned? The Demon King asked with a displeasure expression. He stayed here for a month, and his patience was almost exhausted. I found the clue, you can take a look. As Shen Fei said, he clicked on the evolutionary evidence on his wrist a few times, and soon, virtual screens popped up one by one. The virtual screens are indeed clues about Xia Chenjiun, which were sent back by Anu in recent days. I have to say that they are lucky and actually found Xia Chenjiun's traces. At this time, there is also a screen that is not clue information, but a open button. Shen Fei calmly clicked on the open button, then cancelled the screen, and the rest pushed to the Demon King. But the Demon Light King said impatiently, I can't understand these, but since you said there are clues, then let's do it first. By the way, you give me too little meat every day, I want more. The Demon King was talking, and suddenly, his voice paused, and a strong and severe pain came from his body. Subconsciously, the Demon King bent down. Are you okay? Shen Fei's voice came. It's okay. The Demon Light King responded, but just as he forced himself to get up. Wow! 10 times the slowdown was already on him. Swish! A cold light rushed straight into the chest of the Demon Light King. The Demon Light King subconsciously wanted to resist, but the strangeness in his body slowed down his speed a beat. Puff! A knife penetrated straight into a diamond-shaped crystal on the King of Demon Light's chest. Plop! The Demon King fell heavily. You King of Demon Light obviously did not expect this scene. He looked at Shen Fei with some disbelief. He always thought that they were allies. I knew that this is your weakness. Shen Fei snorted coldly and said. When I fought before, I attacked you and you don't care about the place, but every time I want to attack here, you will block it. Of course, you only needed to protect such a place before. Normally, I really can't touch this place. You poisoned it, despicable. The Demon King finally reacted at this time, and the abnormal reaction in his body clearly told him that he was poisoned. This is also the reason why Shen Fei suddenly attacked him and he failed to block it in time. I can only say that you are a little cautious, but not much. Shen Fei smiled. The meat that the Demon King wanted was specially declared to be alive. It is hard to say that he was not trying to prevent Shen Fei from poisoning. But how can I stop this? Shen Fei asked Jin Xiao Xiao for a nanomaterial and wrapped the super toxin he carried with him. With these nanomaterials wrapped, the toxins will certainly not take effect in those animals, but will instead enter the body of the Magic Light King with the animals. When Shen Fei approached the Magic Light King and melted the nanomaterials, the toxins would of course completely explode. This toxin poisoned a top 7th level of the Sun Realm in the previous virtual world. The body of the Demon Light King was about 70 to 80 times stronger than the opponent, but once he was poisoned, he was still affected and was hit by Shen Fei's attack. If Shen Fei was the King of Demon Light, since he chose to act cautiously, he would definitely not eat anything given by others. The fact that the animal is alive does not mean that it is not poisonous. Of course, it is also possible that it is not that the Demon Light King is not cautious enough, but that he only has so much brain and never thought of such a complicated thing. After all, according to the Demon Light King himself, it was hard to say that he had a brain to think of this in the Black Light organization before. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Shen Fei looked at the fallen Demon Light King. While he was secretly feeling in his heart, he also took action again, intending to completely end the Demon Light King. But at this moment, I want you to pay the price. The Demon Light King roared angrily, and the next moment, an infinite light burst out on his body. These lights turned into countless energy attacks and roared towards Shen Fei. Shen Fei was shocked. He was not wearing armor because he wanted to attack before, so he could not withstand these energy attacks. Whoosh! Shen Fei teleported away. Next moment, the Demon Light King, who had already fallen to the ground, roared up directly. In an instant, he rushed out of the natural satellite at an extremely fast speed and headed straight for Mengming Star. What is he going to do? Seeing this scene, Shen Fei did not hesitate and roared and chased after him. The two of them soared in the speed. Without resistance in the universe, Shen Fei and the Demon Light King continued to accelerate, and in the blink of an eye, they soared to more than 10,000 times the speed of sound. Suddenly, the Demon Light King stopped, and a ball of extremely dazzling light condensed in his hand. The Demon Light King did not attack Shen Fei. He knew very well that this thing would not hurt Shen Fei at all, so he directly pointed it at Mengming Xing. The amazingly fast energy attack exploded in an instant, heading straight for Mengming Xing. Boom! At this time, Shen Fei finally arrived, and he punched the Demon King in the head with a vicious punch. This time, the diamond-shaped energy shield did not appear on the body of the Demon Light King, and the solid punch instantly twisted the Demon Light King's head. Ha 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 ha, I won't lose, I won't lose. The Demon Light King laughed wildly, and Shen Fei's attack like raindrops burst out wildly. At this time, the Demon Light King's body was exposed to Shen Fei's attack. Even his strong body could not bear it quickly. In just over 10 seconds, the Demon Light King was bombarded into meat sauce. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 200. Your current attribute is... It's so crazy. Shen Fei looked at Menmingxing below. The Demon Light King's attack fell on a continent, and the terrifying energy attack instantly swept through a continent. There are countless casualties. Luckily it's the Void Realm. Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Xiao Xiao, are you okay? Shen Fei immediately asked through the evolutionary verification. Although Jin Xiao Xiao was not on that continent, what if something happened? It's okay, but what happened? Jin Zioxio's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Except for the last time she was on the Divine Court Star invaded by the Bra people, this was the first time she saw so many people die on a large scale. Moreover, she was mentally prepared for the last incident and understood that a large number of ordinary people would inevitably die under the invasion of the Bras, but this time, she witnessed all this without preparation. Wait for me to go back and explain. Shen Fei didn't say much, and he quickly flew towards Menmingxing. For several days in a row, Menmingxing fell into chaos, but perhaps because she had heard or experienced many similar things, the surviving Menmingxing quickly returned to peace and continued to live. This is a world full of war. All kinds of forces are not restricted. A city is destroyed from time to time, and even a resident planet is destroyed. That has happened more than once. At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao handed over the various information she investigated to Shen Fei. Miss Xiao Xiao, this is the virtual world after all, and I am not that sensitive yet. Shen Fei had no choice but to return the information. Jin Xiao Xiao has been enlightening him these 2 days, looking like she was worried that he would have psychological problems. It's natural and best, but you can take these information back and take a look. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted. Well. Shen Fei scratched his head, but just when he wanted to say something. Suddenly, his evolutionary evidence lit up, and it was a message sent by a new. Shen Fei clicked and took a look, and his expression quickly became strange. What's wrong? Jin Xiao Xiao asked in surprise. Anu has found Xia Chenjiun. Shen Fei said. Is that true? Jin Zioxio's eyes lit up slightly. But not yet. When Anu asked Xia Chenjiun to help us, Xia Chenjiun invited Anu and us to help. Shen Fei paused, and he followed. He asked us to save this human civilization. Jin Xiao Xiao. 270 Chapter 261 The Death of the Demon Light King and the Invitation of Xia Chenjiun. At this time, Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao with a shocked look, and he fell into deep thought. Save this human civilization? Such a grand goal? What's the situation? Jin Xiao Xiao asked. It's a bit complicated. You can see it yourself. Shen Fei copied the message from Anu and sent it to Jin Xiao Xiao. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at it for a moment, and soon she understood what was going on. When Xia Chenjiun came to this virtual world, he chose the civilian camp at the beginning, but later something happened. He chose to join the official organization, the human community, which was already very weak. Xia Chenjiun also proposed to the human community that can eliminate many separatist forces. That is to let him break through the starry sky level. The strongest person in the entire human civilization today is the 9th level of the Sun realm, and there is not even a single star-level evolver. Once a starry sky level appears, all the balance will be broken. At that time, Xia Chenjiun can destroy the top separatist forces with his own strength. At that time, this human civilization will naturally be saved. Of course, breaking through the starry sky level is not that simple. But Xia Chenjiun said that the 2 months he studied at the Imperial Elite School, coupled with the experience he had accumulated before his rebirth, made him very progress, and he was 30% sure that he could forcibly break through the starry sky level. It takes a lot of energy to break through the starry sky level. The human community, the official organization of human civilization, is really weak, and conventional methods cannot provide so much energy at all. Xia Chenjiun can only make breakthroughs through the energy conversion device built by the human community on the Sun. But this human community is not that reliable. The news that Xia Chenjiun is trying to break through the starry sky level was leaked for some reason. According to reliable information, many separatist forces have sent out their forces at this moment to prepare for joint encirclement and suppression of the human community. Of course, they cannot watch a starry sky level evolver be born. Once this starry sky level evolver appears, they will be the one who is unlucky. So, at this time, Xia Chenjiun asked them to help resist the joint encirclement of the separatist forces, and gain enough time for him to break through. The starry sky level evolver condenses the real energy core and uses it to store endless energy. Shen Fei pondered. The so-called true energy core is different from the false energy core of the Sun realm. The energy core of the Sun realm, whether it is external objects or the physical body, is completely real. Such energy cores have limits in the energy that can be accommodated. However, the energy core at the starry sky level is a combination of the real state and the energy state. There seems to be a vast world inside such an energy core. Even if you stuff thousands of stars in it, it is just easy. If you want to condense such an energy core, you need to fully master your own evolution method. Only by fully mastering the evolution method can you condense this super energy core that is completely matched with it. Shen Fei kept talking, while Jin Xiao looked at him with a strange look on his face. What did you say suddenly? Jin Xiao finally couldn't help but interrupt Shen Fei. What I mean is that with Xia Chenjiun's spiritual power is so powerful that if he really completely controls his own evolution method, then his chance of breaking through the starry sky level should be very high. How come it is only 30%? Shen Fei said, and he followed. So there is only one possibility. He has not fully controlled his evolutionary method, and this is a forced breakthrough. You said it. It's true. Jin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. A teacher from the Empire Elite School said that if you forcefully break through the starry sky level like this, if you fail, you will directly kill yourself. Of course, this is the virtual realm, and Xia Chenjiun can fully bear this risk. But the question is, they go to help Xia Chenjiun. Once Xia Chenjiun fails, can they deal with the surging forces? Going to help is extremely risky. What should I do? Don't you go. Jin Xiao looked at Shen Fei. Go, of course you have to. Shen Fei nodded without hesitation, joking that if he didn't go to a war of this scale, his mind was burned out. Shen Fei dared not think about how many dog heads would gather in it once the war between the two sides started. He has to join this dog-headed feast no matter what. The question is which party to join. Joining the human community is extremely risky. Joining the Separatist Forces Alliance has a higher success rate, and it seems to be natural. After all, the current Wild God Society is also a separatist force. Of course, things can't be considered completely like this, either. Suddenly, I decided to go to the solar system to help Xia Chenjiun with his arm. Shen Fei made up his mind, and he followed and looked at Jin Xiao Xiao, and asked. Miss Xiao Xiao, charming and handsome. You've all gone, of course I'm together. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. After all, they have friendship with Xia Chenjiun. Although it seems more safe to choose a hostile camp, Shen Fei is not that stingy. Besides, save human civilization? This sounds pretty good. Half a day later. On Menmingxing, a huge open space. Jin Xiao Xiao is quite satisfied with the bunch of robotic arms were put away, and in front of her, a small spacecraft had already appeared here. Miss Xiao Xiao, you are becoming more and more skilled in building a spacecraft. This time it was completed in less than half a day. Shen Fei said with some admiration next to him. That's because Menmingxing has a lot of ready-made materials for me to use. Jin Xiao Xiao said calmly. Okay, let's get on the ship. The engine I brought is much better than the engine of the Mengming Star spaceship. We can reach the solar system in 1 or 2 days. Shen Fei nodded. When Anu left, she was riding on an ordinary spaceship in Mengming Star, and the speed was indeed scarily slow. If you take a spaceship like that, you may wait for them to pass and the war is over. Fortunately, Jin Xiao Xiao was able to build more advanced spacecraft by himself. After a moment, call. The spacecraft rose roaring and came outside Mengming Star in a blink of an eye, and was ready to accelerate. Shen Fei also took this opportunity to contact Lin Feng. Lin Feng had known about Shen Fei and Jin Zioxio's need to leave Menmingxing for a long time, so when Shen Fei contacted him at this time, he also understood what was going on. This interstellar war is indeed very rare, but I am still too weak and I can't help much if I go there. I still think Menmingxing is more suitable for me. Lin Feng's phantom appeared in front of Shen Fei, and he smiled. If you succeed, remember to tell me. No problem. Shen Fei agreed, and he immediately reminded. The Black Light Organization may have mobilized elite forces to the solar system at this time. This is a good opportunity for expansion, don't miss it. I see. Lin Feng nodded after pondering. Indeed, it was difficult for him to compete with the Black Light Organization before, but what if the Black Light Organization transferred all the elites? As an imperial elite, he has the talent of the virtual realm, and he is not a vegetarian. This is indeed a good opportunity for him. Lin Feng quickly hung up the communication, and Shen Fei nodded with satisfaction. The president of the Wilderness God Association is him. If the Wilderness God Association's territory really expands, the final mission settlement will definitely be a big contribution to his head. This is also a waste of source quality, don't worry. 271 Chapter 262 Shen Fei's Choice. One day later, the solar system, outside the Earth. Wow! With a space crack appearing, a small spacecraft suddenly appeared here. I actually arrived directly above the Earth. The defense of this solar system is too poor. Shen Fei sat on a chair. He looked at the blue and white planet projected outside through the holographic projection system, with a look of emotion on his face. If it is in the Empire, even if the spacecraft flies through the curvature space channel, it will be intercepted outside the solar system and will continue to be released after passing the inspection. But at this moment, they came directly above the Earth. This is almost unprepared. It's normal. Defense is much more difficult than attack. Galaxy defense involves a lot of things. In addition to being able to take out some surprising black technology, normal military technology is still at the level of planetary defense. Jin Xiao said, pointing in a certain direction and said, "Look, as soon as we appeared, an offensive satellite was aimed at us immediately." Shen Fei nodded, but before he could say anything, suddenly, "This modified spacecraft ahead and this modified spacecraft ahead, please immediately inform your access number, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. Repeat, please inform your access number immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures." Miss Xiao, is the surname Mi Kaoxi? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao. "I thought you had already communicated with Anu." Jin Xiao said. I'm going to contact her." As Shen Fei said that, he clicked on the proof of evolution. Half an hour later, in an airport over the Earth, Anu, who rushed over, picked up Shen Fei and Jin Xiao out of it. "Brother Shen Fei, I'm very happy to see that you didn't demolish this place." Anu sighed. "Am I that kind of person?" Shen Fei was speechless. It was just a small misunderstanding, he would not have solved everything by force. "Also, who is the one next to you?" Shen Fei looked at a woman in military uniform next to Anu. In fact, Anu has no ability to catch people on Earth. Anu relies on the people around her to pick him up and Jin Xiao. "I am Lin Si, the staff officer of the First Corps of the Human Guards." Lin Si turned around and saluted her military salute, and she said, "Mr. Shen Fei and Miss Jin Xiao, on behalf of the human community, I would like to thank you for your helping hand at this time." "You're welcome." Shen Fei smiled and said, "The key is that I'm very interested in what Senior Xia Jinjiun said to save human civilization. I would have done it if everyone was like Mr. Shen Fei." Lin Si nodded. "Ms. Anu, where is Senior Xia Jinjiun? I want to see him." Shen Fei looked at Anu again. "Commander Xia has gone to the Sun base and used the energy conversion device there to start making preparations before the breakthrough." Before Anu could speak, Lin Si said, Commander Xia. Shen Fei was slightly surprised. After Senior Xia Chenjiun joined the human community, he was quickly appointed as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief by the Human Guards. An Yu explained. Oh? This promotion is fast enough. Shen Fei sighed. Of course, he didn't care much about the positions in the virtual world, whether they were all the same. Moreover, since the human community has created such a big deal around Xia Chenjiun breaking through the starry sky level, the level of trust in the movements must be quite high, and it is understandable that the promotion of the light speed is also promoted. Ms. An Yu, please contact Senior Xia Chenjiun and tell him that I am here. Shen Fei said directly to An Yu. He came here to help. However, it was impossible for him to obey the so-called human community. He had to see Xia Chenjiun first and learn more about the situation. Good. An Yu nodded. She had seen Xia Chenjiun before, so she could naturally contact him through the evolutionary certificate. However, before An Yu could contact her, Lin Si next to her suddenly received a message. Lin Si took a look at the content of the news and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Mr. Shen Fei, Commander Xia already knows that you have arrived here. He asks you to go to the Sun base immediately. Lin Si said quickly, and at the same time she felt more and more wrong in her heart. She thought Shen Fei and Jin Xiao were like An Yu, just like ordinary evolvers to help, but now it seems that these two people are not simple. Oh? This is the best. Shen Fei didn't think much about it, and he nodded and agreed. If Xia Chenjiun wants to complete a breakthrough in the so-called Sun base, the battlefield afterwards will be 100%. Going there directly is really good. Around the Sun, there are special bases, which vary in size, but each base has huge pipes protruding out, deep into the Sun. Among many bases, there is a huge spherical base with a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers. The pipes it explores into the Sun are also the thickest, each of which exceeds 10,000 meters. At this time, Shen Fei, Jin Xiao, and An Yu all came to the base with a spaceship. Soon, everyone saw Xia Chenjiun in a separate room. Shen Fei, I heard An Yu say that your tasks have nothing to do with this matter. I am so ashamed to ask you to help. Xia Chenjiun looked at Shen Fei with a sense of shame on his face. This matter was indeed his intention, and he specially invited Shen Fei to come because he knew that Shen Fei's Void Realm talent was very powerful and might have an unexpected effect in subsequent wars. But this incident was of no benefit to Shen Fei. Senior Xia Chenjiun, this is nothing. In addition to the mission requirements, our Void Realm class also has the requirements to collect intelligence. You have attracted many enemies this time, so we can take the opportunity to collect a wave of intelligence. Shen Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he also secretly added in his heart to harvest a wave of dog heads. Since that's the case, I won't say much if I'm welcome. Xia Chenjiun nodded. He kept this favor in his heart and returned it in the future. As for now, since he has made a decision, he will continue to do it firmly. Shen Fei's power is indeed indispensable. Senior Xia Chenjiun, I want to know where your plan is now? What is the situation of those separatist forces now? Shen Fei asked quickly. The situation is not too optimistic. Xia Qinjiun said in a deep voice, originally, I could have quietly tried to break through the starry sky level, but the leak of the news instantly made me passive. How did such important news leak? Shen Fei was a little surprised. I just came to this virtual world and I have been to the territory of many forces and organizations. Only the human community is like a normal government, so I decided to cooperate with them to help them eliminate other separatist forces. Xia Qinjiun said in a deep voice. But it is precisely because of the too loose and broad management that the top leaders of the human community have been mixed into the undercover, so that the news leaked. When Shen Fei heard this, he nodded thoughtfully, but before he could think about it, Xia Qinjiun's next sentence shocked him directly. And, they still haven't confirmed who this undercover is. Xia Qinjiun said again. Senior Xia Qinjiun, are you sure this human community is reliable? Shen Fei was speechless. He leaked such important information, but he didn't even catch anyone undercover? No wonder this official organization was suppressed like this and could only shrink near the solar system. They really can't count on it, but the commander of the Human Defense Army is still good. He is an evolutionist at the 9th level of the Sun Realm. He is very strong, and he can survive with the human community. He has not been swallowed up by those separatist forces, and his ability is not weak. Xia Qinjiun said, and Shen Fei nodded. Finally, there is a reliable one. However, relying on him alone is not enough, so I need your help, especially your Void Realm talent. Xia Qinjiun continued to speak. No problem. Since I'm here, I will definitely take all my strength. Shen Fei nodded quickly, but just when he wanted to say something. Suddenly, the evolutionary evidence on Shen Fei's wrist lit up. Detected Task 3, Abandon darkness and turn to light, help the human community complete unification, you can get a lot of rewards. Note, this task has no conflict with Task 2. Shen Fei. Good guy, Lin Feng's resignation to the wilderness god will just abandon the darkness and turn to the light? He also abandons darkness and turns to light? However, looking at the description of this task, it seems that Mission 2 and Mission 3 can be used together to first seize one party, and then take their subordinates to directly join the official organization, right? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao and Anu again, and he immediately realized that the two of them were obviously a little surprised at this time. There is a high probability that the task will be received. 272 Chapter 263 Abandoning the Darkness and Turning to the Light. The sudden mission was just a small episode and did not affect Shen Fei's mood much. Shen Fei came to the solar system with the dog's head. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a task. Xia Qinjiun quickly told the current situation. After listening to it, Shen Fei felt that it is very outrageous. There is actually a huge gap between the current power of the human community and the separatist coalition. More importantly, there is still an undercover agent. According to Xia Qinjiun's analysis, the separatist coalition should have already joined forces. The reason why they have not taken action is waiting for Xia Qinjiun to officially start a breakthrough. Once Xia Qinjiun starts to break through and the undercover will send the news back, the separatist coalition forces will probably come immediately. After all, Xia Qinjiun, who had not made a breakthrough, was already very strong. They came when Xia Qinjiun had not made a breakthrough. If Xia Qinjiun also participated in the war, it would definitely be a hard battle. And when Xia Qinjiun breaks out, it only takes a slight influence to cause Xia Qinjiun to be bombed to death by himself. No, to be precise, Xia Qinjiun will definitely be killed by the bomb. His breakthrough success rate is not high. If he is affected, who will die if he doesn't die? After Xia Qinjiun explained the situation, he soon took Shen Fei to meet the strongest man in the human community, the commander-in-chief of the human guards, and an evolutionist at the 9th level of the Sun Realm. This is a middle-aged man with half-white hair, his name is Lin Zhentian. The name sounds quite domineering, but unfortunately, when he saw this person, Shen Fei felt a strong sense of dusk in his body. Just looking at the appearance, it is hard to believe that this person has been supporting the shaky human community. At this time, in a training room at the Sun Base. Brother Xia, is this Mr. Shen Fei the one you mentioned who can bring us great help? Lin Zhentian looked at Shen Fei and asked in confusion. Although the age of the evolver cannot be judged by the surface, he can still clearly detect the vigorous vitality of Shen Fei. Lin Zhentian instantly judged that this was a very young evolver. Commander Lin, do you know why I asked you to meet in the training room? Xia Qinjiun asked with a smile. He then looked at Shen Fei and said, Shen Fei, it's up to you. No problem. Shen Fei smiled indifferently, and the next moment he walked forward and picked up an energy gun used for training here. After a little debugging, Shen Fei suddenly aimed at the target in the distance. In Lin Zhentian's somewhat puzzled gaze, Shen Fei pulled the trigger. Laugh. An energy beam as thick as a human head exploded from a small energy gun. The light column instantly drowned the target in the distance. When the light column dissipated, the target had disappeared. This. Lin Zhentian was suddenly shocked, although this attack was not strong. But it completely subverted his perception. He knew very well that the training energy gun that Shen Fei held in his hand was quite powerful. As long as he hit, he could cause considerable damage to evolvers below level 4 of the new moon. He also knew very well that the target in the distance was a specially made target that could absorb energy. Normally, if you were shot thousands of times, you would not be damaged much. But now, it was melted by a shot. The key is, how did that small energy gun explode into an energy attack that was as thick as a human head? This is Shen Fei's unique ability. He can use the power of the mind to strengthen the effects of many weapons. Xia Qinjiun also explained at this time. The power of the mind. Lin Zhentian was slightly stunned, and he nodded quickly. The application of the power of the mind has always been a very complicated thing. No one dares to say that they have developed the power of the mind to the extreme, and there will always be someone who can develop new ways to use it. I have to say that Xia Qinjiun's explanation is quite reasonable. Of course, Xia Qinjiun can actually be said to be Shen Fei's special ability. Anyway, unless it is like Xia Qinjiun's situation, it will not think about the virtual realm talent. It's just that it's easier to explain it now using the power of the mind. Can Mr. Shen Fei's spiritual power work on large weapons? Will any weapon work? Lin Zhentian looked at Shen Fei, who was walking back, and asked impatiently. The power of the mind. Shen Fei was slightly confused, but he glanced at Xia Chenjiun, who was smiling, and quickly reacted. What an explanation! Any weapon used for attack is effective. Shen Fei quickly said confidently. Let me give an example. If the Star Destroyer cannon can only destroy the Earth, but in my hands, you can destroy Jupiter with just one shot. His. Lin Zhentian took a breath of cold air. It seems that our combat plan needs to be changed. Lin Zhentian spoke quickly. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived in the combat conference room. Mr. Shen Fei, I will introduce to you the combat plan we originally arranged. Lin Zhentian called out a virtual image. The center of the image is the huge sun, and in front of the sun is the sun base where they are now. The universe from Mercury orbit to the sun will be a preset battlefield. Lin Zhentian said, marking 3 red dots in this starry sky. These 3 locations are the most likely places for the enemy to appear. Lin Zhentian said. Well. Shen Fei looked at the positions of these 3 red dots and felt that it was ordinary, but it seemed to have a special meaning. However, Shen Fei didn't ask, and he still had to trust professionals in this kind of thing. The 3 most powerful forces are coming this time, namely the Dark Star, the Black Alliance, and the Black Light Organization. Lin Zhentian said in a deep voice. These 3 organizations have 9-level evolutionists in the Sun realm, and there are powerful technologies brought out from the virtual realm. The Black Light Organization is indeed here, and their weapons were brought out from the virtual realm. Shen Fei suddenly understood in his heart, strange, the Black Light Organization's poor technical level must not be used to create an incredible biochemical monster like the Magic Light King. Although this is the virtual world, this event actually happened in a certain universe. In that universe at that time, this human civilization also gained the ability to enter the virtual realm, and naturally could bring out something from the virtual realm. However, since you can bring out this powerful technological weapon from the virtual realm, you should be able to bring out ordinary technology. Why are their technological levels so poor? Shen Fei was puzzled, but he didn't think much about it at this moment. There must be a reason for this, but it has nothing to do with this matter. At this time, Lin Zhentian continued, the Dark Star Organization has a super battleship, which not only has various powerful weapons, but also is equipped with large-scale star destroyers. Its power is very terrifying. The Black Alliance has a war robot. This war robot may not be as good as the 9th level of the Sun realm when fighting alone, but it is a god of killing in large-scale wars. The Black Light Organization has many biochemical monsters, especially, they have a biochemical monster that is stronger than the normal 9th level of the Sun realm, called the Demon Light King. Finally, Lin Zhentian concluded, in other words, what we have to face is a super warship, an extremely terrifying war robot, and 4 9th level combat powers in the Sun realm. Shen Fei. Good guy, why don't you vote? 273 relatives come to your home, so today it's even later. Although the enemy's strength sounds exaggerated, Commander Lin, I still have to tell you good news. Shen Fei said. What I have to face is not the 4 9th level combat powers of the Sun realm, but 3 3. Lin Zhentian was slightly stunned. I have killed the Demon Light King. Shen Fei spoke calmly. In an instant, Lin Zhentian and Xia Chenjiun both looked shocked on their faces. Mr. Shen Fei is also an evolver at the 9th level of the Sun Realm. A huge surprise suddenly appeared in Lin Zhentian's heart. This is a double happiness. That's right. Shen Fei nodded calmly. His current strength of his mind could also allow him to have a power speed that is nearly the 6th level of the Sun Realm when he did not use the Wild God transformation. With the superposition of attributes, his basic power and speed are no less than that of the 9th level of the Sun Realm. Moreover, his ability to control time and space is not weaker than the evolutionary method of the 9th level of the Sun Realm. Now he is the real 9th level combat power of the Sun Realm. In this way, our chances of winning will be great. Lin Zhentian's face, which had been dumb all the time, also had a smile on his face. Xia Chenjiun was also surprised at this time. He asked Shen Fei to help. It was mainly because of Shen Fei's Void Realm talent, but he did not expect that Shen Fei's strength would grow so quickly. As Xia Chenjiun knows, it seems that Shen Fei's time to go to his virtual world is less than a year away. In just 1 year, his strength from the low-level Sun Realm to the 9th level of Sun Realm is soaring. It seems that Shen Fei is the real genius of this era. I was also a genius praised by everyone at the time, but it took 100 years to achieve this. The genius of the empire in this era is really exaggerated. Xia Chenjiun praised in his heart. Although Shen Fei may have relied on his talent in the virtual realm, this is amazing enough. High chances of winning. At this time, Shen Fei looked at Lin Zhentian with joy visible to the naked eye. After pondering for a while, he asked, since these forces have super technological weapons brought out from the virtual realm, do you also have them? We have a set of electromagnetic pulse weapons. Once hit, if there is no corresponding defense method, most technological weapons will be invalid instantly. Lin Zhentian explained. Before, we were not sure whether the weapons of the Dark Star and the Black Alliance could be blocked. However, now if Shen Fei's spiritual power can work on this set of weapons, they will definitely not be able to stop them. That is, let them become primitive people. Shen Fei touched his chin and it sounded very good. When the enemy becomes a primitive man, then he will take out his Star Destroyer. Wouldn't it be a big shot? Since that's the case, Senior Xia Chenjiun, you might as well not break through. Let's rush up and kill those 9-level Sun Realm. Shen Fei quickly looked at Xia Chenjiun. Even if Xia Chenjiun does not break through, he is much stronger than the 9th level of the normal Sun Realm. He has the strength of almost the Starry Sky level. If the opponent loses that super warship, what else can they fight? However, at this time, Xia Chenjiun shook his head and said, the leader of Dark Star is very strong, and I just suppress him. It is difficult to kill him. And you said before that the destroyed planet in the Lolland Galaxy was used as a clue, so she came to find me near the solar system, and actually, that was caused by my battle with the leader of the Dark Star. So, I have to break through the Starry Sky level to completely solve him. Xia Chenjiun finally said in a deep voice. Yet. Shen Fei was suddenly shocked. With Xia Chenjiun's strength only suppressing the other party, this Dark Star leader is probably far from comparable to the 9th level of the Sun Realm. Such a strong man didn't appear casually. Could it be that the mysterious strong man who suddenly appeared in the Black Light organization that the Demon Light King said was the leader of Dark Star? This thought suddenly flashed through Xiaoming's mind. It may not be impossible to say anything. In this encirclement and suppression operation by separatist forces, several top forces can unite so quickly, so how can they not collude in secret? The Demon Light King may be in a bad mood. During the riot, he happened to meet the Dark Star leader, which led to his misunderstanding that there is a hidden super strong man in the Black Light organization. Since this Dark Star leader is so strong, even if we make them primitive people, we may not be able to stop them, right? Shen Fei didn't think much, and he suddenly became asked. The leader of the Dark Star can suppress the Demon Light King with one blow, and he can suppress him with one blow. The opponent rushed over. Who can stop it? I can barely stop it. Lin Zhentian said. Dark Star has always wanted to get the solar system. I have fought with the Dark Star leader many times. Although my spiritual power is not as powerful as his, my evolutionary method restrains him and it is no problem to hold him up. Lin Zhentian followed and said. And there are 2 veterans in the defense army at the 8th level of the Sun Realm. They both broke through the Sun Realm in the 4th level of the New Moon. Although they could only reach the 8th level of the Sun Realm, their spiritual power was not weak, and Onianon also had hoped to block the Black Light leader and the Black Alliance leader. And now that Shen Fei joins, it will be easier for us. Shen Fei was silent for a moment. What a guy. Lin Zhentian looked a little decadent, but he didn't expect that his strength was not weak. His spiritual power is at least 10 times that of the 9th level of the ordinary Sun Realm, right? Otherwise, even if the evolutionary law is restrained, he would not be able to stop the Dark Star leader who can save his life in Xia Chenjiun's hands. Shen Fei continued to study the next strategy and tactics with Lin Zhentian and Xia Chenjiun. Suddenly, Shen Fei's evolutionary evidence illuminated. Shen Fei looked at him in surprise. It was a message sent by Jin Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei was suddenly shocked. The message from Jin Xiao Xiao said that she detected a hidden signal in this sun base that would send out every once in a while. After she cracked it, she found that there were a series of hidden words inside. Undercover. Shen Fei thought of this at the first time, and a hint of joy appeared in his heart. Good guy, this undercover agent should be the biggest uncertainty factor at present, right? Unexpectedly, Jin Xiao Xiao discovered it. However, the other party thought that he would meet someone like Jin Xiao Xiao who masters information technology, that is, black technology compared to this era. The signal he sent was indeed secret, and the entire Sun base had never noticed it, but it could not be hidden from Jin Xiao Xiao. After learning about this important information, Shen Fei did not hesitate and immediately told Lin Zhentian and Xia Chenjiun the news. The 2 of them were overjoyed when they heard this and immediately invited Jin Xiao Xiao over. Under Jin Zioxio's operation, they quickly locked the target in the combat conference room. It was a man in a military uniform with a buzz cut. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Zhentian saw the man through the virtual screen, but shook his head repeatedly, as if this man could never be an undercover agent. Commander Lin, who is this person? Shen Fei asked. The Human Defense Army has only 3 legions left. He is the commander of the 1st Legion. Lin Zhentian said in a deep voice. One of the 2 veterans in the Audiobook 8th level who are likely to compete with the Black Light leader and the Black Alliance leader is him. 8th level of the Sun Realm. When Shen Fei heard this, his eyes lit up slightly. What a guy, such a high-end doghead, no, undercover. This must be cut to death. Shen Fei has absolute trust in Jin Xiao Xiao. Since Jin Xiao Xiao found out that person, he should not be wrong. Commander Lin, since you think it is impossible, then investigate it in detail. If he is really an undercover agent, he will always show his strength. If not, then everyone will naturally be happy. Shen Fei said calmly. Good. Lin Zhentian nodded suddenly, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Hopefully, this is just a misunderstanding. 274 Chapter 264 Operational Conference. Inside the Sun Base, in the combat conference room. At this time, the people here were no longer limited to Shen Fei, Lin Zhentian, and Xia Qinjiayun. Lin Zhentian summoned many senior leaders of the Defense Army. This is our new combat plan. Who else has any questions? Lin Zhentian glanced at everyone. Commander-in-Chief, this combat plan seems to be too radical. It is assumed that the enemy's strength should be far stronger than us. A man with thick eyebrows asked in confusion. Because we have received strong support, which is enough to allow us to compete with the enemy head-on. Lin Zhentian explained in a deep voice, you don't need to worry too much about this. When the battle begins, you will naturally know. Hearing this, the man nodded silently, but there was a strange look in his eyes. The meeting ended soon, and the thick-browed man quickly left the conference room with everyone. But the man didn't know that shortly after he left, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao walked in. Jin Xiao Xiao projected a picture of the man who had just left. After the other party left, he did not show any abnormality at the beginning, but soon he locked himself in a small room. There is a problem in this room and it can block many signals. With the monitoring system of this base, it should not be detected here. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke. Lin Zhentian also nodded. Indeed, the Sun Base also has its own surveillance system, but this independent small room is a blind spot. Of course, the Sun Base cannot be monitored, but Jin Xiao Xiao can monitor it, so at this time the few people were still staring at the man's every move. I saw the other party take out an instrument that was the size of a palm, and after entering a cipher text, he sent it out. He can't send this message, I will intercept it. Jin Xiao Xiao said, and she followed. As for that secret text, I secretly knocked on Chiwicha Shixi for my sister before, so I don't need me to crack it, right? Lin Zhentian nodded when he heard this. In fact, he had already had a guess in his heart at this moment, but he still didn't give up and think about making the final confirmation. I'm going to make people decipher it. Lin Zhentian said in a deep voice. Everyone didn't wait much. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Zhentian received the message. Sure enough, the SA text sent by the man was exactly what they had just met. Commander Lin, what are you going to do? Xia Chenjiun looked at Xia Chenjiun, who closed his eyes weakly and couldn't help but ask. He felt a little empathetic. If one day he finds that his most trusted subordinate is actually an undercover agent, it may also feel quite terrible. Kill! Kill this traitor! Lin Zhentian suddenly opened his eyes, and a little dusk aura on his body swept away, turning it with a horrifying murderous intent. That's all. Xia Chenjiun sighed secretly. If it was another time, he could choose to take it down, slowly figure out the reason, and wait for the judgment of it. But now is an extraordinary period. A level 8th level in the Sun Realm, and his spiritual power is particularly powerful. Who will guard him after he takes it? To imprison such an evolver, it not only requires a lot of resources, but once you can't bear it, it will be a disaster. It can only be said that as the Commander-in-Chief of the Human Defense Army, Lin Zhentian is not lacking in the spirit of decisiveness. Since that's the case, then lead him out of the Sun base and let me do it. Xia Chenjiun spoke quickly. Okay. Lin Zhentian did not refuse. An evolver who was nearly the 9th level of the Sun Realm, fighting alone, could not find a hand in the entire Sun base to compete with him. If Xia Chenjiun can take action, it is naturally the best. But at this moment, why don't I do it? Shen Fei, who had been watching from the side, immediately spoke. He had been waiting for a long time, and he was waiting for this opportunity. How could he let it go easily? Shen Fei, are you going? Xia Chenjiun looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. Miss Xiao Xiao said it very clearly before. This person will send a signal every once in a while, and once he dies, this signal will be interrupted. Shen Fei said. At that time, the coalition forces will immediately realize something is wrong. Even if they have not received the news that you are breaking through, Senior Xia Chenjiun, they may come immediately. So I think, Senior Xia Chenjiun, you should make the final breakthrough immediately. Shen Fei said, leave the task of killing the undercover agent to me. This traitor is not weak after all, Mr. Shen Fei, are you sure? Lin Zhentian asked. There is 80% certainty. Shen Fei nodded slightly. By chance, the Demon Light King had to fall down, not to mention the 8th level of the Sun Realm. Even if the 8th level of the Sun Realm is extremely powerful, it would be useless. Besides, Commander Lin can also pay attention at any time. If I fail, Commander Lin can also support me. Shen Fei said again. Hearing this, Xia Chenjiun and Lin Zhentian nodded after pondering. Brother Xia, you should indeed race against time now. Lin Zhentian looked at Xia Chenjiun. Okay, I'll go now. Xia Chenjiun also nodded, and he also knew that he could succeed earlier, so that the pressure on the Earth Defense Force would be less. Half an hour later, a cargo ship was on the Sun base. The man who just thought he had sent the message without knowing it came here. However, when he boarded the spacecraft, he found that a young man who looked very young had long been here. Who are you? The man's extremely thick brow frowned. You are the commander of Li Yuking's army, right? I am Shen Fei. Shen Fei stood up slowly, and said, "The Commander-in-Chief should tell you, and let you cooperate with me to carry out a special mission." "I didn't expect that you looked so young," the man said with a smile. "You should not behave like this. Don't look at me like this. I am the key to the decisive victory in this war." Shen Fei sighed. "Oh." The man raised his eyebrows, but he thought in his heart. Before, Lin Zhentian said that he had obtained strong foreign aid. Was it related to this person? This is a good opportunity. Let's go to Mercury first." Shen Fei didn't say much, and he quickly started the spacecraft. Wow! Accompanied by a fire, the spacecraft quickly left the Sun base and headed straight for Mercury. Not long after, a spacecraft fell on Mercury, whose environment was extremely harsh and the surface was filled with lava matter. Soon, Shen Fei and Li Yuqing walked out of it. At this time, Shen Fei was holding a box several meters long. "What the hell is the commander asking us to do?" Li Yuqing looked at the box in Shen Fei's hand with some curiosity. "Install a special weapon and protect it," Shen Fei said simply, and he put the box on the ground. "There are still some parts, I'll pick them up," Shen Fei said with a smile, and he followed him towards the spacecraft. At this time, Li Yuqing no longer hesitated. He went forward and reached out to open the box seal. But the things inside made Li Yuqing stunned for a moment, and the box was actually empty. And at this moment, peeing, it's not a good habit. A sudden sound sounded, and Li Yuqing was suddenly shocked, but just when he wanted to do something, an invisible force had already enveloped him. His speed was 10 times slower in an instant. Puff! A piece of knife tip had already pierced from Li Yuqing's chest silently. 275 Chapter 265 The Undercover Surfaced. Boom! In an instant, Li Yuqing burst out with a terrifying speed. A short sword appeared in his hand, and turned around and stabbed Shen Fei in the head. Whoosh! Shen Fei teleported away and came to Li Yuqing. "Who are you? Could it be that the coalition forces sent it?" Li Yuqing stared at Shen Fei, his face full of anger. The thief shouted to catch the thief, right, big undercover? Shen Fei shook his head and said. "You guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, do you think everything you do is really perfect? Let me tell you the truth, the slag reel was discovered, and I..." Shen Fei raised his knife and pointed it at Li Yuqing, and he said, "I'm here to send you on the way." Upon hearing this, Li Yuqing's expression changed slightly. He looked at the surrounding environment and soon realized in his heart that Lin Zhentian's heart to kill him might have been very firm, otherwise he would not have attracted him to Mercury to kill him. There must be a misunderstanding here. I want to see the commander. Li Yuqing still spoke in a deep voice, he wanted to fight for it. Oh? Tell me, what are the misunderstandings? Is it also a misunderstanding that you sent out the contents of the last meeting? Shen Fei asked calmly. I sent that to the speaker of the human community. He was worried that Lin Zhentian's family would dominate, so he wanted me to convey information to him. Li Yuqing said quickly. He described himself as the product of political infighting. It sounds like it really is. Shen Fei secretly praised this guy, who was not slow to react. If Jin Xiao hadn't clearly stated that those signals were sent outside the solar system, he would have believed what this guy said. I have to meet the commander, I can confront you in person, Li Yuqing said, while quickly thinking about ways to get out. Although he didn't know Shen Fei, he knew that Shen Fei was not so easy to deal with after just 1 or 2 fights with Shen Fei, and that this place was so close to the Sun base. Even if he defeats the guy in front of him, what about Lin Zhentian? What about Xia Qinjian's even the more terrifying one? Li Yuqing's brain was running rapidly. Suddenly, a violent vertigo suddenly came. What's going on? Li Yuqing was suddenly shocked, and his expression changed the next moment. Are you poisoning? Li Yuqing covered his chest and looked at Shen Fei with disbelief. Or you think I'll tell you so much? Shen Fei smiled slightly, and the poison on his sword was still smeared in the previous virtual world. Although he only stabbed Li Yuqing and the toxins that invaded the other party's body were not as much as the Demon King accumulated over time, it was enough for him to drink a pot. Mean. Li Yuqing cursed angrily, and at this time he didn't care about anything else, and burst into tears and headed straight for Shen Fei. At this moment, he knew that he could not hold on any longer. Humph! Shen Fei sneered and directly killed him with a knife. Li Yuqing condensed a light blade with both hands. The light blade was extremely powerful. With a casual stroke, the aftermath could cut off a huge mountain. Unfortunately, Shen Fei was too flexible. Relying on teleportation, it kept flashing around Li Yuqing. No matter how powerful his attack was, it was useless. This guy is still so strong after being poisoned. His real strength is obviously much stronger than Lin Zhentian described. Shen Fei instantly understood in his heart that Li Yuqing had hidden his strength before. But, it's useless. Shen Fei is obviously more powerful. Just a moment after the two sides fought, Shen Fei's knife suddenly slashed across Li Yuqing's arm, instantly cutting off one of his arms. After that, Shen Fei stopped teleporting, but caught Li Yuqing and slashed wildly. In just a few seconds, Li Yuqing was hit by hundreds of blows. The accumulation of toxins and the extremely serious injuries made him fall down quickly and weakly. Puff! Shen Fei made the last blow on his head. Finally, you kill the target and get all attributes plus 100. Your current attributes are: Attack, 1171.9. Speed, 1302.7. Defense, 1184.6. Physical Constitution, 1173.2. Understanding, 1172.3. Evolutionary Talent, 1171.1. This attribute has increased so quickly. Shen Fei looked at his attributes and couldn't help but smile on his face. It's also a high-end dog head. One of the Demon Light King and the other one of Li Yuking, the two of them asked him to add 300 in all attributes. Next is a battle full of dog heads. This will be a feast. After receiving the 8th level dog head of the Sun Realm as I wish, Shen Fei quickly returned to the Sun base. At this time, Xia Qinjiun had already made a breakthrough. Lin Zhentian also began to make arrangements in full swing according to the new combat plan. Of course, during this period, Lin Zhentian also took Shen Fei to test whether Shen Fei's spiritual power was useful to the super electromagnetic pulse weapon. Although Shen Fei promised it with his own eyes, Lin Zhentian could not let it go without seeing it. The result was naturally not disappointed Lin Zhentian. Under Shen Fei's control, the super weapon almost wiped out the entire Sun base even if it was launched at the lowest power. This terrifying power bonus made Lin Zhentian completely confident. Even if the enemy learned about the existence of the super electromagnetic pulse weapon through Li Yuking, the undercover agent, and made preparations, they would definitely not be able to stop the attack under Shen Fei's control. The power is really exaggerated. Lin Zhentian suspected that if the launch angle was appropriate, even the Earth that was separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers would be destroyed by one blow. So he deliberately asked someone to calculate the launch angle and reminded Shen Fei to avoid the trajectory of the Earth. And while the human defense force is making sufficient preparations. At this time, outside the solar system, in a void universe, a super warship worth tens of thousands of kilometers, comparable to an asteroid, is floating here. At this time, inside the battleship, in a huge hall, a group of figures in various clothes were sitting around a square conference table. At the top of the conference table was a girl with a faint smile on her face. On her left is the leader of the Black Light Organization with a silver mask, and the leader of the Black Light Organization is against. He faced a man with an extremely cruel face, and this was the leader of the Black League. Boss Dark Star suddenly called us all over. Is there any good news? Someone said suddenly below. Good news? No, it's bad news. The girl said with a smile, the spy I installed in the defense army has lost contact, so we can't wait any longer and we have to do it right away. Lost contact. Hearing this, everyone's faces were full of surprise. Why are you so happy if your undercover agent is missing? Okay, let's talk about the combat arrangements in the future. The girl didn't say much, and she directly began to issue combat arrangements. The girl kept saying one by one, and she was obviously quite skillful, just like she had practiced countless times. Soon, the combat meeting ended and everyone left to prepare. In the blink of an eye, there was only one girl left in the huge conference room. At this time, the girl looked at the virtual combat picture in front of her and a smile soon appeared on her face. The development of this world is quite interesting. I hope it can bring me some surprise. The girl supported her chin with her hands, and she felt a little expectant. 276 Chapter 266 Sneak Attack. Outside the Sun base, a spacecraft about 10,000 meters was floating, and inside the spacecraft, Shen Fei was sitting cross-legged, meditating quietly to enhance the power of his mind. Next to Shen Fei, Jin Xiao Xiao was watching a document with concentration. This is the information about super electromagnetic pulse weapons provided by Lin Zhentian, which is similar to Jin Zioxio's evolutionary method. Moreover, Jin Xiao Xiao is obviously very good at this aspect, and she can understand such complicated information. A little further away, a figure was walking around anxiously. I said to Ms. Yu, "Are you so bored? I suggest you play 2 games to pass the time." Shen Fei suddenly opened his eyes and said directly. Bored? Yu widened her eyes and asked in disbelief. I'm obviously nervous, can't you tell? Media Zongzun climbing Chu Jun. Of course it's the upcoming war. Yu said excitedly. Don't bother with the quality for now, this next battle will definitely be called an interstellar war. This is the first interstellar war I participated in. Don't get me wrong. Shen Fei sneered. This war has nothing to do with you. Your mission is to drive the spacecraft loaded with super electromagnetic pulse weapons back to a safe place after I fired the first electromagnetic pulse cannon, and then charge it just in case. Even if that's the case. Yu opened her mouth, but when she thought about the difference between what she could do and what Shen Fei could do, she felt a little speechless. But soon. War depends on everyone's unity and unity. Even if I can only play a little role, I can't ignore it. No matter how dazzling the sun is, it will never be without the contrast of stars. Yu suddenly spoke, and as she kept talking, she gradually regained her confidence. As we all know, the stars are actually stars. Brother Shen Fei, don't worry, I will definitely become your most solid backing. Yu added at the end. Shen Fei was silent for a moment, but just when he wanted to say something, suddenly. Ang! A harsh alarm sounded suddenly, which instantly attracted the attention of the 3 of them. Showing. Shen Fei teleported to the center of the main control room of the spacecraft, where there was a huge virtual combat image. I saw cracks appearing at the locations of the 3 red dots marked before Lin Zhentian. Among them, at the center red dot, the crack was tens of thousands of miles long, and a terrifying behemoth slowly flew out of it. This warship may be comparable to the Brahman attacked the Divine Court Star. It is indeed a super warship. Shen Fei was quite excited. The last time he dealt with such a terrifying weapon, they had to enter it, but this time, he would defeat it from the front. At this time, another virtual image appeared beside Shen Fei, and it was Lin Zhentian. Mr. Shen Fei, the enemy attacks from 3 directions. We need you to attack that super warship first. Lin Zhentian said with a serious expression. No problem. Shen Fei nodded immediately, without hesitation, and directly started to control the main control room of the spacecraft. The super electromagnetic pulse cannon was carried on this spacecraft. At this time, as Shen Fei continued to operate, countless after-images appeared in his movements. Do we want to help? At this time, Yu, who was watching below, looked at the scene in surprise, and she couldn't help asking. No, just look at it. Jin Xiao Xiao shook her head calmly. Normally, at least 100 people need to be controlled separately by the launch of this ultra-electromagnetic pulse cannon. However, she knew very well that Shen Fei needed to ensure that his virtual realm talent worked, so he had to complete all operations alone. Of course, this is not difficult for Shen Fei, who has a terrifying strength, and it is just a 100-person operation. And you? Shen Fei was very fast, and as he continued to operate, he was above the spaceship where they were. A weapon about 1,000 meters high with a thin long needle in the middle and a conical shell around it appeared above the spacecraft. At this moment, the extremely terrifying electromagnetic force was bound in it and was constantly accumulating. Enemy warships are also accumulating energy, and they are very terrifying, at least at the level of large-scale star destroyers. A virtual screen was also floating in front of Jin Xiao Xiao. Through her own reconnaissance instruments, she could also find that the super warship was accumulating energy. Percentage 20. 30%, 40%. Jin Xiao Xiao stared at the increasingly terrifying energy reaction on the screen, and couldn't help but feel nervous. If this gun came, the defense army would be half paralyzed in an instant. And at this moment, Shen Fei, who had been operating, suddenly stopped. Fire! Shen Fei suddenly pressed a start button, and in an instant, the weapon that had been accumulating outside the spacecraft burst out instantly. It was an invisible beam of light without entity. In an instant, countless arcs burst out in the universe, but disappeared in an instant. At a speed of complete reaching the speed of light, this attack spanned the starry sky and passed through the huge super battleship. In an instant, the super warship, which was gradually accelerating and advancing forward, lost its acceleration and began to float forward with inertia. The energy fluctuations cannot be detected. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at the virtual screen in front of her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. There is no doubt that it succeeded. The enemy ship attack system, defense system, engine, etc. are all invalid. Jin Xiao Xiao quickly came to the conclusion. At this time, Lin Zhentian also noticed the strangeness of the super warship in another battleship. Attack, attack all! Lin Zhentian suppressed the excitement in his heart and issued an order in an instant. In an instant, outside the sun, energy cannons installed in fixed positions were activated one after another, and warships equipped with attack systems were also accumulating energy. Boom! 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 The overwhelming attack burst out suddenly. The huge warship that had lost its energy shield could only rely on its hull to resist these attacks. In an instant, countless damage appeared on the surface of the hull. At the same time, Mizan Yu, I'll leave this spaceship to you. Shen Fei quickly explained, and then he quickly teleported outward. When Shen Fei appeared again, he had already arrived in the outer universe. At this time, Shen Fei turned into a 100-meter giant. He was carrying a huge energy cannon that was 100 meters long, and a distorted smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dogheads, I'm here. Shen Fei's heart was full of tension and expectation, and he began to accumulate energy without hesitation. 277 Chapter 267 The Last Calm. Inside the Dark Star super battleship. The leader of the Dark Star organization, who looked like a girl, looked at the already dark combat conference room. Listening to the roar from outside, her face became a little strange. The Human Defense Force has a super electromagnetic pulse weapon, and of course she knew it. But this super warship has prepared corresponding defense methods. The normal script is that the opponent's attack will be blocked by the battleship energy shield, while she relies on the battleship to kill all the way and crush everything. But now, the warship seems to be paralyzed. At this time, boom! A muffled sound came, and the alloy walls were directly knocked down, and a strong man rushed into the conference room. Chief, all the attack and defense systems of the warship have lost control, and even the energy system has not responded. The strong man said hurriedly, but the girl stood up calmly. Without the warship, then order everyone to rush up and board the ship directly with their bodies. The girl said, and she followed. Besides, aren't there any Black Light Organization and the Black Alliance on the flanks? Why are you panic? In this way, our losses. The strong man's face changed slightly. Do you think there will be no loss like this? The girl spoke lightly, but just when she wanted to say something, suddenly. Boom! An extremely thick energy beam suddenly penetrated through everything, instantly submerging the two of them. After a long time, the light column finally dissipated. The girl shrouded in a layer of black light walked out of it, but the strong man next to her had fallen down. Most of his body had disappeared, and the rest was burnt. So you have been a waste so early, so I'm not surprised. The girl glanced at the dead strong man, and there was not much expression on her face, so she walked out directly. At the same time, on the other side, you kill the target and get all attributes plus 100. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 10. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 3. You kill the target. Shen Fei looked at the lines of words that appeared in front of him, and his face looked shocked. After one shot, his attribute points instantly increased by more than 130 points. This warship is very large, with a length of over 10,000 kilometers and a width of several thousand kilometers. Although the energy cannon in Shen Fei's hand can easily penetrate this warship that has lost its energy supply under his attribute bonus, the energy cannon's performance coverage is not large at one time. But Shen Fei just got more than 130 attribute bonuses. A level 8th level of the Sun Realm happened to be hit by my shot. Shen Fei quickly realized that the main part of this attribute point, the full attribute plus 100, must have come from an 8th level evolutionist in the Sun Realm. The first shot hit a level 8th level of the Sun Realm. I have to say that his luck was a bit explosive. Come again. Shen Fei's face was full of excitement. He didn't care about wasting energy at this time. He backhanded to speed up his energy cannon to speed up the energy storage speed. With 10 times acceleration, energy storage is over in just 6 seconds. Boom! It was another attack that ran through the entire super battleship. I was a little unlucky and I got less than 30 attribute points. But come again. Boom. 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 Shen Fei continuously accumulates energy and fires fire. Attack power, it's okay if it's terrible, but the key is that he fires too fast. Normal energy cannons of this level can be stored for several minutes, so it requires extremely high technology to achieve it. But Shen Fei's energy cannon was first obtained from the United Void Realm Company, and the energy storage time was only 1 minute, and secondly, he relied on time acceleration to speed up the energy storage speed. There is also Shen Fei's attribute bonus. This led to his attacks not only being fierce, but also being super high in frequency. He was alone on the battlefield, and the effect was greater than countless scattered energy cannons. Of course, Shen Fei's dazzling performance also attracted the attention of both sides. Shen Fei's ability of spiritual power is applied in war, and it is simply a killing machine. At this time, Lin Zhentian, who was staying in the Commander-in-Chief's room, observed the situation outside through the virtual combat map, and he was quickly amazed in his heart. Shen Fei's exaggerated performance at this time was attributed to Shen Fei's unique use of spiritual power. The fire power of the area number 1 and number 5 immediately supports the two wings. Lin Zhentian quickly issued an order. With Shen Fei's presence, the fire power in the middle area is 2 surplus, and the two wings also have to face attacks, which is quite a lot of pressure. Lin Zhentian issued many orders in an orderly manner. However, just when Lin Zhentian thought the situation had stabilized, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Ji Ran, let the commander go to you. Lin Zhentian instructed, and he flew outside with a shout. On the other hand, Shen Fei exploded again, but only got more than 10 attribute points. It seems that no one is a fool. Shen Fei looked at the gradually decreasing attribute points, and he quickly understood in his heart that the evolvers gathered on the super warship must have realized that continuing to stay in the warship is to be a target, so they should be retreating outward. Under this situation, the density of advanced evolutionists in the warships has been greatly reduced, and Shen Fei's harvest is naturally becoming less and less. But, that's enough. Shen Fei's face began to become strange. Your current attributes are: Attack, 1531.9. Speed, 1709.7. Defense, 1544.6. Physical Constitution, 1523.2. Understanding, 1572.3. Evolutionary Talent, 1511.1. Shen Fei never thought that the attribute points could grow like this. In just a short moment, his attribute points soared from an average of more than 1,100 to an average of more than 1,500. The increase in the attribute points in this short period of time is almost equivalent to killing 2 9th-level evolver of the Sun Realm. It's really outrageous. Shen Fei sighed in his heart, and he did not hesitate, but planned to continue to attack the cannon. However, at this moment, Shen Fei's movements stopped slightly. He suddenly discovered a girl's figure at his feet at some point. Compared to his 100-meter-high figure, the girl was naturally not worth mentioning, but Shen Fei swoosh teleported away from the spot when he discovered the other party. Dark Star Leader. Shen Fei was shocked. Lin Zhentian sent him a lot of information before the war, including information about the leader of the Dark Star organization. Shen Fei naturally knew that the Dark Star leader, who was famous outside, looked like a girl. At this time, the girl watched Shen Fei teleport and dodged away, and a strange look appeared on her face. Look at you, being only 20 years old, you can teleport? It's quite amazing. The girl appeared at the same place as Shen Fei's head, and she asked, "What universe are you from?" What? Shen Fei was slightly stunned. And at this moment, Star Spirit. A cold shout that burst out through the power of the mind suddenly came, and the next moment, call. A howling sound came quickly. Oh! Lin Zhentian. The girl smiled and said, "Okay, I'll meet you first." 278. There is still update today, but it's too late. Boom! Boom! When Shen Fei saw Lin Zhentian rushing to the girlish leader, the leader of the Dark Star, and launched a fierce attack, while the Dark Star leader calmly supported a dark energy shield. He easily blocked Lin Zhentian's attack. Swish! 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 Shen Fei didn't think much about it at this time. He teleported continuously and quickly opened the distance. Is there any problem with this Dark Star leader? Shen Fei quickly remembered the other party's previous words again, and she actually asked herself which universe she belonged to. During the time when this real event occurred, of course there were countless universes, and it was not surprising that the leader of the Dark Star knew other universes. But what puzzled Shen Fei was, why did the leader of the Dark Star confirm that he was from a different universe? Or is the leader of the Dark Star not a normal virtual realm figure? She knows this is the virtual world? No matter how many of hers, the most important thing now is the dog's head. Shen Fei no longer hesitated. He set up a cannon again and aimed at the super warship that was already riddled with holes in the distance. Although the income has continued to fall, there are still dog heads to make a record. How can I miss this opportunity? The war continued, and under the fierce artillery bombardment of Shen Fei and the defense forces, the super warships in the distance had basically been scrapped. However, the advanced evolutionists who escaped from the super warship have rushed up with fierce attacks. Although they have paid some price, it is too easy for these advanced evolutionists to destroy the artillery source unless there are evolutionists of the same level to resist it. The defense army also quickly began to suffer a large number of casualties. Of course, there are also some advanced evolutionists in the defense army, so it quickly withstood this wave of offensive. Moreover, the defense army there are also various technological weapons to assist, but the enemy relies entirely on the body. Overall, the defense army has greater advantages. Of course, the battlefield is divided into 3 parts. The advantage is that the central station is located on the left and right wings, so the situation is different. Mr. Shen Fei, I am Ji Ran. Please go to the location I sent you immediately. The Black Light Chief needs you to deal with it. Shen Fei also received a message at this time. Is the leader of the Black Light organization. Shen Fei looked at the news, and after a little pondering, he also quickly headed in that direction. The evolutionist at the 9th level of the Sun Realm, using the technological means of the Defense Army, is a terrible existence that cannot be dealt with. Among the previous Defense Army, there were 2 other level of the Sun Realm 8th level that could barely deal with the 9th level of the Sun Realm. But one of them, Li Yuqing, was still a traitor and had already fallen under Shen Fei's sword. At this moment, Shen Fei really needs to take on the heavy responsibility of dealing with the 9th level of the Sun Realm. Black Light Leader, the Demon Light King, said that his strength was average. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although he had earned a lot of attribute points before, the miscellaneous fish were all scattered now. When he went to kill the miscellaneous fish, the speed of harvesting the attribute points was far faster than before. But the leader of Black Light is different. If he can kill him, it will be another large amount of attribute points to make a fortune. It's decided, it's you, Chief Black Light. Shen Fei smiled fiercely in his heart. Soon, Shen Fei rushed to the flanking battlefield. At this time, he saw a figure that was almost at its peak. The figure was whistling and shuttled, and the Defense Army's strongholds and warships were quickly bombarded, and the Defense Army was beaten to retreat step by step. So fast! Shen Fei was suddenly shocked. The Black Light Leader was much faster than him. When he was the fastest in the first stage of Wild God transformation, and with the blessing of his spiritual power, he might be several times slower than the other party. Is it because of evolution? Shen Fei quickly reacted. Only the evolver who breaks through the 5th level of the new moon can reach the 9th level of the Sun Realm. In other words, as long as the 9th level of the Sun Realm evolver, the ability of the evolutionary magic must have developed to the strongest state. For example, Shen Fei's Wild God transformation can provide him with a significant improvement in power, speed, defense, and other attributes, and of course other evolutionary methods will not be too bad. The evolution method of the Black Light Leader is probably related to speed. He is so fast, he must be very confident in his speed. This is an opportunity. Shen Fei thought for a moment, and he immediately had an idea. Without hesitation, Shen Fei teleported rapidly and quickly blocked the path that the Black Light Leader must pass. At this time, Shen Fei was still maintaining a transformation of the wilderness god at a height of 100 meters. In this state, Shen Fei's power is more than 100 times that of his normal state, but his speed is at least 10 times slower than the 9th level of the normal Sun Realm. If it was the Black Light Leader, Shen Fei would be more than 50 times slower than him. Of course, what we are talking about here is attack speed, reaction speed, etc. If it is the explosion speed, under Shen Fei's terrible power, he will be much faster than the 9th level of the normal Sun Realm. After all, the power is great, and the explosion speed cannot be slow. The Black Light Chief is a man wearing a mask, and he quickly travels through the universe under the wrapping of a ray of black light. The Black Light Leader suddenly noticed the 100-meter-high figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The black light leader didn't care at first, and he planned to rush over directly. It was not until the figure suddenly raised a huge sword that was 50 meters long and was about to cut it down with one knife that the leader of the Black Light organization suddenly realized something was wrong. Boom! A terrifying sword slashed through the void of the universe and flashed to the Black Light leader next to him, and his heart jumped again. His intuition told him that the sword just now contained terrifying power, and if he was hit by this sword, he would be seriously injured even if he was not dead. At this moment, the Black Light Chief finally realized that the 100-meter giant in front of him was not simple. He quickly swept it from beginning to end and found that his whole body was covered with black armor. His identity could not be distinguished from his appearance alone. Lindsay Pry? The Black Light Chief asked in a deep voice. If I say the name, you definitely don't know. Shen Fei smiled and said, but I want to say Demon Light King. You should know who I am, right? Are you the leader of the Waste God Society? A look of astonishment suddenly flashed across the Black Light leader's face. Good. Shen Fei nodded calmly, and he followed in a cold voice. Stop talking nonsense. Since all the people from your Black Light organization are gathering here, I can save you from searching everywhere. Today is the day when your Black Light organization is destroyed. Silly, you are standing on the side of the human community just to oppose us. The leader of the Black Light shouted coldly, the human community has a star-level evolution, and your waste god will not be able to have a good time. Then you don't have to worry. Shen Fei stopped talking nonsense, he raised his knife again and slashed it with a fierce knife. In the universe, a war breaks out instantly. 279 Chapter 268 The War Breaking. Boom! 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 The knife in Shen Fei's hand fell down wildly, and he swung tens of millions of swords in less than a second. Unfortunately, he didn't hit anyone. The Black Light leader was shrouded in black light and easily avoided the attacks again and again. Haha, I was indeed startled by your power at first, but the speed when you took action was too slow. The Black Light Chief laughed quickly and said. At the moment you take action, I can attack the dangers of me's words. As he said that, the leader of Black Light had already arrived at Shen Fei's chest. With the help of his extreme speed, he suddenly punched Shen Fei's chest. Boom! With a dull sound, Shen Fei didn't move at all, and the leader of the Black Light felt like he was hit a towering mountain. Of course, this is just an explanation. With the strength of the Black Light leader, he can erase even an ordinary mountain range. Boom! 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 The Black Light leader attacked again, but Shen Fei still did not move at all. It was not until Shen Fei grabbed it with a big hand that the Black Light leader called out and left the place. I asked you to hit me 100 times. Can you hurt me a hair? Shen Fei also sneered at this time and returned the ridicule of the Black Light leader just now. In fact, in the third stage of the transformation of the wilderness god, Shen Fei's physical fitness has declined, but his defense is based on the armor on his body. As long as the Black Light leader's attack cannot break through the upper limit of this set of armor, he will not be able to hurt Shen Fei. Shen Fei's current power is more than 20 times that of the Black Light Leader, and his power to attack Shen Fei was naturally easily offset by Shen Fei, which made this scene happen. The Black Light Leader attacked violently, but Shen Fei didn't even move. Then let's take my trick. 2 black lights condensed from the hands of the leader of the Black Light, and the light contained devastating energy. Boom! 2 terrifying lights burst out, instantly submerging Shen Fei, who was 100 meters tall, in an instant. But the next moment... Boom! A knife light suddenly broke through the black light that enveloped Shen Fei, and Shen Fei, who was still unscathed, slashed it down with a knife. Whoosh! The leader suddenly dodged away as dark as water. Time passed, and the Black Light Leader tried several more attacks. He could not admit one fact that he could not hurt Shen Fei a hair. It seems that I can only hold him back. The Black Light Leader soon made a decision. The power of the defense army arranged in this direction was not strong at all. Even without him, his subordinates, with the assistance of a large number of biochemical monsters, were enough to destroy the defense line of the defense army. The Black Light Leader's attack did not break through defense, and Shen Fei's attack could not hit people. The battle continued. Gradually, the Black Light Leader's attention was not so focused, and he began to analyze the situation on the battlefield through the continuous information coming from his subordinates. There was no way, Shen Fei's attack speed was too slow, and he could avoid those attacks even with his eyes closed. The Dark Star has the strongest power, and they were actually dragged down. Since a few days ago, the Star Spirit has become a little wrong. What the hell is she doing? The Black Light Chief was quite dissatisfied. This war is precisely dominated by Dark Star, and the leader has always been the leader of Dark Star Star Spirit. The Black Light Leader was convinced by it. There was no way. The Dark Star leader was indeed much more powerful, and the Dark Star's super warship was also the most terrifying weapon. But starting a few days ago, the Star Spirit began to carelessly. That's fine, Dark Star even lost its chain in today's war. Fortunately, the progress of the Black League is quite smooth. The Black Light Leader quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is a reliable ally. Both wings have huge advantages. As long as the defense forces on both wings are defeated, they will join forces to attack the main force of the defense forces, and this war will be won. Just as the Black Light Leader was secretly relieved, Shen Fei also waved his sword again. The Black Light Leader didn't care about this at all, but at this moment, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him, causing his speed to drop 10 times. Although the speed dropped 10 times, the Black Light Leader's reaction speed was still far above Shen Fei at this time. But it was precisely because he didn't care much about it before that as his speed dropped sharply, he suddenly lost the opportunity to hide. Boom! A terrifying knife hit him in the head. The Black Light Leader hadn't noticed that it was his speed that slowed down. In his eyes, it was the knife that suddenly became 10 times faster. Not good. The Black Light Chief was shocked, but unexpectedly caught him with only time to support his energy defense. But when a terrible knife containing more than 2 trillion tons of power fell, the energy defense collapsed instantly. Puff! The Black Light Chief moved his body to the side at the critical moment, but the terrifying power still fell on him. In an instant, half of the body on the left side of the Black Light Leader was blasted into flesh paste. Call! Shen Fei fell down again in the blink of an eye, and the speed of the Black Light Leader under the severe injury dropped significantly, not to mention that he was still in a tenfold slowdown state. Boom! This knife fell firmly on the Black Light Leader. In an instant, the Black Light Leader completely disappeared. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 200. Your current attribute is comfortable, completely comfortable. Shen Fei looked at the lines of words floating in front of him, and a hint of joy flashed through his heart. It still has to be at the 9th level of the Sun Realm. One adds 200 attribute points with all attributes. If you kill a few more, then that would be great. At this time, at the central battlefield, the girl who was slowly fighting against Lin Zhentian suddenly looked into the distance. Black light is also a waste as always. The girl shook her head secretly. Old friend, it's over here. The girl looked at Lin Zhentian who was attacking madly, and she suddenly spoke. Yes, from today on, it will be the end of you evil people. Lin Zhentian sneered. In this universe, kindness is the most unnecessary thing. The girl didn't say much, and the next moment, she suddenly mobilized her energy. There was not much energy, but a vortex containing endless gravity was formed in her hands. What is that? Lin Zhentian suddenly felt a huge crisis, but he hadn't waited for anything to do. The next moment, a white palm had crossed time and space and reached his chest. Boom! The terrifying tearing force erupted, and a big hole appeared in Lin Zhentian's chest. Lin Zhentian was a little disbelief. The injury could not kill him, but he couldn't believe this fact. At that moment, he didn't even know what was going on. The leader of the Dark Star was still far away from him, but the attack had already hit him. The girl did not explain. She quickly stepped forward and kicked Lin Zhentian away, and then disappeared from the spot. 280 Chapter 269 The Rising Attribute Points. Mr. Shen Fei, the Commander-in-Chief, was severely injured. The leader of the Dark Star is missing. It may be for you. Shen Fei, who was immersed in the joy of killing the Black Light Leader, suddenly received the news from the command room. In an instant, Shen Fei's smile slightly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the smile on Shen Fei's face completely disappeared, and a heavy feeling surged into his heart. Shen Fei suddenly discovered that less than 100 meters ahead of him, a figure with a girlish look suddenly appeared there. The Dark Star leader was not likely to come for him, but had arrived. I'm going to be killed by Lin Zhentian. Shen Fei cursed in his heart. What could he promise to hold the leader of the Dark Star? He was seriously injured so soon? However, Shen Fei did not dare to be careless at this time, and he thought about it in an instant. Boom! Shen Fei, who was 100 meters high, shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei changed into a 9-meter-high form. The armor on his body is strong, but based on past experience, it is impossible to completely block the attack of the Dark Star leader who is far stronger than him. If you use that form, your defense will drop a lot, which is pure and exciting. However, even though he had returned to his 9-meter state, Shen Fei did not have much confidence to compete with the leader of the Dark Star. In the first stage of the transformation of the pure god of waste, his basic power is close to the 6th level of the Sun realm. With the superimposed power of the mind, this power can be stronger than the 6th level of the Sun realm. His attributes have made rapid progress in this war, and now there are nearly 2,000 points. Overall, when he first entered this virtual realm world, he had only 100 billion tons of power in the first stage of the transformation of the wilderness god. Now, it has increased to about 400 billion tons. His strength has improved greatly, but the leader of the Dark Star is a cruel person who can't even make Xia Chenjiun do anything to him. Shen Fei estimated that the other party was at least dozens of times stronger than him, or even nearly 100 times stronger. It's better to start first. Shen Fei's thoughts moved, and suddenly, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the leader of the Dark Star. Swish! 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 Shen Fei teleported continuously in an instant, quickly opening the distance. I used time to slow down her speed, and then used teleportation to pull her. Shen Fei was very clear in his heart. The leader of the Dark Star is stronger than him, but after the speed is slowed down 10 times, the opponent will not be much faster than him. And with his teleportation flexibility, there is hope for delaying time. Even if he was unlucky and was hit by the opponent, he should be fine with his armor on his body and resisted it for a few strokes. In this way, Xia Chenjiun completed the breakthrough. Shen Fei's plan was undoubtedly perfect, but the next moment he was suddenly shocked. He teleported very fast, and it was teleported at an indefinite point, left and right, front and back, but no matter how he teleported, the leader of the Dark Star was always around 100 meters ahead of him. And his time slowed down. Shen Fei felt that it didn't work at all. Can you still control time? So that's it, it's the Void Realm talent. But isn't your Void Realm talent amplifying the effect of Super Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon? Your current power and speed should have been amplified, and there is no mistake. Is it a derivative ability? The girl's voice suddenly sounded in Shen Fei's heart, and the series of questions made Shen Fei suddenly startled. The leader of the Dark Star really has a problem. Knowing the talent of the virtual realm, it means that she knows that this is the virtual realm world. Moreover, this person's vision is too terrifying, and he can find so many things. When he was in the central battlefield, the other party even said his age. As we all know, evolutionists cannot judge age based on the surface. Who knows how the other party discovered it? Although these are not secrets, Jin Xiao and others knew about it, Shen Fei still felt a tightening in his heart. Who are you? Shen Fei simply stopped teleportation, and he asked back with his spiritual power. Before asking who I am, shouldn't you explain your identity first? Where are you from? What's your name? The girl asked again. If you don't change your name or your surname, Galaxy Alliance, Shen Fei. Shen Fei said without changing his face. Zing Alliance? Tisk, there are too many places called Zing Alliance. How do I know which one it is? The girl shook her head and said. However, depending on your appearance, you may not know more in detail. So, are you a figure in the virtual realm? Shen Fei quickly started to talk. Of course, but not. The girl had a smile on her face, and she said. In this virtual world, there is indeed a dark star leader star spirit, but in reality, there is also a dark star leader star spirit. In other words, after you entered this virtual world, you replaced her. Shen Fei guessed. In fact, he encountered this situation once. In the world of Falling Sky, Gus, who gave him and Jin Xiao Xiao a ticket to the initial virtual realm world, was obviously a figure in the virtual realm, but he took out 2 virtual realm tickets, which was obviously an adventurer in the virtual realm. Therefore, this possibility exists. The characters in the virtual world are still alive in reality. If they enter the corresponding virtual world, they may replace the identity of the virtual world in the virtual world. The situation you mentioned exists, but I am not. The girl shook her head calmly. Well. Shen Fei was confused, and the girl didn't have any appetite, so she said directly. In reality I sensed that the virtual world related to me opened up, and suddenly there was a whim, so I divided a trace of consciousness and entered here. A trace of consciousness occupied this body. Shen Fei was shocked. Sure enough, this girl must be a very terrifying existence in reality. She could actually split a little consciousness into the virtual world. However, this can also explain the fact that Xia Chenjiun was able to defeat the leader of the Dark Star before. I guess, the consciousness of this strong man only entered this virtual world after that. Otherwise, with her strange ability, how could he be defeated by Xia Chenjiun? Do you understand? The girl asked with a smile. I understand, Shen Fei nodded. So, do you want to join the Dark Star? The girl suddenly asked. Join the Dark Star? Shen Fei was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood that it was not the Dark Star organization in the virtual world, but the one in reality. No wonder this girl patiently explained so much to him, and it turned out that she was interested in him. No, I like his abilities. Wait. Dark Star. A light suddenly flashed in Shen Fei's mind. He actually always thought that the name of the Dark Star in this virtual world is very familiar. Is there a Dark Star in the Empire? Yu Liang, who kidnapped Huang Zitong for the first time, was from this organization, and Enling also reminded him to be careful. If it wasn't a coincidence, then this organization would be terrifying. Shen Fei was secretly shocked. The Dark Star organization undoubtedly originated in this universe, but it could develop into the Empire. This is a transcendence of the universe. 281 Chapter 270 The Black Light Leader. My Dark Star is a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. The girl had an inexplicable smile on her face, and she said, Your Void Realm talent is very powerful and should not be wasted in some ordinary universes. If you join the Dark Star, you will be best cultivated. I have to consider this. Shen Fei did not refuse. Through his identity as a girl, he already understood the other party's terror, and Lin Genshin's rapid defeat was not without reason. At this time, what if the girl is angry and embarrassed and killed him directly? Even a super strong man may not be very broad-minded. Although it is the virtual world, Shen Fei doesn't want to die easily once. It is definitely the best thing to do if he can't die. Add to Dark Star, it's all up to voluntarily. The girl seemed to see through Shen Fei's thoughts, but she didn't say much, but stretched out her hand. Wow! The invisible energy was condensing. Shen Fei thought the other party was going to take action, and his body subconsciously became tense. But the next moment, he was shocked to find that a translucent virtual realm ticket appeared there. Call. The girl bounced lightly, and the illusory ticket turned into a stream of light, and finally entered Shen Fei's evolutionary proof. Shen Fei clicked on the evolution certificate and took a look, and a strange look quickly appeared on his face. He actually received a ticket for the Void Realm. Good guy. If you have any ideas, you can go to this virtual world. The girl smiled and said, the Black Star never treats talents badly. I understand. Shen Fei nodded, and then he asked, Senior Star Spirit, since I want to join Dark Star, should I tell you how powerful Dark Star is? My Dark Star is a super organization that spans the multiverse. The girl spoke calmly, and Shen Fei was slightly shocked. In this way, the Dark Star organization in the Empire may really be the Dark Star in this virtual world. However, even the Dark Star organization is still very low-key in the Empire and even has to secretly develop its members. It seems that the Dark Star is not strong enough to ignore a powerful civilization of the Empire. Moreover, is there any intention to choose the first practical class in this virtual world? Many thoughts flashed through Shen Fei's mind. At this time, the girl followed and said, evolutionists, whether in the Crescent Moon Realm, Sun Realm, or Starry Sky level, all exist with dependence on civilization. You see, the current human community has too backward technological development, so no Starry Sky level was born. Even if it weren't for the existence of the virtual realm, it would be difficult for this civilization to even have a high-level Sun Realm. A weak civilization, even if a Starry Sky level evolver is born, is often the weakest, and will even be killed by the stronger 9th level of the Sun Realm. So, if you have the idea of becoming really stronger, joining Dark Star is your best choice. Why? Shen Fei was a little confused. Where was the power of the evolver? Unless there was a gap in the power of the mind, how could the Starry Sky level be weaker than the 9th level of the Sun Realm? What does this have to do with civilization? Is a reckless man with only strength an opponent to an ordinary person holding an energy gun? Asked the girl. Technological weapons? Shen Fei asked thoughtfully. Weapons are of course very important, but the most important thing is knowledge. The girl spoke lightly, and she asked immediately. Aren't you surprised? I'm using the body of a figure in the virtual realm, why can't I teleport like you? The power of your control of time cannot affect me. Well. Shen Fei was slightly silent. Of course it was strange, but he could only blame him for the fact that the leader of the Dark Star organization was also a strong man in reality. But in reality, she is a strong man, but in the virtual world, she uses a 9th level body in the Sun realm. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be so strong. I know about space, so I can use my own strength to leverage space to achieve teleportation effect. I also know about time, so I can ignore your time ability. The girl smiled. Knowledge explains to us the universe rules. When we master these knowledge, we master the rules of the universe. This is the way to become stronger. So that's it. Shen Fei nodded suddenly. From this point of view, the purpose of the existence of the Empire Elite School is not only to teach them the knowledge of controlling evolutionary methods to break through the starry sky level, but also to teach them the knowledge of becoming stronger. It's just that the Imperial Elite program has just been in progress for 2 months and his studies have just begun, so he hasn't been exposed to these things yet. I can see that you still long to become stronger. The girl smiled. Judging from her eyes, Shen Fei did have persistence in becoming stronger. Senior, good looking. Shen Fei did not deny it. However, he has his own way to become stronger. It is indeed difficult for an ordinary reckless man to be an opponent of an ordinary person holding an energy gun, but what if this reckless man's power is thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of this ordinary man? No matter whether he is an energy gun or an energy cannon, he will knock it down with one punch. Moreover, as for knowledge, the Empire will obviously teach it. I believe you will make the right choice. The girl nodded slightly. She did not say anything more, but turned to look in the direction where the sun base was. Next, this person is this. The girl said, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Shen Fei was slightly stunned, and the next moment... Rumble! An extremely thick golden beam suddenly burst out from the sun base. A figure appeared in the light, and the figure just raised its hand. In an instant, a light blade as thin as a cicada's wing suddenly roared out. The light blade instantly crossed the universe and came to the battlefield where the Black Alliance was located. Brush! 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 The light blade instantly crossed the battlefield, and the war robot, which was used as the trump card by the Black League, was cut in half in an instant, and a violent explosion followed. Call! 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 More light blades burst out, and in an instant, all the eye-catching weapons or biochemical monsters on the 3 battlefields were quickly destroyed. Has the breakthrough been successful? Shen Fei saw this scene and instantly understood in his heart that it was Xia Chenjiun who had become a starry sky level evolver. This is the real strength of the starry sky level. Shen Fei felt a little moved. The power scattered across the battlefield across millions of kilometers. Starry sky level, a starry sky level evolver. At this moment, the Human Defense Army was in full bloom, while the coalition forces, mainly Dark Star, Black Light, and Black Alliance, were instantly panicked. Retreat, start retreating. The leader of the Black Alliance instantly issued an order, and the Black Alliance began to retreat rapidly. Although the Dark Star and Black Light organizations did not have the order from the leader, they also began to retreat in panic. Want to run? At this time, Shen Fei temporarily suppressed the matter of the Dark Star leader in his heart, and he instantly rushed to one of the shining dog heads nearby. Soon. boom. With a dull sound, a dog's head burst into blood mist. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 30. Your current attribute is. Lines of text appeared, and Shen Fei also had a smile on his face. It seemed that he was a dog head at the 7th level of the Sun Realm. Continue. Shen Fei quickly headed towards the other directions again. Although the high-level dog heads are very scattered in the battlefield, taking advantage of this opportunity to kill you, you will definitely get a large number of attribute points. And when Shen Fei began to harvest the dog's heads in large quantities, he was on the other side. Xia Chenjiun, who had just appeared from the sun base and was about to kill all directions, looked solemn. He looked at the girl who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his heart was already filled with storms. Of course, Xia Chenjiun knew this person, and he was the main object he wanted to deal with when he ventured through the starry sky level, the leader of the dark star spirit. But Xia Chenjiun thought that after he reached the starry sky level, he could easily deal with this person, but now the other party suddenly appeared, and all his attacks were perfectly blocked by him in a strange way. Xia Chenjiun could even see the light wind and clouds on his body. Are you the consciousness of the Dark Star leader in reality? Xia Chenjiun asked suddenly. It seems that you have experienced something similar, and you guessed it all at once. The girl smiled. Xia Chenjiun didn't say anything. Chen Cheng, who was sent by the Empire to bring him out of the virtual world, was in this way, so he naturally knew. You don't have a high control over the evolutionary method, but you can break through the starry sky level. It seems that your spiritual power has improved again. The girl smiled lightly. Since that's the case, this is for you. The girl said, and a ticket for the Void Realm quickly condensed in her hand, and then she quickly entered Xia Chenjiun's evolutionary proof. What is your purpose? Xia Chenjiun asked in a deep voice, but the girl did not explain in detail as she did to Shen Fei. After a faint smile, she quickly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Xia Chenjiun sighed secretly in his heart. Things are really impermanent. He tried his best to break through the starry sky level, but it turned out to be like this. 282 Chapter 271 The Defeat of Both Sides. Your current attributes are: Attack, 2039.9. Speed, 2209.7. Defense, 2024.6. Physical Constitution, 2093.2. Understanding, 2042.3. Evolutionary Talent, 2098.1. Kill and kill. Shen Fei killed a lot of crazy things, and flew wherever there was a dog's head. Whether it was a high-level dog's head or a low-level dog's head, they all killed them. Suddenly, Shen Fei came to his senses. He looked around and found that the entire battlefield was empty. The coalition forces either died or ran away. The average attribute points have exceeded 2,000. Shen Fei looked at his attributes and participated in this war. Before, his average attribute points were only more than 1,100. But now, the total attributes have exceeded 2,000, and the increase has been nearly 1,000 points. This crazy massacre has increased by more than 300 points. Shen Fei calculated it a little and knew how much of the gains had just been. In this war, the one who obtained the most attribute points was at the beginning. At that time, he frantically harvested the dogs' heads in the super battleship, and his full attribute points directly increased by 400 points. Later, the Black Light leader was killed, and the total attributes were increased by 200. Now, taking advantage of the defeat of the coalition forces and losing the 9th level evolutionist of the Sun Realm who could withstand him, if he had a little calculation, he would indeed have gained more than 300 attribute points. It would be great if such a war could be done a few more times. Shen Fei sighed in his heart. Outrageous, really outrageous. While Shen Fei was amazed, he was in the orbit of Mercury. Wow! The Dark Star leader who had left before suddenly appeared here. Come out! The Star Spirit glanced at the space in front of him and spoke faintly. Wow! Silently, a hidden spacecraft appeared here. The spacecraft cabin door opened and an old man with white hair and beard flew out of it. Prince Xingling, I really didn't expect you to descend into this virtual world. The old man looked at the figure who looked like a girl in front of him, with a strange look on his face. The chaos of this civilization lasted for hundreds of years, and the virtual realm only took half a year to open. Therefore, there are nearly 1,000 virtual realm worlds in Galaxy War that were opened at the same time, and this is just one of them. Under normal circumstances, the Dark Star leader in reality would not care about the opening of this low-star virtual world, but not only did she come to this virtual world, but she also happened to come to this virtual world. This is a coincidence. Oh? It seems you know me. Xingling asked calmly. As an ally, I naturally heard of the name of Lord Xingling. The old man smiled slightly. Alliance? My mother Ace, Zionjao, Gi Jun, killed the sled, Ji Lung. ZJ00013 Universe. The old man said. People from the Empire. Xingling raised his eyebrows. Yes. The old man nodded. Xingling was silent for a moment. After a while, she suddenly asked, that person named Shen Fei is also yours? Shen Fei is definitely the most powerful genius in our empire's era, and his talent in the virtual realm is unprecedentedly unique. Why, Lord Xingling also likes him. The old man smiled, not as if he was worried about the talent being stolen. This kid is really interesting. Xingling remembered the way Shen Fei said he was from the Star River Alliance, and an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. Since I'm from the Empire, I'll let him go for the time being. Xingling smiled faintly. However, this kind of personality is suitable for staying in Dark Star. You have to take good care of people, otherwise I might send someone to kidnap him one day. This time she suddenly came to this virtual realm world on a whim. She felt that it was probably because Shen Fei. Shen Fei's virtual realm talent is indeed unique. Although she doesn't know how high the upper limit of this virtual realm talent is, she is already very eye-catching based on her current performance alone. After hearing this, the old man's eyes twitched, but he didn't say much. Unless Shen Fei himself is willing, Dark Star obviously does not have this ability in the Empire. At the same time, within the Sun base, Shen Fei, who was killing in a mess, fell from the entrance with a shout, and a small number of soldiers recognized him through the armor he was wearing. Many people showed admiration in their eyes. There is no way, Shen Fei killed too many on the battlefield, the key is that he even killed the Black Light leader. However, Shen Fei didn't care about this. He quickly walked into the Sun base and quickly contacted Jin Xiao and An Yu. After a while, the three of them finally met in the Sun base again. Brother Shen Fei, we are really crazy this time. An Yu looked at Shen Fei with an excited look. We? Have you misunderstood? Shen Fei glanced at An Yu sideways. I also rushed out in the end and killed many enemy troops, An Yu emphasized. It's true, I saw it. Jin Xiao nodded seriously. The enemy was defeated, and An Yu picked up several heads fiercely. Since Miss Xiao, you said so, I'll believe it. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and he followed. Where is Senior Xia Chenjiun? I still have something to ask him. It should be in the previous combat conference room. Jin Xiao said, and Shen Fei did not hesitate. He took the two of them straight to the combat conference room. Although Shen Fei and the other two had no formal identities in the defense army, the three of them were not blocked from moving forward all the way. The three of them came to the combat conference room smoothly. When they pushed the door and walked in, they heard Xia Chenjiun's apologetic voice. This time I spent so much effort on my breakthrough, but for some special reasons, I'm afraid I can't kill the Dark Star leader. I'm really sorry. I really don't know what happened to the Star Spirit. It suddenly became so weird that you can't kill her after you break through the starry sky level. A weak voice sounded. But it doesn't matter. In this battle, we have severely damaged many organizations at a not-so-high cost, especially the Black Light leader who died on the spot. We won the battle. Shen Fei had already walked into the room now. At this time, Xia Chenjiun was standing on the side of the conference room, while Lin Zhentian was sitting next to him. Shen Fei noticed that Lin Zhentian's face was extremely pale and he was tied with a thick bandage on his chest. It seemed that he was really seriously injured. It should be said that Xingling did not kill him on purpose, otherwise Shen Fei would not know how he survived. However, at first, Shen Fei felt that Lin Zhentian's father is the most extreme, but now, Shen Fei admires him very much. Lin Zhentian actually dragged the terrifying Star Spirit for a long time, giving him time to kill the Black Light leader. Lin Zhentian is undoubtedly strong and terrifying. Hearing the movement, Xia Chenjiun and Lin Zhentian both turned to look. Haha, the hero is here. A smile appeared on Lin Zhentian's face. To be honest, Shen Fei was definitely the #1 hero in this battle. Although Xia Chenjiun broke through, he broke out and fled, scaring the enemy to escape. But Shen Fei defeated the most powerful Dark Star at the beginning and killed the Black Light leader. In this war, the reason why the defense army suffered was not huge, was that almost all the credit was Shen Fei. I just did what I should do. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and he looked at Xia Chenjiun immediately, and said, Senior Xia Chenjiun, do you know what the hell is going on with the Dark Star leader? I guessed it. Xia Qinjiun nodded. Since that's the case, she probably doesn't have much interest in paying attention to the Dark Star. Shen Fei said. I think that as long as Senior Xia Qinjiun takes action, you can help the human community complete unification. Oh. Xia Qinjiun thought for a moment and felt that what Shen Fei said made sense. If the Dark Star leader really wanted to interfere in this matter, she would not have disappeared easily before. What are you talking about? Lin Zhentian looked at the two of them with some confusion. Commander Lin, this involves some secrets. However, I think Shen Fei's judgment is fine. Xia Qinjiun explained, and he followed. If you believe us, we will strike while the iron is hot, completely defeat all separatist forces in one breath, and recover all territory. Lin Zhentian frowned slightly when he heard this. Secret? Xia Qinjiun and Shen Fei must have a secret. Not to mention anything else, where did these two strong men emerge? However, Xia Qinjiun is already at the Starry Sky level, and Shen Fei also played a crucial role in the previous wars. There is no reason why he doesn't believe the two. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. Lin Zhentian nodded suddenly. He did not hesitate, and he stood up with his chest and walked out quickly. 283 Please leave. Lin Zhentian left quickly, and at this time, only a few Void Realm adventurers were left in the conference room. Jin Xiao tapped a few times on a virtual screen to block the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, she asked, "What the hell happened? The Dark Star leader is not dead." Jin Xiao was indeed confused at this time, and Anu was also confused. From beginning to end, they thought that this war was a complete victory. After all, Xia Qinjiun had successfully broken through. Something happened. Shen Fei explained quickly, and Anu was stunned. Fortunately, she also took the course Detailed Explanation of Multiverse in an elite school, otherwise she would not understand it. Jin Xiao was also a little surprised, and she didn't expect that the Dark Star leader would have such a change. It seems that the future is the Dark Star that ruled the human civilization in this universe. Anu suddenly sighed. It's very likely. Shen Fei nodded. He looked at Xia Qinjiun and found that Xia Qinjiun's expression had not changed. It seemed that he had already realized this. This is the virtual world. I have never thought about things in reality from the beginning. Just do what is now. Xia Qinjiun smiled slightly. But, in this case, Senior Xia Qinjiun, your breakthrough this time will be in vain. Anu suddenly asked again. Shen Fei. Good guy, you can say anything. It's not a waste of time to make a breakthrough. After all, I have accumulated experience in breakthroughs, and Xia Qinjiun sighed. I forced a breakthrough, and I was going to fail. Fortunately, I kept insisting, and my spiritual power suddenly increased a lot, and I finally succeeded in forcing a breakthrough. Has the power of the mind increased again? Shen Fei looked at Xia Qinjiun and was secretly surprised. It seemed that Xia Qinjiun had a deep obsession with the unity of human community, and of course his own talent in spiritual power was placed there. Senior Xiachen Jiayun, how strong is the starry sky level? Shen Fei also asked. The starry sky level that broke through the 9th level of the Sun realm should be the most powerful of the starry sky level that just broke through. He is planning to learn about the strength of the starry sky level through Xiachen Jiayun. After all, the starry sky level dog head is even more fragrant. Only when you understand the strength of the starry sky level now can you have the possibility of harvesting your dog's head in the future. Very powerful. Xiachen Jiayun sighed. After the breakthrough, my body became more than 1,000 times stronger in an instant, and over time, infinite energy continued to strengthen my body. In less than an hour, it became more than 10 times stronger. I can't say how strong it is in the end. So terrifying. Shen Fei was shocked. No wonder that Xiachen Jiayun had 1,000 times the spiritual power of the ordinary sun realm, and he only barely touched the edge of the starry sky level. In theory, there are a few starry sky levels that are broken through at the 7th level of the Yakan realm. Even such a starry sky level is stronger than Xiachen Jiayun before. It can be seen that the starry sky level evolvers are indeed not on the same level as the Yakan realm. Of course, the body is second, the key is evolution. Xiachen Jiayun said, you have also seen it. I just took action casually before, and my strength could cover the entire battlefield. Shen Fei nodded. This is the transformation of the evolutionary method, or in other words, this is the power our evolutionary method should have. Xiachen Jiayun said in contemplation, and he immediately said, this is a very strange feeling, and I can't say it in detail. I should understand if the mace is called for forcibly occupying it in the future. Well. Shen Fei was a little helpless. It should be too early for him to break through the starry sky level, right? Senior Xiachen Jiayun, I also have a question. Anu asked curiously. I heard that all the star-level evolvers have to accumulate a lot of energy, far more than a star. Logically speaking, your energy absorption speed should be amazingly fast, but why don't I feel that there is energy flowing around you star-level evolvers? This. Xiachen Jiayun was slightly stunned. Anu didn't say anything, and he didn't notice it either. However, this is indeed a problem. Xiachen Jiayun felt his body. His external circulation was indeed absorbing energy continuously, and as Anu said, the speed was amazingly fast. At this speed, the free energy in ordinary universes is not absorbed enough. In other words, such absorption speed should cause a lot of noise in the outside world all the time, but the fact is that there is no fluctuation around him. These energy. It is not absorbed from the universe, but from another place. Xiachen Jiayun was a little shocked, and then he realized that the evolution method with the real energy core seemed to be connected to other places. As for where this place was, he didn't know. Xiachen Jiayun quickly told the three of them about his discovery, and Shen Fei and Anu were naturally confused. It may be a higher dimensional space. Jin Xiao said thoughtfully, if I want to stay connected anytime and anywhere, this is the only possibility I can think of. So that's it. Xiachen Jiayun nodded. Shen Fei and Anu were also thinking, it sounded very reasonable. Shen Fei asked a lot of questions about the starry sky level again. From Xia Chenjiun, he had a detailed understanding of the starry sky level. He also understood that with his current strength, he could only rely on external weapons to deal with the starry sky level evolvers. If the weapon is over this time, he should be able to get a large amount of source material. If all of it is sold, it will be a wealth that ordinary people cannot imagine. I don't know how powerful weapons can be bought with this money and whether they can threaten the starry sky level evolvers. Source quality, I need more source quality. Many thoughts flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and soon, his thoughts became clear. 3 tasks obtained in the virtual realm world this time. The first mission made the Black Light organization feel pain. He killed the Black Light leader, and this mission has definitely been completed. It would be strange if the Black Light organization could not feel the pain. The second task is to expand the territory. Now the Black Light organization is ruined, and they can immediately return to Menmingxing to expand, which is simply effortless. The third task requires the assist of the second task. The larger the territory the waste god will expand, and finally join the human community, the better this task can be completed. Senior Xia Chenjiun, this time you will help the human community complete unification. Don't go to the Yingxian spiral arm first. Shen Fei suddenly said. In the end, I'll give you a surprise. Oh! Xia Chenjiun was slightly stunned, but he nodded quickly to agree. In fact, he could tell after a moment of thinking that this must have something to do with Shen Fei's mission. Shen Fei worked hard to help him such a big favor and such a small matter, naturally he would not refuse. I will communicate with Commander Lin. Xia Chenjiun said. Seeing this scene, Jin Xiao and Anu quickly understood Shen Fei's thoughts. Jin Xiao didn't react much, she was not interested in money. But Anu's face showed an indescribable look of excitement. It seems like you are going to get rich. This is a 5-star virtual world. Although she paddled throughout the whole process, even a little bit of edges, she probably can compare to the sum of all her gains in the virtual world in the past, right? Shen Fei did take her to fly. 284 Chapter 272 The Identity of a Girl. Time passed, and more than 3 months had passed in a flash. During these 3 months, Shen Fei and others began their expansion plans after returning to Yingxian Spin Arm. At first, they embezzled the territory of the Black Light organization, and then bullied other separatist forces. This process was not as smooth as expected. Some forces were not opponents on the front and were using various tricks and conspiracies behind their backs. Fortunately, Jin Xiao has intelligence capabilities that surpass the times and can easily see through these. In these 3 months, the entire Yingxian Spin Arm, more than 1,000 residential planets, and hundreds of thousands of special resource planets have all fallen into the hands of the Waste God Society. During this process, there were also people who tried to resist Hedon at the beginning. Shen Fei let them know what force crushing is and gained some dog heads. However, later on, there were very few such resistances. The armed forces either surrendered or fled in a hurry. Therefore, in just over 3 months, the Waste God Association achieved such great results. Shen Fei also led the entire Waste God Association to defect to the human community at the last moment according to the plan, which completely perfected the mission of this virtual world. In the real world, in a mysterious space in the solar system. Ang. Accompanied by this sharp sound, a Void Realm train with colorful light stopped in the Void Realm station. The car door opened and figures came out from it. Finally back. This time the virtual realm world is really dangerous. I, an evolutionist at the 6th level of the Sun Realm, just barely saved my life in it. Brother, it would be great if you can save your life. I followed the Dark Star to participate in the war in the solar system. Before the war started, the people were gone. I don't know how I died. The only good news is that I have done some tasks before, and the purpose of the actual combat is to achieve it. Brother, you also participated in this war? Then it would be useless to survive at the beginning. The coalition forces later lost, and too many people died. Moreover, there is a strong man in the defense army who doesn't even have any face. He killed whoever he sees, and the 9th level of the Sun Realm actually chases me and kills me at a low-level Sun Realm. I am really convinced. That's not a strong man from the defense army. That's the armor that ours is obviously the Imperial Standard armor. He turned into 100 meters high, which is definitely a special evolution method. When you go back and find out who it is his true or not? Is the 9th level of the Sun Realm also coming to the Imperial Elite plan? There are indeed levels of the 9th level of the Sun Realm. The armored man may not be. He may have relied on his talent in the Void Realm. Xia Chenjiun is 100% of the 9th level of the Sun Realm. The war in the Void Realm world was caused by him. Yes, he is at the 9th level of the Sun Realm, and he has the ability to break through the Starry Sky level. I really didn't expect that a person who is so low-key is so capable of causing trouble, and why does such a strong person come to the Imperial Elite plan? Shen Fei, Jin Xiao, and Anu walked in the crowd. The three of them listened to the conversation around them, their faces were all a little strange. Shen Fei didn't say a word, but just silently speeded up. He has decided not to go to other places except for class in the near future. Fortunately, Xia Chenjiun also helped to share some of the firepower. Xia Chenjiun, as the culprit of the war, should take the blame. Brother Shen Fei, Mei Zhang asked the wife to have sex with her. Anu couldn't help asking in a low voice. When she heard this, she heard it everywhere complaining about her dying in the solar system war. The key is that many people died, and she knew it had something to do with Shen Fei at the first time. How do I know? Of course, who will be caught and killed on the battlefield? Shen Fei said with confidence. Besides, I can't blame me for choosing the virtual world as a real battlefield, that is, let us play it. Yes, if you are killed in the virtual realm world, you can only blame yourself. Jin Xiao nodded in agreement. She had been killed by Shen Fei once. Did she say anything? It makes sense. Anu nodded, and she followed. However, the Empire may be bleeding a lot in this wave. There are so many people, and repair potions are a sky-high price. This time I went to the virtual world was essentially a course. If I die in it, the Empire will indeed provide repair potions for free. However, the Empire probably did not expect that the situation in this virtual world would develop like this, resulting in so many deaths. It's not that. Those who die are middle and low-level Sun Realm or even the New Moon Realm. They are not as difficult as the repair difficulty of the 8th and 9th level of one Sun Realm. Jin Xiao Xiao shook her head and said. Besides, the repair potions are all produced by the Empire themselves, and the consumption is not that high. Miss Xiao Xiao is right. When Shen Fei heard this, his eyes lit up. For a moment, there was no burden in his heart. The dead Empire will provide repair potions, what are you going to complain about? For the Empire, this repair potion should not be anything. So, no one lost it. Only he gained a lot of attribute points and made a lot of money. I won't talk about this anymore. I'm going to sell the source quality I got this time. Are you going to go together? Shen Fei asked impatiently. I won't go, I'll go back and have a nap. Jin Xiao Xiao looked a little tired, but Anu agreed immediately. Like Shen Fei, she was looking forward to the money very much. Since there is a Void Realm station in Tinhuo City, there is naturally a Void Realm Adventurer Center. Shen Fei and Anu soon arrived at the Void Realm Adventurer Center in Tinguo City and each sold their own source materials. Soon. Cultivator Anu, a total of 60.3 billion imperial coins, and this money will be quickly transferred to your account. A smiling staff member said to Anu. Okay. Anu nodded repeatedly, and she rubbed her hands with excitement. More than 60 billion imperial coins, what should I buy? How about buying a luxury private spacecraft first? The previous 1.5 billion spacecraft was eliminated, and at least 110 billion would have to be replaced. As for the rest, save it and spend it slowly. Anu was planning the purpose of the money in her mind, and soon, she came to Shen Fei's side. Shen Fei's source material was obviously much more, and the staff were constantly turning the source material outward from a box the size of a palm. In just blinking, the volume of the source material poured out exceeded the surface volume of the box. There is no doubt that this box contains space technology, making the space inside far exceed the volume of the surface. This is a container made by the evolutionary certificate. It was the first time Shen Fei has obtained so many source materials, and he realized that the evolutionary certificate can still make such containers. Brother Shen Fei, how much source quality do you get? Anu asked curiously. She had asked before, but at that time Shen Fei only gave her an unfathomable smile and asked her to guess for herself. You'll know right away. Shen Fei still didn't say that, and the staff quickly finished all the source quality. Shen Fei student, there are 7.21 tons in total. Are you sure you sell them all? The staff's eyes at Shen Fei were also filled with surprise. Even in Tinguo City, it was very rare to sell so many source materials at one time. Sell. Shen Fei nodded without hesitation. 7.21 tons of source quality, a total of 7.21 trillion imperial coins. Said the staff member, in addition, your citizenship level will be upgraded to 6 stars. You only need to sell another 2.78 tons of source quality to become a 7-star citizen. When will this money be paid? Shen Fei asked directly. If you sell this source material in the ordinary virtual realm center, it is possible that the amount is too large. It needs to be reviewed, but this is the Torch City. The staff smiled and said, "You will receive this money within 3 minutes." "Oh? Is that?" When Shen Fei heard this, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. 7 trillion, what an outrageous amount of wealth this is. Even if it is Jin Xiao Xiao. Well, Jin Xiao Xiao should be able to take it out, but she can't ignore the money, right? 285 Chapter 273 Xiaojin Jiayun Breakthrough. Torch City, outside the center of the Void Realm Adventurer. Shen Fei and Anu walked out side by side. "Brother Shen Fei, it's 7 trillion yuan. How are you going to use this money?" Anu looked at Shen Fei in amazement. She actually guessed that the money Shen Fei earned this time must be an astronomical figure. After all, she has made more than 60 billion yuan, how could Shen Fei make less? I just didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. How else can I use it? Of course, it is to buy more powerful virtual realm props, enter a more powerful virtual realm world, and then make more money. Shen Fei smiled slightly. You use all the money to buy Void Realm props. Anu suspected that she had heard it wrong. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Anu said, you know, the Void Realm is full of uncertainty. If you invest so much, you will lose all your money if you are not careful. Ms. Anu. Shen Fei's expression became solemn. What are you doing? Anu also felt a tightening in her heart. Why don't you make money? It's because you are not brave enough and are not cruel enough to yourself. Shen Fei sneered. As the saying goes, how bold a person is and how rich the land is, you can't bear to let your children get trapped in wolves. You can't even afford to invest, and you still want to make money in the virtual realm? That's not a dream. Upon hearing this, Anu suddenly fell into deep thought. This is obviously a gambler's words, but why did she listen a little? By the way, if she wants to buy the 60 billion imperial coins she earns, she should be able to buy some advanced ones. Ms. Anu, your road is still long. Shen Fei patted Anu's shoulder earnestly, but just when he wanted to say something, his evolutionary evidence suddenly lit up. Shen Fei looked at the proof of evolution and was shocked. It is the principal of the Imperial Elite School who wants to see him. This principal is actually Chen Kang, the chief examiner of the Galaxy Empire Elite Program Assessment. Since the Elite Program Assessment was completed, Shen Fei has never seen this person for a few times. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly let him go. I won't let me lose money. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. He did not hesitate. After saying something to Anu, he left quickly. Not long after Shen Fei left, Anu finally realized that her job is a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, not a risky person in the virtual realm. What investment should she invest? Isn't it good to just eat a little bit of a dead salary? Damn it, I almost got fooled. Anu cursed in her heart, and she quickly left here. On the other side, Shen Fei returned to the Imperial Elite School all the way and soon came to an outside of a not-so-large room. After knocking on the door, Shen Fei entered the room. This is a very quaint room. In the center of the room, an old man with white hair and beard is sitting next to a table, flipping through a document. Shen Fei recognized at a glance that this was the examiner of the Imperial Elite Assessment before, and Chen Kang, the principal of the Imperial Elite School. Shen Fei is here, sit down. Chen Kang greeted Shen Fei with a smile. Well. Seeing Chen Kang's expression, Shen Fei knew that he was not going to pay him or something, so he felt relieved. Principal Chen, are you having something to do with me? Shen Fei asked directly after sitting down. It's nothing big. Chen Kang smiled and said, Shen Fei, have you met the Dark Star leader Star Spirit in the world of Galaxy War? Yes. Shen Fei nodded. He was not surprised. In this practical class, the Empire would have recorded the actions of the students entering it. It was normal for the Empire to know that the Dark Star leader had a problem. She gave you a virtual realm ticket? Chen Kang asked again. Principal Chen, I definitely don't have the idea of joining Dark Star at all. Shen Fei quickly assured, and he followed. That ticket was forced to me by the leader of the Dark Star, and I can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. Chen Kang couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and said, you don't need to think too much. Even if you join Dark Star, you are still a citizen of the Empire. Don't many people in our Empire join Dark Star? Of course, the Empire does not want you to join Dark Star. Once you join, you will get further and further away from the core level of the Empire in the future. The core level of the Empire. Shen Fei was slightly shocked, but he didn't think much about it at this moment, but asked immediately. Principal Chen, isn't Dark Star an illegal organization? I have been persecuted by people from this organization. The person you are talking about is too smart. In reality, real Dark Star members are required to strictly abide by the laws of the Empire. Chen Kang smiled. For example, the Xia Qian you know is a member of the Dark Star. Do you think she has done anything out of the ordinary? Xia Qian. Shen Fei was slightly confused. After a little thought, he knew that Chen Kang had no need to lie to him. Even if he wanted to lie to him, he would not talk about the irrelevant Xia Qian. In other words, it is true. Good, Xia Qian, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, has he actually joined such an organization secretly? However, Chen Kang actually knew about this. It seems that the Empire's intelligence system is also quite terrible. In reality, he has always been a law-abiding citizen. Chen Kang didn't say anything more, and he quickly asked, I asked you to ask, what is the name of the Void Realm ticket given to you by the leader of the Dark Star? The Sixter Virtual World Psychic Energy is coming. Shen Fei said directly. He had studied this ticket. To be honest, he was a little moved. After all, it was a Sixter Virtual Realm ticket. This time, his performance in the world of Galaxy War was already very exaggerated, but he still only got a 5-star Virtual Realm ticket at the settlement. Psychic energy arrives? It should be a virtual world related to psychic life. Chen Kang said thoughtfully. Of course, since this ticket in Void Realm was given to you by the leader of Dark Star, it should be used by the Dark Star organization to screen core members. Use the virtual realm world to screen core members. Shen Fei was slightly confused. The virtual realm is also mixed with the virtual realm talent factor. Is the people screened out reliable? The Dark Star organization is different from us, Chen King explained. Dark Star attaches more importance to the development of the virtual realm, so Dark Star attaches great importance to the virtual realm talent. For example, your virtual realm talent is unprecedentedly unique, so you should feel that the leader of the Dark Star attaches great importance to you. It's kind of. Shen Fei nodded. If the Dark Star organization is as powerful as the Dark Star leader herself said, then her identity can be imagined. But before, the leader of the Dark Star explained so much patiently in order to recruit him. This is really a very common treatment. However, does the Dark Star pay more attention to the development of the virtual realm? In addition, if you are interested, you can also go to this virtual world. Chen King said again soon. I'm going to this virtual world. Shen Fei was shocked. Isn't the Empire really afraid that he will run away with Dark Star? The virtual realm world used by Dark Star to screen core members should be something special. This virtual realm ticket should have been bound to you. If you don't go, it will be wasted. Chen King smiled. If you go, it will not have any impact, but will enrich your virtual adventure career. So that's it, I understand. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Chen King meant that he would take a free wave of Dark Star resources. Anyway, it was the Dark Star leader who gave it to him personally, so it would be useless if he didn't go. What a cunning guy! However, this virtual world is still a long time before it is opened. Whether he will go or not has to see if he has time. 286 Chapter 274 After the War. Chen King asked Shen Fei to go there, because it was really just for the Dark Star matter. Although Chen King did not say it clearly, Shen Fei vaguely realized that the Empire had no hostile relationship with this organization. Of course, the two sides are not close. After all, Chen King also reminded Shen Fei that if he joins Dark Star, he will have no chance of being at the core of the Empire. Shen Fei didn't think much about this. He just wanted to become stronger now. Whether it was the Empire or the Dark Star, it was obvious that only by becoming strong enough could he have the right to speak. Shen Fei quickly returned to his residence at the Imperial Elite School, and only then did he realize that an evaluation from the Imperial had been sent. Shen Fei student, based on your performance in the world of Galaxy War, you will get an S-rated evaluation. This score will be included in your comprehensive evaluation. Please continue to work hard. Oh. Shen Fei smiled calmly. He was just a routine operation, and there was nothing to be surprised about. This time, he not only triggered 3 tasks in the virtual realm world, but also completed them perfectly, and it was ridiculous that he could not get the highest evaluation. Instead of paying attention to this, it is better to think about how to use the newly acquired 7.21 trillion imperial currency. Shen Fei received a sweet drink for himself, and then sat comfortably on the sofa. Shen Fei thought. He sent Huang Zitong 10 billion to ask her to change to a better intelligent core. Although elite schools also have artificial intelligence, they are not private after all, and it is better to leave some private things to Huang Zitong for processing. Let's upgrade the space of the evolutionary certificate. Shen Fei pondered. The space of his evolutionary certificate before was too small, only 1 cubic meter of space with a length, width, and height. We can set aside 200 billion yuan to invest in it. Shen Fei quickly made a decision. The space that can be exchanged for 200 billion is already very large, with a length, width, and height of 200 meters, which is comparable to a large warehouse. Any weapon you have can also be installed. In the blink of an eye, the 0.21 trillion imperial coins, which was a fraction of the 0.21 trillion imperial coins, were all purchased weapons. If you want to kill the enemy, save your life first. Shen Fei was very clear about the importance of saving his life. In the world of Galaxy War, although Jin Zioxio's intelligence was very powerful, Xia Qian was missing, and Shen Fei always felt that something was missing. The first thing I need to change is the armor that has accompanied me so many virtual realm worlds. Shen Fei sighed slightly in his heart. Although he was reluctant to let it go, he had to admit that it was time for this armor to retire. After all, this set of armor is just a standard armor. Although it will actively absorb its energy to improve its defense performance, it has its limits. As Shen Fei broke through the Aori realm and reached the 4th level of the Aori realm in one breath, this set of armor was obviously almost at its limit. Besides, the defense bonus for more advanced armor should also be higher, right? It would be fine if I had no money before, but now I have sufficient funds, so of course I have to change it. However, military armor still has to be in the virtual realm version. Where can I buy it? Shen Fei flipped through the mall of evolution certificate and couldn't find such a thing at all. Let me ask Miss Xiao Xiao for help. Shen Fei quickly made a decision. The first set of standard armor was given to him by Jin Xiao Xiao, and Jin Xiao Xiao must have a channel. To be precise, she can ask someone to help customize it. Then there are offensive weapons. Shen Fei fell into deep thought and wanted to be in his genus. The effect on the starry sky level under the sexual bonus must reach at least the 9th level of the sun realm, or even stronger. For the Empire, although this is not a strategic weapon, it must be a weapon with strict control. Even Jin Xiao Xiao may not be able to buy it. Forget it, ask her tomorrow. Shen Fei nodded in his heart. The best way to buy Jin Xiao Xiao, if you can't buy it, you will think of other ways. Well, that's it. Shen Fei did not continue to think about it. In short, when Jin Xiao Xiao woke up, she would discuss it. Gulu. Shen Fei drank all the full cup of sweet drinks in one gulp, and he quickly walked into the cultivation room. In the cultivation warehouse full of source energy, Shen Fei quickly took off his clothes and lay down. Under the attribute bonus, Shen Fei's physique was at the level of the 8th level of the Sun realm when he did not perform the Wild God transformation. Although he spent a full half of a year in Galaxy War, he was actually not tired. So, there is nothing to hesitate to practice every minute. Become stronger as soon as possible and become the best. Although I am at the 4th level of the Sun realm, the energy in my body is still only the 1st level of life energy. According to the 6th level life energy theory, the first level of life energy is roughly equivalent to nuclear energy in terms of energy efficiency. Shen Fei observed the internal circulation and energy core in his body through the power of his mind. After lying into the source energy cultivation cell, his energy absorption speed instantly became much faster, and the energy that was constantly circulating in the internal circulation and energy core also became much faster. The difficulty of improving the Sun realm lies in the power of the mind and the energy core. As long as the power of the mind is strong enough and the energy core can withstand increasingly powerful energy, even if the evolver does nothing, the energy in the body will gradually undergo qualitative changes with the continuous circulation. To be precise, the qualitative change of energy is always going on, but if the power of the mind is not strong enough, there will be situations that cannot be controlled, which will lead to qualitative change and stagnation. Therefore, most Sun realm evolvers need to care more about their own spiritual power and energy core. If the spiritual power and energy core are not strong, they do not need source energy or even evolutionary potions at all. Let the external circulation slowly absorb the energy in the universe. My current spiritual power is enough to support me to reach the 6th level of the Sun realm. My energy core is also formed by the physical body. As the energy in my body becomes stronger, the energy core will be strengthened accordingly. In addition, I have sufficient source energy to use, so. Shen Fei quickly concluded in his heart that even if he does nothing, he can reach the 5th level of the Sun realm in at most 1 year. It is normal to become the 6th level of the Sun realm within a few years. But, I won't be a salted fish. Shen Fei sneered in his heart. Although he has spent most of his time on courses arranged by elite schools in the past 2 months, he has also mastered part of the Class 6th life energy theory. At least, he has fully understood the first level life energy and the second level life energy. A second level life energy particle is composed of 3 first level life energy particles. As long as the power of the mind is assisted, the energy qualitative change speed in his body can be increased by at least 10 times. In other words, it was originally a 1-year process that he could complete in 1 month. This is the terrible genius. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's lips. In terms of evolutionary speed, he had never been afraid of anyone. 287 Chapter 275 The Changes in the Starry Sky. Shen Fei lay in the evolution cabin for half a day and a whole night. While using the power of his mind to actively accelerate the qualitative change of energy in his body, he also took a nap. The next day, the elite school started formal classes again. Shen Fei came all the way to a huge classroom like a stadium. The lesson I want to take today is improvement and application of the power of the mind. Shen Fei did not pay much attention to this class, because the previous class talked about methods to enhance the power of the mind through meditation. Meditation? Although it is useful, Shen Fei disdains such methods at all. His spiritual power improves as quickly as the dog's head chopping. Of course, although he didn't pay much attention, Shen Fei still came. He listened to a lot of pieces of meat. What if he could use it in the future? However, just after Shen Fei arrived at the class location. Good morning, Shen Fei. Hello, 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 I am Chen Yu, you must remember my name. In the lower Wang Quan Feng. Dong Feng Yu. Shen Fei searched for a while in the crowd with a strange atmosphere, and finally found Jin Xiao Xiao, An Yu, and others. He quickly leaned over and left some people who wanted to say hello to him far away. The situation is not right today, Shen Fei said with a confused expression. Is it possible that these people have been fooled by enzymes? Your current identity should have been completely exposed, An Yu reminded. In an instant, Shen Fei suddenly realized, what a good guy. I feel a chill behind my back. Shen Fei looked behind him with some vigilance. Even if these people scolded him twice, he would be more likely to accept it. They all looked like smiling tigers. This must have been negotiated. Don't worry, brother Shen Fei, I can insert it into them as an eyeliner. If they are planning any conspiracy, I will notify you in advance. An Yu patted her chest and promised. Okay, Ms. An Yu, this difficult task is left to you. Shen Fei nodded immediately. It's not that serious. These people are just giving you some psychological pressure at most. Jin Xiao Xiao yawned a little bored. How was Miss Xiao Xiao resting yesterday? Shen Fei asked. It's okay, I've been sleeping until now. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded, but she suddenly stretched out as if she had thought of something. His hand grabbed Shen Fei's collar and asked solemnly. I said why don't you go back and practice again, right? No. Shen Fei shook his head and said, as we all know, the evolvers of the Sun Realm automatically become stronger and do not need to do anything deliberately. I can prove this. An Yu nodded repeatedly. I just need to lie in the source material and sleep. I don't need to do anything else at all. It's really not very comfortable. Hearing this, a faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Shen Fei's mouth. Don't do anything? Learn about the 5th level of the Sun Realm of a month? But Ms. An Yu, your spiritual power is not enough to break through, right? Shen Fei finally said, when you have enough spiritual power, I suggest you learn the 6th level life energy grading theory. No matter how much trouble, Shen Fei should be reminded. Of course, whether An Yu can learn it is her own business. What's the matter? An Yu looked puzzled, but Shen Fei didn't say anything more. He still has some serious business. Shen Fei quickly asked Jin Xiao Xiao about armor updates and weapon upgrades. Weapons are indeed a bit troublesome. I'll ask later. Jin Xiao Xiao said quickly. But the armor is fine. Don't you have 7 trillion now? Give me 3 trillion, and I'll get you a set of top-level armor at the Sun Realm level, which is definitely strong enough. 3 trillion? Okay. Shen Fei nodded. After all, the armor that Shen Fei wore before could be used at level 4 or above in the Sun Realm. Even the ordinary version would probably cost hundreds of millions of imperial coins. The virtual version would probably cost tens of billions of dollars, and there was nowhere to buy it. There is no way. Using this kind of armor in the virtual realm is actually not that cost-effective, and it can even be said to be very low, and it can be regarded as a luxury product. In other words, Shen Fei has the power of attribute bonus, which makes the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, causing a qualitative change. The top armor in the Sun Realm is estimated to be of low value alone, and it must be a virtual realm version of 3 trillion, which is really normal. Actually, the weapon depends on what type you want. If it is auxiliary, it is easier and lethal, then the limit will be greater. Jin Xiao Xiao said again. What you want is a weapon that can at least kill the 9th level of the Sun Realm. If such a weapon is placed on a residential planet with weak defense, it will easily cause damage in units of billions, and of course it is difficult to deal with. Indeed. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. However, you are a member of the Empire Elite program now, and your rank is at the forefront of your identity, and there is no hope at all. Jin Xiao Xiao added. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully again. His identity was indeed a great bonus. When he graduated from the Imperial Elite School and then entered the official virtual realm law enforcement system, if there are important tasks at that time, he should be able to easily apply for a powerful weapon. Shen Fei talked to Jin Xiao Xiao, and soon, Xia Chenjiun, who had not arrived late. The time that came almost the same as Xia Chenjiun was the teacher in this class, a woman who looked only 27 or 8 years old and wearing a red and white suit. This teacher is called Yun Qing. Although she looks young, her real age is definitely more than that. She is also a starry sky-level evolutionist. Yun Qing was obviously a decisive person. After she arrived here, she did not talk nonsense, but soon started the course of this section. However, what surprised Shen Fei was that what she wanted to teach in this class was finally no longer a way to increase the speed of meditation, but to the application of the power of the mind. The use of the power of the mind is definitely more than what you know. Strengthening strength, speed, and defense. These are just the foundations of the foundation. Using the power of the mind to explore and transmit ideas is considered a slightly advanced use, but it is far from enough. Yun Qing stood in the center of a huge open space, and her voice reached everyone's ears. Shen Fei was surprised when he heard this. The things that teacher Yun Qing said were almost all the methods of using the spiritual power he mastered. The only thing she didn't say was spiritual attack, which was the terrifying method that was called the difficult method by Xia Chenjiun. Even he learned it for half a month. Of course, even for basic applications, most of you may not have mastered them. Yun Qing quickly said. So, in this class, I need to teach separately according to your control over the power of the mind. Before this, let's test your mastery of the power of the mind. Yun Qing said, and she suddenly placed her fingers on the center of her eyebrows. Under everyone's gaze, a large number of phantoms suddenly emerged next to Yun Qing. 1, 2, 3, 3 phantoms soon surrounded Yun Qing. To be precise, it is to surround Yun Qing's body. Because these phantoms are exactly the same as Yun Qing, they are obviously clones and the like. What kind of evolution method is this? Shen Fei was a little surprised. And at this moment, these are all spiritual projections condensed by the power of the mind, or they can be said to be spiritual clones. Now you are in groups of 10 people, find one of my clones and conduct a level test. Yun Qing's voice sounded again. For a moment, most of the faces showed surprise. Mind clone. Shen Fei was also shocked. He obviously didn't expect that the power of his mind could still be used like this. However, while being surprised, Shen Fei immediately became interested. It seems that this spiritual power application is really not that simple. Good guy, who said this class was boring? No, learn, hurry up and learn. 288 Chapter 276 7 trillion. The so-called ability test is to demonstrate the use of various techniques of the power of the mind in front of Yun Qing, a spiritual clone. According to Shen Fei's observation, Yun Qing's clones should be able to discover some details related to the power of the mind, and she can accurately discover how a person uses the power of the mind. For example, when the power of the mind is also strengthening strength and speed, some people will be praised by Yun Qing, while others will be labeled as a support defense and asked to rebuild. This made Shen Fei a little nervous. His method of using spiritual power was learned by wild ways. Although he felt that he used it very well in normal times, he would not need to be rebuilt, right? While Shen Fei was waiting anxiously, it was his turn to go forward to test. At Yun Qing's request, Shen Fei showed off various spiritual power skills he mastered, of course, just using a little bit of power to show it. Your spiritual power was learned from Mr. Xia Chenjiun, right? Yun Qing asked suddenly. Gentlemen. Shen Fei was shocked when he heard this. Under normal circumstances, how could a teacher call a student like this? Because of some special circumstances, you don't need to care about this. Yun Qing obviously had no intention of explaining. Teacher Yunqing, I actually know the identity of Senior Xia Chenjiun. Shen Fei said. Yet. Yun Qing was a little surprised. In her opinion, not many people knew about this in the entire Xinhuo city. She discovered this incident in an accident because she had some understanding of that history. But besides my spiritual exploration, I have indeed learned from Senior Xia Chenjiun's other skills in using the power of the mind. Shen Fei said again soon. The defects in using the power of your mind and the skills you master are almost exactly the same. I just said that it is impossible to be such a coincidence. Yun Qing said calmly. Since that's the case, then I'll be curious about it later. Origin. Shen Fei was slightly shocked, but he nodded quickly to agree. Although there shouldn't be much difference between the body and the clone, it feels like it's obviously better. After Shen Fei finished the test, Jin Xiao and Anu also returned quickly. Jin Xiao has never learned much about using the power of the mind, so she was directly assigned to the newcomer group and started learning from scratch. Anu has mastered many skills, and she is one of the few people who have received Yun Qing's recognition. My spiritual power is used, and I spend some contribution points in the Law Enforcement Bureau. I learned from seniors of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Of course, it is different from the wild path. Anu had a calm smile on her face. What's this? When teacher Yun Qing saw my control of the power of his mind, he was immediately shocked and thought that his clone could not teach me at all. Shen Fei laughed. So teacher Yunqing is ready to let the original body teach in person. Shocking! Teaching the original body. Anu's eyes widened. Oh! Shen Fei did not explain, but just gave Anu an unfathomable smile. After a moment, after everyone had finished testing, Anu looked at Shen Fei, who had indeed walked towards Yun Qing's body, and countless question marks flashed through her heart. Why is Shen Fei so perverted in every field? Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Xia Chenjiun, who was walking with Shen Fei. She had guessed the truth vaguely, but Jin Xiao Xiao did not tell Anu the truth, so she would be surprised. On the other side, Shen Fei and Xia Chenjiun had already arrived in front of Yun Qing. At this time, Yun Qing was sitting cross-legged, sitting very straight. Teacher Yun Qing. Both of them greeted each other. Mr. Xia Chenjiun, student Shen Fei, please sit down. Yun Qing pointed to the position in front of her. Xia Chenjiun quickly sat down cross-legged, and Shen Fei also sat down with a strange expression. Or do you two match the title? This sounds really strange. Although you two have some minor flaws in the use of the power of the mind, they are not big. You can correct it as long as you perform some targeted exercises later. Yun Qing smiled on his face. This body was obviously better than the clone. When Shen Fei and Xia Chenjiun heard this, both of them nodded repeatedly, just as if there was no big problem. What I taught you before should be considered the most orthodox way of using the spiritual power of the empire at that time. But I didn't expect that the empire, more than 80,000 years later, obviously had different standards in this regard. Xia Chenjiun's voice suddenly sounded in Shen Fei's heart. Senior Xia Chenjiun, of course I know this. Didn't you be assigned to me to study? Shen Fei also sent a voice through the power of his mind. Obviously, Xia Chenjiun did not hide his own privately before. Not only did the two master the same skills of using spiritual power, but they even had the same mistakes, so they were assigned to a group for learning. Xia Chenjiun nodded, what else he wanted to say, suddenly. You two, what do you think? You can say it in front of me, without the need for the power of your mind. Yun Qing said with a smile. In an instant, a look of embarrassment appeared on Shen Fei's face. What a careless guy, I'm really careless. This teacher Yun Qing's accomplishment in spiritual power is definitely quite terrifying. Unexpectedly, both of them could be discovered by sending their voices quietly. Teacher Yun Qing, I'm very sorry. Xia Chenjiun also apologized immediately. Nothing. Yun Qing smiled and said, okay, let's start. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei and Xia Chenjiun's expressions became solemn. It was obvious that both of them were studious people. Needless to say, Shen Fei has always been easy to learn about what he is interested in. Ancient people like Xia Chenjiun immediately came to the Imperial Elite School as soon as they were resurrected, which shows that they also like to study very much. The specific skills learning is not a day or night, so today I will talk about what applications of the power of the mind are. Yun Qing said, and she followed and looked at the two of them and asked. Well, do you know, what is the essence of the power of the mind? Shen Fei fell into deep thought. He had never considered the nature of the power of the mind. His spiritual power was unknowingly introduced, and his later progress was rapid, and he never thought about it much. If it were Xia Qiang, she might have thought about it. After all, there was a time when she racked her brains to get started with her spiritual power. It's a kind of power. Xia Chenjiun spoke quickly. Hearing this, Shen Fei was stunned. Ah, isn't this nonsense? But Yun Qing nodded quickly and said, yes, the power of the mind is a kind of power, and it is a kind of power with a changeable nature. Our punches and technological products all contain power, but different things contain different power. The power of fists and feet is the most intuitive, it is straightforward. The power of technological products is diversified, such as the energy attacks that can be generated by the power of energy guns and cannons. The power of the spacecraft engine can accelerate the spacecraft to sublight speed, and at the same time open a space channel that can lead to countless light years away, greatly reducing the time of space navigation. Yun Qing gave many examples, and she finally said, theoretically, all the power and the power of the mind can also be achieved. At this moment, a thoughtful look appeared on Xia Chenjiun's face, while Shen Fei suddenly widened his eyes. This means that the power of the mind can condense energy to attack, and even open a space channel to countless light years away? In this case, wouldn't the body passes through the universe? True or fake? 289 Chapter 277 Psychic Attack. Teacher Yunqing, can the power of the mind really do these things? How did it do it? Shen Fei couldn't help asking. This sounded outrageous. The power of the mind, in summary, there are only two forms of power. First, interfere with the spirit, and second, interfere with reality. Yun Qing stretched out two fingers, and she followed her and bent down the finger representing the interference spirit, and said at the same time, someone is proficient in the path of interfering with the spirit. The spiritual attack you master is a small step forward on this path. When it comes to interference in reality, it is more common. Increase strength, defense, speed, spiritual exploration, etc. Almost all the skills of the mind are in this regard. But, the skills you master now have a great limitation in the interfering reality. Mr. Xia Chenjiun should know this. Yunqing looked at Xia Chenjiun with a smile. The use of these spiritual powers revolves around oneself. Xia Chenjiun pondered. I have also made many attempts to apply the power of my mind to external objects, but unfortunately I have not succeeded. Shen Fei, the first time I saw your Void Realm talent, I actually thought that the skill of applying the power of the mind outside the body was to the skill. Later, your ability was too incredible, and I thought of the Void Realm talent. Xia Chenjiun turned his head and said. Shen Fei scratched his head. Although you are not successful, Mr. Xia Chenjiun, your research results were undoubtedly the most advanced at that time and also had a considerable inspiration for latecomers. Yun Qing smiled. One of my teachers is one of the beneficiaries. It's just a trivial result, and now it seems that it's no longer worth mentioning. Xia Chenjiun shook his head. No, the historical significance of these achievements cannot be erased. Yun Qing also shook his head. Shen Fei. Good guy? Xia Chenjiun is also a scholar of spiritual power? However, Xia Chenjiun is indeed accomplished in this regard. When Xia Qian was able to master the power of his mind, Jin Xiao Xiao also benefited a lot from his guidance. Okay, let's continue. Yun Qing said quickly. Shen Fei just asked if he could do those things. I can tell you with certainty now, yes. Moreover, it depends on the skills of applying the power of the mind to the outside of the body. Teacher Yun Qing, is the technique of interfering with the external body of the mind a new technique for every material interference, or is it a universal technique? Shen Fei asked. This is a good question. Yun Qing smiled. This is an independent technique, such as the most special existence of space, which has a special interference technique. After learning this interference technique, you can interfere with space. So, as long as you learn this, you can open the space channel. Shen Fei's eyes lit up slightly. Student Shen Fei, you can also contact the external space now. Can you open the space channel with the brute force of your hands? Yun Qing asked back. Shen Fei stared at his hands thoughtfully. The existence of matter has an impact on space, but it is just size. If the planet moves, it can distort space to a certain extent. If the power is too great to a certain extent, it is not impossible to open the space channel with bare hands. But he is obviously far from able to do that now. The same is true for the power of the mind. It is not possible to rely solely on brute force. Yun Qing said. But think about it, if you know how to make a space engine and use your hands to create a space engine, will you be able to open the space channel? This. Shen Fei looked confused. Teacher Yunqing, do you want to see what you are talking about? Not to mention how difficult the principle of a space engine is, the key is, even if you know the manufacturing method and do not have the corresponding materials and energy, can you create a space engine? I know what you are thinking. Yun Qingwei smiling. But the power of the mind is magical here. I said, it is a varied power. As long as you can understand the principle of opening the space channel, no, even if you only master 7 or 8 points, you don't need to worry about external conditions such as materials, energy, etc., and rely on the power of the mind to directly open the space channel. So that's it. Xia Qinjiun nodded. In the same way, if you master this technique and corresponding knowledge, you can also teleport and even affect time. Telection. Impact time. Shen Fei thought of the star spirit leader in his mind for a moment. Is it her that Xia Qinjiun refers to? Thinking of this, the star spirit leader may indeed have relied on the power of his mind to accomplish these things. That's true. Yun Qing obviously didn't know what Shen Fei and Xia Qinjiun were thinking. After nodding, she immediately said, but teleportation is also a space category, which is relatively easy. It would be difficult to affect time. I have been studying the power of my mind for so many years, but I can't do it. Shen Fei and Xia Qinjiun both nodded, and the leader of the dark star must be in existence above the starry sky level. Evolver has only 3 levels, crescent moon, sun, and starry sky. Above it, he can no longer be called an evolver. It is really normal that the leader of the dark star is stronger than Yun Qing's ability. In addition, through the power of the mind interferes with space, in addition to opening space channels, teleportation and other applications, the spiritual projection I am using now also contains a small part of spatial knowledge. Yun Qing immediately said. An interference in external space is only a small part of the application of the power of the mind, and the rest of the external substances can be interfered with through the power of the mind. Of course, unless you are a scholar who specializes in this field, there is no need to learn too much. You just need to learn according to your own evolutionary method. For example, the evolutionary method is an evolver related to lightning, and you can learn the skills of interfering with lightning. If the evolutionary method is energy related, then learn the skills of interfering with energy. Yunqing kept talking, and Shen Fei had already understood it completely at this moment. Simply put, if you want to use the power of your mind to exert the effects of various scientific and technological creations, you need to learn corresponding skills to interfere with reality, and secondly, you need to master knowledge. The leader of the Dark Star said before that knowledge is power, but in fact he did not lie to him at all. Teacher Yunqing, my evolution method is purely physical. What should I do? Shen Fei asked suddenly. Then congratulations to student Shen Fei, you can learn one less thing. Yunqing smiled slightly. Shen Fei. I always feel that something is wrong. Time flies quickly, and a course enhancement and application of the power of mind ended quickly. After all, the time of a class was short. Shen Fei had no other gains except to understand the use of the power of the mind and to understand the defects in the use of the power of the mind from Yunqing. However, after all, the future is long, so you don't rush to learn many skills later. To be precise, it is the skill of the power of the mind interfering with space. For Shen Fei, this is the most cost-effective thing he can learn at the moment. As time passed, Shen Fei lived a very fulfilling life in the Imperial Elite School. Before he knew it, 3 months had passed. At this time, on the edge of the star field directly controlled by the Empire, there was a starry sky that seemed to have never changed before. A special cross-shaped machine is hidden in the space, and this machine constantly emits subtle signals to convey the information here. But at this moment, tear. The starry sky seemed to be torn apart, and a space crack of more than 100,000 miles emerged. Immediately, 2 huge claws suddenly grasped the edge of the space, tearing it apart to tear it apart to widen the space crack. Next moment, a giant beast that exceeded 1 million miles flew out of it. Buzz! 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 Many messages were quickly transmitted from the cross-shaped machine, but in a moment, boom! A terrifying beam of light suddenly burst out from the giant beast, and the machine hidden deep in the space collapsed instantly. At the same time, in many nearby starry sky, huge creatures suddenly appeared and rushed towards the depths of the Empire with great momentum. P.S. Please support it. 290 Chapter 278 The Terrible Evolution Speed. Please leave for a day. I was a little stuck. I sat here for a long time in the afternoon and didn't figure out how to start writing. I asked for a day off. I thought about how to write in the future. 291 Chapter 279 The Spiritual Clan. Torch City, Imperial Elite School. In Jin Zioxio's villa. Mr. Shen Fei, please use it. Xiao Xia, wearing a maid outfit, brought a cup full of amber liquid to Shen Fei. Thank you. Shen Fei thanked him, he picked up the cup and took a sip. In an instant, a strong sense of sweetness spread throughout his body through his taste buds. But Shen Fei's face showed a hint of satisfaction. How much do you like to drink sweets? Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei's enjoyment, with a strange expression. This drink was a super sweet version of the drink she made specifically, and wanted to see where Shen Fei's limit was. Unexpectedly, Shen Fei was so unfathomable. This is the magic of the evolutionists. While giving us incredible power, we can also retain the senses of normal people. Unlike transforming people, we will not be able to get all kinds of delicacies after the transformation. Shen Fei sighed with emotion. He can control taste, hearing, and vision freely, can become super strong, and can become like an ordinary person. The evolution method is indeed powerful. The more you learn it in depth, the more incredible it feels. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Miss Xiao Xiao, you suddenly called me over. Could it be that it was just for the sake of drinking this drink? Shen Fei suddenly asked. What do you think? Jin Xiao Xiao wrapped her arms around her chest and she smiled. Have my armor arrived? Shen Fei rubbed his hands with anticipation. There is a silence. Jin Xiao Xiao said in surprise, and she followed and said to the side, Xioxia, go and take that over. Yes, miss. Xioxia agreed and she quickly turned around and left. In just a moment, Xioxia returned and also had a metal box about the size of a human head in her hand. Shen Fei couldn't wait to open it, but what caught his eyes was a ball of gold and silver liquid. At Jin Xioxia's instructions, Shen Fei put his hand into the ball of liquid. Drip, life gene was detected, identity is being confirmed. Identity confirmation is successful, Shen Fei. Loading. A series of voices sounded in Shen Fei's heart, and Shen Fei's face looked surprised. This thing needs to be bound to the identity when it is produced. I have sent your information long ago and completed the binding. Jin Xiao Xiao said. It's only available to you when it comes to production. I see. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. This identity binding is really good. And while the two of them were talking, the ball of gold and silver liquid suddenly changed. Whoosh! At an extremely fast speed, the liquid disappeared from Shen Fei's fingertips. To be precise, it entered the surface of his skin. Shen Fei could clearly sense the layer of matter hidden on his body, but this layer of matter was like his own body, without any strange feeling. Shen Fei's thoughts moved, and in an instant, a vague shadow appeared on his body and instantly condensed. A set of armor with golden patterns engraved on the surface enveloped him. The head armor looks like a white tiger. The whole set of armor gives Shen Fei a very light feeling. Not only does it have any weight-bearing feeling when worn on his body, it feels like he wants to float up. This armor appears much faster than the previous set. Shen Fei made a judgment in an instant. If it took about 1/10 of a second to say that the previous set of armor flashed through his mind to completely enveloping his body, now it only takes 1/1000th of a second. For ordinary people, the difference between 1/10 of a second and 1/1000th of a second is not big, but for Shen Fei, the difference is big. When you encounter a sudden battle, this short time may be the time to determine life and death. Call. Shen Fei thought about it again, and the armor disappeared with a whirlwind. He thought about it again, and the armor appeared again. After several consecutive times, Shen Fei felt even more satisfied, very smooth and without any stagnation. This set of armor also absorbs your energy to improve defense, but the physical and energy defense are very balanced, and they can all be increased by about 10,000 times. Jin Zioxio's voice came, which made Shen Fei stunned. How many times? Shen Fei suspected that he had heard it wrong. What outrageous data is this? What's there to be surprised? Jin Xiao gave Shen Fei a blank look and said, "An ordinary person can increase his defense by more than 10 times by wearing iron armor. The standard armor you wore before can increase his defense by at least hundreds of times. This armor contains the most cutting-edge technology of the Empire. Isn't it normal to have 10,000 times?" Shen Fei suddenly felt silent. Indeed, the defense of his previous armor was indeed very outrageous. He could resist the attacks of the ordinary 9th level of the Sun Realm even in the 4th level of the Sun Realm. Among them, if the attribute bonus is nearly 2,000 times higher, there is still a gap of hundreds of times left. There is no doubt that these are all brought by that set of armor. However, even so, if the armor on his body can increase his defense power by 1,000 times, it will be easier for him to understand, 10,000 times. Wouldn't that mean that any 5th level evolutionist in the Sun Realm can withstand the attack of the 9th level of the Sun Realm? If an evolved person in the 6th level of the Sun Realm wears it, then the ordinary Sun Realm will become a clown. This is still an ordinary evolver. Shen Fei himself has a 2,000-fold bonus on weapons. A 20 million-fold increase in defense? It looks a lot, but it's not that exaggerating. Now that you wear this set of armor, you are still more powerful in the Sun Realm, and you can't withstand the attacks of Starry Sky level evolvers. Jin Xiao said. Shen Fei was silent for a moment. 3 months later, the energy in his body had been completely transformed into 2nd level life energy. He is already at the 5th level of the Sun Realm. Some time ago, he also mastered the 3rd level of life energy in level 6 energy theory. Give him some time to reach the 6th level of the Sun Realm. His basic attributes at the 6th level of the Sun Realm are not worse than those at the 7th level of the Sun Realm. If he had worn this set of armor at that time, his defense would be more than 200,000 times that of the 9th level of the Sun Realm. If it was a star-level attack that had just broken through, even if it was Xia Chenjiun, who was in the world of Galaxy War, he would not be unable to withstand it. Miss Zioxio's words make sense. Shen Fei nodded in the end. His strength is improving by leaps and bounds. Jin Xiao still doesn't know until now. Shen Fei decided not to tell her for now, so as not to stimulate her. But, can this thing be bought for 3 trillion yuan? Shen Fei asked again. Although there are a lot of 3 trillion imperial coins, if you can buy a set of armor like this in reality, Shen Fei can barely accept it. The virtual realm version. It's just a cost price. Jin Xiao said simply, and she waved to Shen Fei again. I have news about assault weapons, so come and have a look. Jin Xiao said directly. Shen Fei upon hearing this, his eyes lit up slightly. Good guy, Do you have offensive weapons? 292 Chapter 280 The Essence of the Power of the Mind. Shen Fei sat down next to Jin Xiao Xiao, staring at Jin Zioxio's side face for a while. It has to be said that the skin of the evolvers is very good, fair and delicate, and a hint of tiny redness. It's these two. Jin Zioxio's voice suddenly came, and Shen Fei also came to his senses and looked at the place in front of Jin Xiao Xiao. Jin Xiao Xiao brought up a virtual screen with 3 pictures on it. One is a weapon that looks like a small energy cannon, the other is a bottle of colorless liquid, and the last one is a dark grey box. It all looks ordinary. Shen Fei touched his chin. This weapon, which looks very much like an energy cannon, is a single weapon specifically targeted at evolvers. Jin Xiao Xiao said. The traditional energy cannon wants to kill high-level evolvers, and it is too cost-effective to buy. Those weapons are just randomly used, and they are mainly used in large-scale wars. And single weapons are different, so there are fewer restrictions. How harmful is this Velcro light cannon? Shen Fei asked. The principle of a twilight cannon is to emit countless molecular-level twilight blades. These twilight blades will destroy all matter that they come into contact from the molecular level. Jin Xiao Xiao said. This twilight cannon can probably contain hundreds of billions of twilight blades. Theoretically, no one can block this kind of attack without any defensive weapons in the Sun Realm evolution method. Jin Xiao Xiao said, and she followed. Of course, the premise is to hit it. I see. Shen Fei nodded. Any weapon of this type is a big problem. But the 100 billion molecule level micron light blade sounds very powerful. With its attribute bonus, even the starry sky level evolvers will at least be severely injured. A weaker star level evolver may be able to kill directly. You should have guessed that bottle of colorless liquid. This is a toxin specifically targeting carbon-based life, called siphon toxin. Jin Xiao Xiao said again. As long as you are exposed to this toxin and in large quantities, all carbon-based life will surely die, and there is no solution at all. No solution. Shen Fei was slightly stunned. Such an exaggerated. Impossible? Is it effective for starry sky level evolvers? Shen Fei asked. If the starry sky level that has just broken through is allowed to enter the body, it will also die. Jin Xiao Xiao said, of course, this toxin will be useless to the senior starry sky level. The senior starry sky level is no longer a carbon-based life to a certain extent. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully, putting aside the dose of toxins, it was all a hooligan. A full 1 kilogram of toxins could poison a star-level evolver. How stupid is the starry sky level evolver to allow a full kilogram of toxins to enter the body? However, Shen Fei has attribute bonus, and this toxin is in his hands, and the toxicity will rise sharply. Just a little bit of it may cause great trouble to the starry sky level that has just broken through. Of course, this thing is indeed useless for the senior starry sky level. For example, the starry sky level like Yun Qing who teaches the course Enhancement and Application of the Power of the Mind, it is fine even if it is drunk as water. Many of the teachers at Elite Evolution School are starry sky level and are quite experienced. Shen Fei has been in the Elite Evolution School for nearly half a year, so he naturally learned a lot of things. The starry sky level has reached a deep level, and it is indeed impossible to say that it is still a pure carbon-based life. You are very familiar with the third type, photon weapon. Jin Xiao Xiao said. This weapon has a very important significance. If large spacecraft warships want to deal with single body, they have to rely on this weapon to suppress them. However, if you want to suppress the 9th level of the Sun realm, it must be a large photon weapon. The box you see is just a model, and its real body is 100 meters high. I see. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. There are only these 3 types, let's take it. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke again. Choose. Shen Fei was slightly shocked, and he asked immediately, can't you want them all? It's okay to have it all, I can help you get some of the imperial coins. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded, and Shen Fei also understood in an instant. Not enough money. These weapons are more terrifying than the other. Even if they are not attribute bonuses, they can affect the 9th level of the Sun realm. They are also virtual realm weapons, which is of course extremely expensive. In fact, this is estimated that this is the normal price of virtual weapon of this level. The previous set of armor was 100% priced at the price of jumping off the building. Miss Xiao Xiao. I will definitely pay you back after that. Shen Fei gritted his teeth and finally chose to ask for everything. Although a real man does not eat food given by pity, he firmly believes that he can still earn enough imperial coins in the future, and it is no problem to give it to Jin Xiao Xiao. Jin Xiao Xiao glanced at Shen Fei, but she didn't say much. Since you want it all, I'll place an order right away, and I'll arrive in about a month. Jin Xiao Xiao said and pulled over the virtual screen to operate. Shen Fei looked at him from the side, and couldn't help but feel excited. These 3 weapons are so invincible. However, at this moment, Shen Fei's evolutionary evidence suddenly lit up. Shen Fei clicked and looked at it, and found that it was a message sent by an Yu. Seeing this news, he was slightly stunned at first, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. Crystal Core Life, is it here? What's wrong? Jin Xiao Xiao also noticed Shen Fei's abnormality, and she turned around and asked. Miss Xiao Xiao, you can see it yourself. Shen Fei sent the news to Jin Xiao Xiao, which was the news that an Yu knew from an elite evolutionary school teacher. Jin Xiao Xiao obviously didn't know before, and her expression also changed after seeing the news. Although there was a precaution, it is expected that this day, the Crystal Core Life actually took the initiative to attack the Empire. The war between civilizations. Only you and I will die. I'll ask. Jin Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, and she quickly sent some messages through the evolution certificate. Miss Xiao Xiao, there is nothing scary. I believe the Empire can stop it. Shen Fei could see that Jin Xiao Xiao was obviously panicked, and he hurriedly comforted her. At this time, the mentality must be at least stable. Yes. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded, and Shen Fei's words calmed her down. She also experienced the experience of the virtual world and naturally understood the truth that she could not panic at this time. Soon. Jin Xiaoxiao's evolutionary evidence lit up, and Jin Xiaoxiao said to Shen Fei, and she ran upstairs. Shen Fei guessed that it was Jin Xiaoxiao's mother who contacted her. Jin Xiaoxiao's mother is still quite mysterious, and she should know this kind of thing in detail. Sure enough, Jin Xiaoxiao ran down again shortly after going upstairs. I asked, the crystal core life did enter the Virgo supergalaxy cluster, but it was intercepted on the periphery. Now the two sides are fighting fiercely. Jin Xiaoxiao said. The Empire can completely stop it, and the Empire is also mobilizing its power to fight back. Also, I don't know if my mother comforted me. She said that the Empire has secret weapons, and the chances of winning this war are high, at least not losing. Jin Xiaoxiao said it very quickly, and Shen Fei felt relieved when he heard this. It was so dangerous that he thought that the crystal core life was coming to the solar system. Now it seems that the situation is still under control. Actually, the war has lasted for several days. Jin Xiaoxiao thought about it and said. If the Empire was really struggling, then the star-level teachers of the elite schools would have left here long ago, but they are still there, which shows that the Empire is indeed very relaxed. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded again. Indeed, the teachers in the Imperial Elite School are hidden and hiding, which is definitely a very terrifying force. If the war is tight, they are unlikely to stay in school safely. But, the war broke out after all. Shen Fei still felt urgent in his heart. Although everything seemed to be going well now, who can say exactly what will happen in the war? Maybe one negligence will lead to the loss of the whole game. You still have to become stronger. Shen Fei's heart quickly became firm. All troubles come from not being strong enough. If he is strong enough, then he can influence this war alone. There is no need to worry now. I have to go to the world of psychic energy comes. Shen Fei made up his mind that going to the virtual world was the fastest way to become stronger. The Sixter virtual world cannot be wasted like this. 293 Chapter 281, Changes in the Frontier. Since Shen Fei learned about the invasion of the crystal core life, time passed quickly, and nearly 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. Although I don't know what the front line of the war is, the Imperial Elite School has been very peaceful over the past 3 months. This day 3 months later. Everyone, I hope we will meet again in the future. Xia Qinjiun stood next to a huge spacecraft, saying goodbye to Shen Fei, Jin Xiaoxiao, and Yu, and others who came to see him off in the distance with a smile. After leaving this sentence, he didn't say anything more, but resolutely turned around and boarded the spacecraft. Laugh. As the spacecraft cabin door closed, the spacecraft quickly soared into the sky and disappeared over the Torrent City in the blink of an eye. I really didn't expect that in just 8 months, Senior Xia Qinjiun had left the Empire Elite School. Yu sighed and suddenly, she turned around and asked. I said, do you know why he left? Can I guess a little? Shen Fei nodded and said, he should be going to join the army. As far as Shen Fei knows, Xia Qinjiun broke through to the starry sky level a few days ago. In fact, the Empire Elite School was only opened for 8 months, and Xia Chenjiun did not fully control the evolution method. Even if his spiritual power was particularly powerful and could increase the success rate, it would definitely not be 100% successful. If there is no special reason, Shen Fei would not think Xia Chenjiun would be so eager to break through. Isn't it good to slowly master the evolution method and make the success rate reach 100%? So, there must be a reason here. All Shen Fei could think of was the invasion of Crystal Core Life. In the past 3 months, although the war has not deteriorated, no good news has been heard, which shows that the Crystal Core Life is indeed quite powerful. At this time, more forces are indeed needed to join the army to fight against Crystal Core Life. After all, Xia Chenjiun was originally a member of the army and had personally experienced the Brahmin invasion. It was not surprising that he made this choice at this time. Really or not? Anu looked at Shen Fei with some surprise. Even the Starry Sky level evolver had a certain death rate that would definitely be high if he joined the army now. The Crystal Core Life has been fighting with the Empire for so long, and a fool can see that the Crystal Core Life is definitely quite powerful. Anu asked herself that she could not do such a thing until the crisis of life and death. It should be true. Jin Xiao nodded and said. His. Anu took a deep breath. She used to think Xia Chenjiun was quite extraordinary, but she didn't expect that he would have this kind of awareness. Ms. Anu, I advise you not to imitate. Senior Xia Chenjiun is really capable. He will not be of little use if he leaves. Shen Fei said, and he looked at Anu and then said. That's you. Stop, stop, I know the foundation of the Bentoni bench. She said. Brother, don't laugh at second brother, this is not a false in the world, how much better can you be than me? Hee. Shen Fei smiled slightly, but he didn't say much. With his ability, if he really wants to decide to join the army, it will definitely be a final decision. He will reverse the overall situation. However, he will definitely not do this unless he has to. The few people didn't say much, and they quickly returned to the Imperial Elite School. After they separated from Anu, Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao and asked. Miss Xiao, the time for my Sujing ticket is coming soon. Have you bought a ticket for the same world? No. Jin Xiao shook her head and said. The tickets for the Sixter virtual world are very rare, not to mention specifying a certain world. And your ticket was given to you by the leader of the Dark Star. You can't find it at all. However, my idea of going is not that strong. I am only left to the internal circulation from the 5th level of the new moon. I am planning to open up all the internal circulations in one breath. Speaking of this, Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei, and she smiled faintly, not about strength, but in terms of evolution level, I will catch up with you soon. Shen Fei was silent when he heard this. The Empire Elite School has taught courses to explain evolutionary methods for every evolver. 8 months have passed, and Jin Xiao has completed part of the control over evolutionary methods, which is really normal. Although I don't know how Jin Xiaoxio's spiritual power has improved, since she said that, the spiritual power should have also kept up, and it is indeed only a matter of internal circulation. However, Jin Xiao Xiao still thinks that he is still in the 4th level of the Yakan realm, so as long as Jin Xiao Xiao reaches the 5th level of the new moon and then relies on her ability to break through the Yakan realm, she can indeed catch up with Shen Fei at the evolution level. But he didn't know that Shen Fei had actually reached the 6th level of the Sun realm. After coming out of the world of Galaxy War, in just half a year, his energy in his body changed twice in a row, causing him to jump from the 4th level of the Sun realm to the 6th level of the Sun realm. I have to say that the 2nd level 6 life energy theory is indeed amazing. Of course, Shen Fei's rapid improvement has almost come to an end. He has not learned the follow-up to level 6 life energy theory and has not yet learned it. He has not yet broken through the 7th level of the Sun realm, and his spiritual power is not enough. It seems that this time I can go to the Void Realm world, I can only go by myself. Shen Fei quickly changed the subject and said in a pretentious sigh. The 6th virtual realm world is quite dangerous. I advise you to be a little more reckless. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei quite seriously. Don't worry. Shen Fei smiled slightly. The war did not have much impact on the empire. 3 months ago, Jin Xiao Xiao bought new armor for him. A month ago, all 3 weapons that Jin Xiao Xiao mentioned were sent over. Compared to the previous time in the Galaxy War world, his own strength has not only increased 100 times, but his equipment has also been greatly updated, which can be said to be a shotgun replacement. It's not impossible to explore the 6th virtual world. Then I won't say much, it's the Void Realm world anyway. Jin Xiao Xiao muttered, and she followed, I'll treat you to tea while you have time. Okay. Shen Fei agreed immediately. A few days later, Shen Fei went to the principal Chen Kang to take 20 days off, and then left the elite school and came to the Sujing station of Tingguo City. The 5-star virtual realm world has lasted for half a year, and the 6th virtual realm world is much longer. As far as Shen Fei knows, the 6th virtual realm world has been opened for more than 10 days. From the opening to the end of the virtual realm world, more than 10 days will often pass in reality, and some will even reach 20 days. Therefore, Shen Fei simply took 20 days off in one breath. As for the courses I have been dragged down during this period, I can only make up for them slowly later. Anyway, images have been recorded in each class. This time, you have to earn at least 2,000 attribute points in this virtual realm world, which is enough. Shen Fei stood in the virtual realm station. He looked at the whistling virtual realm train and made up his mind. The courses at the Imperial Elite School are already tense, and he still needs to make up for the lessons. It can be imagined that when he leaves this virtual world, he will feel very uncomfortable for a long time. This time I enter this virtual world and don't kill more, wouldn't I betrayal? 294 Please leave. The Galaxy Federation is a civilization with extremely developed culture, entertainment, and commerce. If there were no foreign enemies, this prosperity might last for a long time, but unfortunately, on this day, the spiritual life is coming. In the whistling and galloping Void Realm train, Shen Fei looked at the short sentence helplessly. This information is all. The lower the virtual world, the more intelligence they often open, and there are enough adventurers to go to. However, the advanced virtual realm world not only has a very long opening cycle, but even if it is turned on, there will not be too many adventurers entering the virtual realm. After all, in the Empire's Evolution Mall, the price of a Sixter virtual world ticket is at least 100 billion imperial coins. Even if the adventurer in the virtual realm goes, he may not be able to obtain any useful information. Of course, it is rare to have less intelligence in such a virtual world. It is estimated that this is also the reason why Dark Star specially selected it as the virtual world of talent selection. This virtual world may not have been opened several times before. But, Galaxy Federation. Shen Fei fell into deep thought. He remembered that the background board of the world of Fallen Sky was called Galaxy Federation. These two, is the Galaxy Federation the same? Also, in this short line of information, it was mentioned that this is a highly developed civilization with culture, entertainment, and business, but it was not mentioned that military and technology should not be mentioned. Is this a crisp civilization? It doesn't feel good. Shen Fei felt bad. In Shen Fei's contemplation, the Void Realm train was also moving forward. After walking for about half a day, the Void Realm train suddenly passed through a huge light ball in the Void Realm, and Shen Fei was also left in it. Detected virtual world, analysis is underway. Analysis is completed. This world is the world of psychic powers that has been recorded in the virtual realm world. In this world, the camps you can choose include the main battle camp, the main and camp, and the main surrender camp. If you choose different camps, you will get different identities and tasks. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Lines of text appeared in the evolutionary certificate, and Shen Fei's mentality exploded when he saw this scene. Damn it, there is still the main surrender camp? What the hell? Main battle. Shen Fei made a choice without saying a word. Even if you don't mention the doghead issue, it would be naive enough to make peace with other civilizations, and you'll still be the one who surrenders. Kill, the blood that must be killed flows into a river. Shen Fei snorted coldly in his heart. Shortly after Shen Fei made his choice, the white light around him gradually began to dissipate. Shen Fei found himself in a rather luxurious hall. Shen Fei looked down and saw that the clothes he could follow the changes in the virtual environment had now become a set of unique clothes embellished with many exquisite decorations. This initial identity. Shen Fei was a little surprised. He passed through so many virtual worlds and was a rich man. This was the first time he appeared. Young Master. Good morning, young master. Shen Fei walked in a vast manner outside the villa. Along the way, many maids and male servants in uniform were bowing to greet him. Shen Fei already knew his identity. The Galaxy Federation allows the planet to be private, and he is now the master of a resource planet. On this planet, there is a precious mineral called RX6. The mining and sale of this mineral is the main source of his property.